Very good morning, sir. We are live now.
Jai Hind. Wish you all a very happy Independence Day. The Royal Orthopedic Hospital and Sports Injury Center welcome you all in Zero Gravity Space Con 2021. This is a journey towards space and aeronautical rehabilitation services. Without wasting time, I would take a quick privilege to introduce myself. I am Shilpi Khatri, Personality Development and English Confidence Coach at Persona, the Language and Grooming Studio, Jaipur. Without squandering any more minutes, I would request all to stand on your seats for Ganesh Vandana, which will be followed by National Anthem. Thank you.
Ms. Shruti, please unmute.
Ga 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 ma ga ri sa ni sa ri ga sa ga ga ma ga ri sa ga ma ga ri ga sa pa sa ni sa sa ga ri ga ri pa sa ga ri pa ma ga ri sa ni pa sa Shakti Sahita Ganapatim Shankaradi Sevitam Rakta Sakala Sura Raja Vinuta Guru Gunam Bhattali Pushakam Bhavasutam Vinayakam Bhakti Mukti Pradam Bhushitakam Raktabadam Bhujam Bhavayaki Shakti Sahita Ganapatim Shankaradi Sevitam Virakta Sakala Muni Parasura Raja Vinuta Guruham. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, baby Shruti, for such a lovely way you sang. Thank you. Now, Ganesh Vandana, now I would request everyone to stand on your seats for National Anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
भारत माता की जय।
I would request everyone to take your seats. I can feel a refreshing breeze on such an auspicious day, a day that is called Independence Day. 75 years back, we got the freedom. 75 years prior, we got freedom to live with dignity, freedom to express, freedom to speak, and freedom to smile. This day stands as a reminder of the sacrifices that many freedom fighters like Mahatma Gandhi, Subhash Chandra Bose, Bhagat Singh Azad, and many more made to get independence from British rule. As usual, Pride Day is marked as national holiday for hosting of the tricolor, parades, and cultural events. Fortunately, on such a fine day, we are assembled here to set new goals for the society. As we know, NASA stands on first rank. ISRO stands on fifth rank among all the space centers in the entire world. If I compare ISRO with NASA, it has contributed remarkably. Our Indian eminent researchers and scientists have contributed appreciatively and served a lot to the nation. Today, a travel to Mars or space isn't jargon anymore. In the wake of efficiency, we can also dream of India, independent nation. We have reached a quite long way and to reach more longer way. Surely one bright day, we would be discussing travel to space by Indian masses. Now, today we are gathered to plan the aeronautical rehabilitation services to make this dream a real one. This significant plotting will lead us to eternity. The extract of this conference will be the nectar for the upcoming generations. Let's celebrate the day and move forward in a sustainable future with broad spectrum. Thank you everyone for lending your ears to me. I'm sure these 10 minutes would be glorified for all of us. Now, I would like to invite the mind behind the show. Yes, you guessed right. This is Dr. Dhruv Taneja. He is the Chief of Physiotherapy, the Royal Orthopedic Hospital and Sports Injury Center, Jaipur, Rajasthan. He is the Head Department of Sports Physiotherapy, Rehabilitation and Research at Maharaja Vinayak Global University, Jaipur, Rajasthan. He will acknowledge us on the theme of astronautical rehabilitation sciences. Please welcome Dr. Dhruv Taneja, hold the seat now.
Thank you very much, Shilpi Madam. It's indeed a pleasure to be there and to be the proud convener for this extraordinary platform. And I would like to thank my hospital, first of all, to give me a great chance to host this great conference, the Royal Orthopedic Hospital and Sports Injury Center, and especially the mentor, Dr. Ashish Mittal, who has always been there as a backbone for us, supporting us throughout the time. And indeed, it was a collective measures, actually, collective thoughts. Everything today is getting a play role done properly in the conference. I would like to introduce my team, first of all, starting from the mentor, Dr. Ashish Mittal, a very renowned orthopedic surgeon, a sports surgeon, arthroscopic surgeon, who has completed his entire education from England, and who is a very renowned and eminent orthopedic surgeon, currently serving at Jaipur, and is the chairman of the Royal Orthopedic Hospital and Sports Injury Center. We welcome you, sir. Along with that, my team, Dr. Maliram Sharma, Coordinator, Maharaj Vinayak Global University, Dr. Kapila Jain, Chief of Physiotherapy and Assistant Professor at Jagannath.
Hello. Dhruv sir. Solomon sir, is Dhruv sir audible to you?
No, madam, he is not audible.
And he will be joining very soon.
Dear guests and participants, kindly wait for a second or minute.
There is a network issue.
Yeah, I think.
He got disconnected, I think. He will be joining back soon.
Garby Watts, madam, if you are there inside the campus, can you check? Sanjay sir, are you there inside the hospital
Arun
campus?
sir or Sanjay sir? Arun sir was there. Arun sir, you were there?
Is it you are asking about Dr. Arun Maya or?
No, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning.
We are asking for another one more Arun sir there from space.
Good morning, sir.
Arun Sharma, he is. Arun Sharma, sir.
We request
Dr. Arun Maya from Manipal also joined.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes.
Yes,
Sir.
Dhruv sir, you are audible now.
There was a problem actually there was an interruption in the internet. So the prime most moderators and my team members, Dr. Chandra Mohan from Tamil Nadu, Attur, Ms. Duna from Darjeeling, West Bengal, and Dr. Rupesh from Chennai. We welcome you all on the board, and it is indeed a proud moment for us to be like serving along with you. And the most eminent guests and special guest category, I would like to thanks and I would like to welcome Dr. Sai Kumar Nanamala, my proud principal, Dr. Praveen Aaron, Dr. Suresh Babu Reddy, and Dr. Ravi Khatri, a very renowned anesthesiologist serving at the Royal Orthopedic Hospital and Sports Injury Center. With that, my proud speakers who have joined us throughout the globe with a very impressive profile, even the H index of reaching about 22, citations of 2,500, which makes a remarkable approach in the medical sciences. I would like to thank you all to even have like taking an idea forward and supporting us in this great journey today. Now, what is the prime theme behind it? This was an idea to take our profession to a whole new level. The theme is astronautical rehabilitation sciences. What was the prime purpose and motto behind this? A very simple motto: to take our profession to a whole new level, to take medical sciences to a whole new level by updating the resume of the students with the most eminent topics which are till date untouched in the curricula. You will find effects of zero gravity on musculoskeletal system, neurological systems, cardiovascular system, respiratory systems, changes on mental dimensions, preparing an astronauts on physical and mental dimensions, effect of radiation on and off cosmos. Like that, many topics will be uncovered today by the eminent researchers and speakers. Hope you will always be there throughout this journey with us, so that this can be of great use, because without a proper audience, we can never be successful in life. So with that, I wish everyone all the best and hope to see a great future for medical sciences in the forthcoming years. Thank you very much. Over to you, Dr. Chandra Mohan.
Hello, Chandramohan sir, kindly unmute, please.
Yes, madam. Thank you, Dr. Dhruv Taneja. I'm getting echo. Somebody's.
Ashish sir's mic is echoing. I am muting temporarily. Yes, sir, please continue.
Now, on behalf of Team SpaceCon, I am profusely delighted to take an opportunity to introduce our chief mentor, Dr. Ashish Mittal, Chairman and Chief Orthopedic Surgeon, the Royal Orthopedic Hospital and Sports Injury Center, Jaipur, Rajasthan. I request Dr. Ashish Mittal to enrich us with a few precious words. Dr. Ashish Mittal, please.
Thank you very much. Very good morning, everyone. Jai Hind. First of all, I wish each and one present here on 75th Independence Day. And today it makes me proud to see our country coming out of this global pandemic very strongly and bravely. I would like to welcome and acknowledge the presence of guests, especially our eminent chief guest, Dr. Virendra, Dr. G. Arun Maya, eminent guests, Dr. Sai Kumar, Dr. Praveen Arun, Dr. Ravi Khatri, Dr. Suresh Babu Reddy, special guest, Dr. Nelson, Dr. Ajit Sarand, and all the eminent speakers, faculty, and delegates. It's an absolute honor and privilege to share this platform with all here today. All the fellow doctors and participants joining us in this conference, and I assure you that your burning desire and thirst to learn and gain knowledge would be properly addressed here today. Myself, as an orthopedist, I always consider physiotherapy my integral arm, without which I might achieve the results which I. So I truly believe in saying that physiotherapy is the mind of a scientist, heart of a humanist, and hands of an artist. Told about the topic and theme of this conference by Taneja, I was really amazed. And I got very excited and curious to know about astrophysics, the effect of zero gravity on various body functions, and what could be the role of preventive medicine in space, and many more such topics. So getting a chance to host this event was something I would have never let go. And as we all are aware that since in last few weeks, we all have seen that two of the greatest minds of the world, Elon Musk and Richard Branson, they have already launched space tourism and travel. So this sparked a thought in my mind and medical professionals' mind that what would happen if someone develops some medical problem in space. So say like someone developed acute or sudden hamstring pull in the space. So there are many such questions that needs to be addressed. So this conference is a beginning to find out answers to these questions. This conference takes the thought forward, encouraging the community of scientists, researchers, doctors, physiotherapists, and other experts to start thinking in this direction and make a roadmap for the next 10 years. So at the outset, I extend my gratitude to the whole organizing committee and team of Space Zero G Space CON-2021, Dr. Ma, Dr. Kijan Maliram, Dr. Sanjay Garg, Mrs. Shilpi Khatri, Dr. Ranjita, Dr. Garvi, who have worked very hard and tirelessly to make this conference truly informative, and I am sure of its success. So thank you again. Thank you very much for joining and sparing the precious time. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Dr. Ashish Mittal, for your words. Now I request Ms. Shilpi to join back the podium.
Thank you, Dr. Chandramohan. Now I would like to invite Dr. Virendra Singh. He is the president of Mahavir Jaipuria Rajasthan Hospital, which is started in association with Dr. S.S. Agarwal. He is a leading asthma specialist of our country and is considered a pioneer in the field of respiratory medicine. Dr. Singh is credited with many patents and inventions such as Pink City Flowmeter and Pink City Lung Exerciser, which are used extensively by asthmatic patients. For his enormous contribution, Dr. Singh has been awarded Dr. B.C. Rao Award, which is the highest medical award in the country. Before starting Rajasthan Hospital, Dr. Singh retired as the superintendent of SMS Medical College, which was also his informator. He also serves as the director of Asthma Bhavan Jaipur. Now, sir, I would request you to join us here on the show and magnify this show by your esteemed presence.
Madam, sir will be joining within 1 or 2 minutes. So meanwhile, I would like to greet someone who is really special in this conference, in whose memory we are. Sir is joined. When is sir joined? So I would like to take the name of Dr. Einstein Jerome, who is the prime most personality in whose memory we are organizing this great conference. Dr. Einstein Jerome is a renowned physiotherapist who is not present among us today, because he was so great that God even wanted him to be there to serve him and to be there with him. He is well known globally for his great works, and even the Indian Association of Physiotherapy and many associations have got the file, the entire paperwork, the entire jobs done because of him. He was a great mentor for many, and he is a great mentor till date for many and will remain for many. I would like to salute him for his all great deeds and all great works. And I think sir has joined now. Dr. Vrinder sir. Just a moment, madam. Just spare 1 or 2 minutes. Yeah, sir has joined, madam. Sir has joined. Please, madam.
Good morning, Dr. Virender, sir. Please magnify this show with your esteemed presence. We would all be very glad to hear some words from you. Dr. Virender, sir, can you hear us?
So, put the audio, I think.
आवाज आ रही है?
यस सर, आपकी आवाज आ रही है सर.
आवाज आ रही है?
आ रही है सर, आवाज आ रही है सर.
Yes, sir.
हेलो.
I think sir का इंटरनेट सर.
हेलो.
हाँ सर, आ रही है आवाज.
हेलो.
Virender sir, can you hear us? I think he cannot hear us.
Hello.
Dhruv sir, can you personally contact with him if he can hear us?
We are doing, madam. We are doing.
Hello.
We are doing.
हाँ, आवाज आ रही है?
हाँ जी सर, आ रही है सर.
हाँ, okay. At the outset, I am thankful to you all and especially congratulate you all that आपने कम से कम जो इस कोविड महामारी के अंदर जितने लोगों की सेवा की वो काबिले तारीफ है. On the Independence Day, first I salute to all our freedom fighters, and then I salute all our soldiers for saving the nation. Third salute goes to चिकित्सा कर्मी. देखिए, हम डॉक्टर्स ने प्राण बचाए, लेकिन उनको दौड़ाने का काम आपने किया. सैकड़ों, हजारों, लाखों की संख्या के अंदर जो कोविड फाइब्रोसिस के साथ जो पेशेंट थे, उनको जो कि ऑक्सीजन पे हमने जैसे हमारे अस्पताल राजस्थान अस्पताल में देखा कि 50 लीटर ऑक्सीजन पे थे, वेंटिलेटर पे थे, वो लोग gradually with good rehabilitation and exercises, now they are jogging and running. This is a miracle, and your specialty had devoted wholeheartedly. हमारे जो डॉक्टर अरुण शर्मा, पूजा, ये लोग थे, they are pioneers in the field. और अब आपने, you have lifted yourself not only on the earth but from the space also. You are organizing this symposium. This is in fact a unique symposium which will not only solve the problems day-to-day life but make great awareness about the specialty. So on this occasion, I congratulate you and wish all the success in this conference in a mega way. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you, Dr. Virendra sir, for your blessings, mean and not for all of us indeed. Now I would like to ask Dr. Chandra Mohan to take over.
Thank you.
Pleasure to have the stage back, Ms. Shilpi Khatri. Now, along with the team SpaceCon, I feel privileged to extend my warm welcome to our guest of honor, an idol of knowledge, experience, and inspiration to all of us. Dr. G. Arunmaya, Dean, Manipal College of Health Professions, Professor, Physiotherapy, Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Manipal, Karnataka. Now I request Dr. G. Arunmaya to grace the stage with a brief address.
Thank
Dr.
you.
Arunmaya, sir, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Chandra Mohan. A very good morning to all of you. Am I audible? Am I?
Yes, sir.
Okay. A very good morning to all of you and Independence Day greetings to each and every one of you gathered today. The Royal Orthopedic Hospital and Sports Clinic and Sports Injury Center, Jaipur, Rajasthan, is organizing the world's first Zero Gravity Space Conference 2021 on this auspicious day, that is the 15th August, the Independence Day celebrations in India. And also the most importantly, tributing in the loving memory of our one of the senior and the well-known physiotherapist of the country, Dr. Jerome. The theme of the conference, Astronautical Space Rehabilitation Science. The respected chairman, Dr. Ashish Mittal, the Royal Orthopedic Hospital and Sports Injury Center, Jaipur, Rajasthan. The chief guest for today's function, Dr. Virendra Singh, President and Pro-Chairman, Mahavir Jaipur Rajasthan Hospital. The eminent guest from various parts of the country. The chief mentors for the conference. And the most importantly, the convener of the conference, a dynamic physiotherapist of the country, Dr. Dhruv Toneja, the chief physiotherapist, Royal Hospital, all the members of the organizing committee, and most importantly, all the esteemed speakers for this today's conference, and the more than 1,000 delegates from all over the country. Once again, the Independence Day greetings to each and every one of you.
Same to you, sir.
I am pleased to be a part of this first World Conference on Zero Gravity Space 2021. It's organized in the virtual and the blended mode by inviting experts in the field to deliver the various sessions. When I look at the various topics, I'm really impressed and the meticulous planning of the organizing team to organize this conference. All of us know the physiotherapist, or we are also the movement specialist or the rehabilitation specialist, prepare the astronaut for space flight, monitors their exercise performance whilst on the International Space Station. And also, most importantly, we recondition them once they are coming back to the Earth. If you look at the exercise, we call exercise as medicine. At present in the clinical practice, exercise as medicine play an important role in the various conditions, starting from a neonatal to the geriatric condition. If you look at this exercise as medicine needs to be prescribed like the other medication by the qualified physiotherapist. When we say the medicine, there is a proper prescription that will have an appropriate dose according to the individual need. However, we have not explored the exercise as medicine in this space. So this conference highlighting what all the changes a body will be facing when they come to the either a different altitude or especially the microgravity have a wide range of effect on the various systems of the body. The physiotherapists play an important role in the rehabilitations of the various systems. It may be a neuromuscular system, metabolic system, cardiovascular system, respiratory system, and all the other systems which are responsible for an important function of the body in a day-to-day and most importantly in the space environment. In conjunction with the sports scientist, physiotherapist prepares the astronaut for spaceflight monitors their exercise performance while on the International Space Station. And when you look at the changes in the space, the entire body goes for a tremendous changes when you reach to the space. The bone play an important role as a structure that supports the body and stores the calcium. It retains fractures resistance by remodeling through the balance of bone resorptions and the formation. However, in the microgravity environment, because of the reducing loading stimuli, there is an increased bone resorption, no change in or possibly decreased bone formation, leading to the bone muscle mass loss at a rate about 10 times that of the osteoporosis. So that the preparing to have a good bone health, we need to have a good metabolic health, we need to have a good cardiorespiratory system, we need to have a good neurological system. All these systems are important to maintain a good bony health. So during the assessment and the rehabilitation, physiotherapists play an important role in reconditioning all these systems and prepare an individual for the space. So today's conference, when I look at the topic, is covering the entire gamut or the various aspects of the rehabilitation science or the specialty, both from the engineering point of view, from the clinical point of view. So with this conference, definitely I'm very confident that at the end of the conference, the organizing team will come out with an SOP, the standard operating procedures, or you can call it as an guidelines, which are essentials for the appropriate assessment and the rehabilitation of an individual. And also, I would like to highlight here that this is an unexplored area in the physiotherapy practice. Maybe across the universities across the country, there is a need for introducing the space rehabilitations in the curriculum. Even though we have a good exercise physiology, but we are not exploring that into the space rehabilitation. The another important aspect is there is a need for the multidisciplinary research in the space rehabilitation. And eventually to start the specialty in the healthcare and the rehabilitation science. So maybe at the end of the one-day conference, the organizing team will be able to come out with all these guidelines. Thereby, this will be very, very useful in the clinical practice. Once again, I congratulate the entire team for the wonderful conference. I wish the conference a grand success. And once again, I thank the chairman and all, Dr. Dhruv and all the members for inviting me to address the conference. With best wishes, Jai Hind to each and every one of you.
Thank you, Dr. G. Arunmaya, for your wonderful address. Now, I would like to hand over the microphone to Ms. Shilpi Khatri.
Thank you, Dr. Chandramohan. Now I would like to invite the eminent guest, Dr. Sai Kumar Nanamanga. Sir, please welcome here. He is the Senate member of Rajiv Gandhi University for Health and Sciences. He is the principal of Sanjay Gandhi Physiotherapy College, Bangalore, Karnataka. Sir, please welcome here and please enlighten us with your valuable presence and words.
Thank you, Dr. Shilpi. Respected dignitaries who all are on a virtual podium of the conference, and eminent guests and my dear friends, good morning everyone, and wish you a happy 75th Independence Day to one and all who are the part of this conference attending, and also to the nation. The Royal Orthopedic Hospital and Sports Injury Center, in collaboration with Jagannath University Department of Physiotherapy, organizing this conference in a unique way, Zero G Space Conference 2021,
and that too in memory of my dear friend, Dr. Einstein Jerome, who is an inspiration and motivation for every physiotherapist of India. He has been always there for the profession, as rightly my dear brother Dhruv Taneja introduced about him. So he was the inspiration for all the innovative ideas in physiotherapy. He has motivated so many people, and I guess I'm very sure his motivation has made Dhruv to organize this kind of unique conference, which is a first of its kind in our country. There are a lot of researches happening in space across the world and India. We are not left behind in any of the researches. We are sending to space from our country and seeing the success of that also in various researches. And we have also seen in recent times, people are traveling to space for a visit and coming back. And you never know, we might have trips to space in future. As we go for different countries, we might go to space and stay there for a few days and come back. So we are trying to explore a new area, and this conference will be an unique and first of its kind of concept based related to this medical science in space and how radiation and gravity acts on the human body on and off the cosmos. Because we have all studied in exercise physiology, as our Dr. Arunmaya sir rightly said, we have in our syllabus in exercise physiology about the effects of our gravity, microgravity, and different altitudes on human body. What are the changes physiologically, okay, and what will be the effect of it? But we have never really tried to explore it and applied on the human body to see how can we train our body and how can we explore a different area of the physiotherapy profession. So this conference gives an insight of understanding the concept of space and role of physiotherapist in the field of astronomical sciences and training an astronaut also. So probably I would not be hesitant to say that this after the conference topics, seeing the conference topics, so they are very well designed, very well planned, with all the top eminent speakers across the world who will be sharing their insights and the knowledge to the budding physiotherapists and also to the clinicians who are the part of this conference. And I also wish that this conference might give a way to start a new branch in physiotherapy, where we have multiple specialties as orthopedics in physiotherapy, neurological sciences in physiotherapy, cardiorespiratory, and the list of these branches is increasing day by day. The increase in the list of the branches is basically based on the need of the hour in the society. The society needs physiotherapists. Every aspect of the human body needs physiotherapists, and every area needs physiotherapists. That is the reason the physiotherapy profession is growing leaps and bounds over a period of decades. And as we have various branches, and now new branches like sports physiotherapy, even obstetric and gynecological physiotherapy, and geriatrics in physiotherapy. So we might also have physiotherapy in space. And I feel it will be very useful and very unique. And as we will be always first to start something new, and India would be first to start physiotherapy in space as well. So I congratulate and convey my best wishes to the chief organizers, Dr. Ashish Mittal, who is the head of Royal Orthopedic and Sports Injury Center, who is the chief mentor of it, speech mentor, who gave his valuable speech. Dr. Virendra Singh, who is also the chief guest of the conference, and my other seniors who are the part of the guest list and who are giving their valuable introductions. And also my dear friend and brother, Dr. Dhruv Taneja, who is the convener and the main brain behind this unique concept of conference, who has organized it and called in all the eminent people across the country and the world to be part of this conference and make it more successful. And I always see Dhruv Taneja doing innovative things, who strives to do innovative things and contribute for upliftment of our profession, which is really appreciable. And I am very sure all the skills are imbibed by his mentor, Dr. Einstein Jerome, who always will be there with him for the success of the conference and success of all the activities he does related to physiotherapy profession. So I also thank organizations and the committee for making me part of the conference, and all the best wishes for the participants, and also the eminent speakers who will be rendering their insights and knowledge, and best wishes to the participants, where you end up enriching your knowledge and the concepts related to the physiotherapy in space and astrophysics. Thank you and all the best wishes. Jai Hind to everyone. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sai Kumar, for your words of appreciation, especially to boost up our confidence. Thank you, sir. Now I would like Dr. Chandra Mohan to take this mic.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. Now it's the time to introduce a very important person. I feel honored to invite with respect Dr. Soumya Einstein, wife of late Dr. Einstein Jerome, to whom today's program is being dedicated. Madam is Chief of Employee State Insurance Corporation Hospital and former professor of Hosmat College, Bengaluru. Dr. Soumya Einstein, madam. Duna, madam, kindly check whether.
Yes. I have sent our unmute request and has unmuted. Ma'am, can you hear us? Soumya, madam? Ma'am, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am. I can hear you.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes, madam. We can hear you, ma'am.
Yeah.
We welcome you, madam, on
Thank
behalf
you,
of Team SpaceCon. And Vanakkam, kindly take the stage.
Thank you so much for this opportunity, and very good morning to everyone. Happy Independence Day to everyone. And before speak, I have to give a grand applause to the team for a wonderful and unique concept for this conference. And I have to thank Dr. Dhruv Taneja for this wonderful opportunity to participate in this. Thank you, Dhruv. Hello?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you. Please continue. Yes, ma'am, we can hear you. Please continue.
Yeah. And like Dr. Sai Kumar told, this is a very unique, and it widened the opportunity for physiotherapists in another field. So this is the first step, and you people created a new platform for upcoming physios and even established physios. Thank you so much. I couldn't speak because a bit emotional. Whenever Dhruv do anything, I'll become very emotional. So thank you, Dhruv, for this. You're doing in your brother's memory. He'll be there. That I know he'll be there. He's there seeing you. So thank you so much. And there's a long way for the success. So I'll be there on behalf of him to see your success and to bless you. and feel proud. I'm feeling very proud to seeing you like this. Thank you so much, Dhruv.
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much. Dr. Einstein is with all of the physiotherapists in India and abroad, globally. And this program is completely dedicated to him. And you can see how many people have joined as a guest and how many participants are there on behalf of fond memory of Dr. Einstein Jerome. Guru sir, would you like to add anything to Dr. Soumya Einstein?
It's okay, sir. Thank you very much. You can please proceed.
Yes, sir. And the next dignitary to honor us with his presence, Dr. Praveen Aran, Chairman, Board of Studies, Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences, Bangalore, Principal, Padma Shri Institute of Physiotherapy, and Team SpaceCon would like to have Dr. Praveen Aran to share his thoughts for today's program. Dr. Praveen Aran.
Good morning, everybody. I hope I am audible to all of you.
Yes, sir.
At the very first, let me wish all of you a very happy 75th Independence Day. This morning when I was driving to the office, I was just telling my wife, sometimes I really doubt about this word independence. It's a very interesting word, independence. So I split the word into two, in and dependence. We try to be out of dependence, but still we are independence of many things. Nevertheless, we try to be free from what we are supposed to be, and one of the reasons why the Royal Orthopedic Hospital and Sports Injury Center, in collaboration with the Jagannath University Department of Physiotherapy, was able to organize this virtual conference, what they've titled as Zero G Space CON-2021, is because of the freedom we have received to practice our profession in its fullness. If not, even the profession of physiotherapy would have been kept under the foot, and we would not have been able to explore more. At the outset, let me express my respects to the important dignitaries, especially the Dr. Virendra Singh, who is the president and pro-chairman of Mahavir Jaipura Rajasthan Hospital, and his thoughts were actually remarkable. I would also like to appreciate the mentors without whom such a wonderful conference is impossible in this time of pandemic, especially Dr. Ashish Mittal, who is the chairman and chief orthopedic surgeon, along with Dr. H.L. Verma, who is the honorable president and vice chancellor of the university, and the honorable registrar, Mr. Tanmay Patnaik. Thank you and congratulations to all of you, team and mentors, because without your support, such things are really impossible. And only because all of you have convinced, I'm sure, you have agreed to this beautiful conference. Now, I must express this view of mine. When our children grow up, and when they start imitating each one of us as parents, usually the children mimic their parents. And when the children imitate their parents and grow up, we feel really proud. But at the same time, in every aspect of their mimic, we feel humbled, mostly because they mimic us for unselfish reasons. And there is one child of mine who is Dr. Dhruv Taneja. And he has mimicked with this unselfish motive. And only because of this unselfish motive of his, he has reached this great position in his life as the Dean and HOD of the Department of Physiotherapy and Department of Allied Health Science of Jagannath University. I must applaud and congratulate Dean for this success of his. And it's because of his humbleness, and all the more there is a uniqueness that is attached with Dhruv. he likes to take challenges in life. And it's a risky affair most of the time. But with the confidence that you have developed with your mentors and with your teachers, I'm sure there is a long way for Dr. Dhruv Taneja to travel by. And you have miles to go, so I really congratulate and appreciate you and the team for this wonderful organization. Beautiful words were expressed by the President, Dr. Virendra Singh, and my dear friend and my roommate, I should say, Dr. Arun Maya, and another friend of mine, Dr. Sai Kumar Nanmala. They have actually understood what this conference is all about, and they have expressed in great words as to how and what the benefit of this conference is going to be. I would not be surprised when I say this, because Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Science has offered a new specialty in Master of Physiotherapy from this year, what we have titled as Master of Physiotherapy in Movement Science. I'm looking forward for this day when, and it's not far from, when I look at all these changes that have taken place with the advancement in technologies and information that has been gathered for the day. And I'm looking forward, which is that university that is going to come up with this new specialty, which I would rather pre-title it as Master of Physiotherapy in Space Technologies and Rehabilitation. And that day is not far from here, when we have already come together in one platform with a lot of specialists and professionals from the profession. When I look at the special guests and the list of panelists who are going to, in fact, express their views, and the titles and topics, they are wonderful. They are the need in this time. And so, I will not take too long before I conclude to congratulate the entire team. And many of the speakers have been my associates, my students, who have actually graduated out and worked with me. And so I'm sure all of you who are going to attend every session of this conference will not regret for the time you have spent or you have dedicated towards this. So congratulations to all of you, and I wish this conference, Zero-G Space Con 2021, a grand success. And I'm all the more humbled by inviting me to be an eminent guest for this conference. Thank you for the recognition and consideration all of you have offered to me. Thank you and all the best. Have a great day as you spend the time through this conference. Thank you, Dhruv, once again.
Thank you, Dr. Praveen Arun, for sharing your thoughts. Now, the stage to be taken by Ms. Shilpi Khatri.
Thank you. Now, I welcome Dr. Ravi Khatri. He is the eminent guest here, and he is the pain consultant and chief head of anesthesia department at the Royal Orthopedic Hospital and Sports Injury Center, Jaipur. Along with, he is the founder of the Ortho and Cancer Pain Management Center, Jaipur. Sir, I welcome you here. Please elevate up the show with your charismatic presence. Dr. Ravi Khatri, can we have you on the screen?
He is visible, madam. Dr. Ravi Khatri, we can able to see you. Are you able to hear us?
Sir, you have to unmute yourself. Sir, you have to unmute yourself. You're not audible. Audio is not connected. सर आपका ऑडियो कनेक्टेड नहीं है उस पे कॉल हाँ अब आएगा या
So you have to leave the meeting and join it again. We are not able to hear you, sir.
You are not audible.
Exit करूं?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Sir, you are audible now. Audible.
Yeah, yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
No, that is to continue. No.
Sir, you are audible now.
Wait. Huh? Am I audible now? Am I speak? Yeah. First of all, wish you all the 75th Independence Day, and I would like to congratulate especially Dr. Dhruv Taneja for organizing this wonderful event. And indeed, it's my honor to be a part of this journey. And this is one of the first kind of conference on aeronautical rehabilitation sciences. Surely it become a milestone in this journey and will guide our upcoming generation. I congratulate to the convener and the team. And I am again especially congrats to Dr. Dhruv and all the team for this, taking this extraordinary thinking and organize this such a wonderful event and choose this wonderful topic. So it shows that his IQ level is very good and he think about the future of itself and India and for the next generation physiotherapists. So good luck to all and thank you for inviting me.
Dr. Ravi Khatri, thank you so much for your kind words. Now I would request Dr. Chandramohan to take the charge. Dr. Chandramohan, please join us here.
It's nice to get back the mic from Amish Khatri. And I am profoundly delighted to take opportunity to introduce and invite one among our eminent guests, Dr. Suresh Babu Reddy, Vice President, IAP, Chief ASIC Hospital, Bangalore, Karnataka. Dr. Suresh Babu Reddy, please speak a few words for us.
I wish you all a very happy Independence Day. Hope I'm audible.
Yes, sir, very much.
A very good morning to all the guests, chief guests, and my teachers, Dr. Anumaya sir, Praveen Aram sir, my friend Sai Kumar, and all other guests who are present, the viewers, the organizing team. And I feel extremely happy to be a part of this wonderful conference, first of its kind, an innovative conference organized by Royal Orthopedic Hospital and Sports Injury under the leadership of Dr. Ashish Mittal sir, and good initiative by Dr. Dhruv Taneja and his team in the memory of late Einstein Jerome. Only few people, few physios will be knowing about Dr. Einstein Jerome. I'll just take 1 minute to talk about this a wonderful person. Dr. Einstein Jerome was working with me for more than 10 years. He is a kind of a person, his passion, dedication, commitment towards the physiotherapy, he always thinks about physiotherapy. When we had a problem with the definition of physiotherapy, we had problem with the Clinical Establishment Act, when there was no council for physiotherapy, he used to represent to the government, he used to represent to the officials regarding the physiotherapy council, change of the definition, a lot of things. And way back in 2000, he got an innovative idea like how Dhruv Taneja has got today to do a conference on zero space. This idea has been got to the Einstein Jerome in 2000 to start a physiotherapy jobs portal where a lot of physiotherapists were finding to get a job, not only in India, across the world. So at free of cost, he started a physiotherapy jobs portal and he placed thousands of physiotherapists in various hospitals across the world. And only few people will remember after their departure. And I salute Dr. Dhruv Taneja to remember his guru and the person who has done a lot of things to the profession of physiotherapy and conducting a conference in the memory of late Dr. Einstein Jerome. Thank you, Dhruv, for your wonderful thought and remembering my best friend, my brother. And coming to the conference, as you all know, this is the first conference of its kind in the world. And the eminent the earlier speakers have already spoken about, Dr. Arunmaya sir has spoken about the importance of what are the physiological effects and other things which happens in the microgravity and what needs to be done by a physiotherapist. This is a beginning. This is a initial stage where we are trying to find out whether we can do anything as a physiotherapist, as a scientist. The main concept of this conference, as you all know, that to understand the concept of space and the role of physiotherapy in that, in terms of training. I don't want to take much of your time. I just want to emphasize only two things here, is that there are a lot of policymakers present here, the clinicians, the academicians, and the principals. My humble request to all of you is that as this particular topic is not there in any of the physiotherapy curriculum, so I request all of you to start research on this particular thing, and we expect in near future this particular topic will be included in the curriculum of physiotherapy, so that every one of us will study about the role of physiotherapy in microgravity. We as a senior members or senior physiotherapists, we should be the role model, and we should set an example for the upcoming physiotherapists with the innovative thoughts. I remember when we joined physiotherapy in 90s, as you all know, physiotherapy, initially it was 6 months diploma course. Today we have reached 4.5 years degree course to post-graduation in various faculties and PhD in physiotherapy, and some universities are offering doctorate in physical therapy. So there is a lot of advancement in terms of physiotherapy. And when it comes to the awareness of physiotherapy, as you all know, 2 decades back, people didn't know about physiotherapy. Physiotherapy means people used to think a person who comes to do massage is a physiotherapist. But after 2 decades, there is a lot of advancement in the field of physiotherapy. We have reached from pediatric to geriatric, and you take any field, let it be sports, let it be fitness, let it be wellness, hospital, clinic, pre-op, post-op, pulmonary, cardiac, you take anything, especially sports. Nowadays, all the sports people are having their personal physiotherapist apart from their team physio. That means the physiotherapy role has been improved in terms of the quality of physiotherapy, in terms of the importance of the physiotherapy. So this particular conference will help the younger generation people and also practicing physios to understand the concept of a physiotherapist in microgravity and gravity space, zero gravity space. And other important thing is, as you all know, the old slogan of physiotherapy, the doctors add years to the life of a patient, but we physios add life to those added years. Even though this is an old slogan, this is true. After surgery, if a physiotherapist is not there to rehabilitate a patient, even though surgery is successful, patient cannot become 100% independent or functionally active in his life. That means physiotherapist growth has been tremendously improved, but with this conference, we are moving one more step ahead into the astronautical rehabilitation. I wish the organizing team a very best of luck, because in near future, I am eagerly waiting to see this particular rehabilitation, like your cardiac and pulmonary rehabilitation. This astronautical rehabilitation will be included in the curriculum of physiotherapy, and you will be the one of the reasons for that, because as you know, this is the first conference which has been initiated, and I've seen the list of the speakers. Everybody are the eminent and knowledgeable persons, so I'm sure that they'll be sharing their knowledge and their thoughts, and they'll be talking about the importance of astronautical rehabilitation, whether it will be useful or not, and what will be the changes that happens once we go there, and all those things. And finally, I congratulate and appreciate the initiative and good idea of doing this conference by my close friend, my brother, Dhruv Taneja. He's always innovative, and he has grown by seeing his guru, Dr. Einstein Jerome. So congratulations and thank you, the entire team of this conference, for having me here. And I wish the conference all the very best. Hope this conference will give all the participants new thoughts and ideas. Thank you once again. Thank you very much.
Kindly unmute Chandramohan sir.
Yes, madam. Thank you, Dr. Suresh Babu Reddy. Ms. Shilpi Kaitri, kindly take the stage and please.
Thank you, Dr. Chandramohan. Now, I will take opportunity to invite our special guest, Dr. K. Ferguson, who is a professor in Padma Shri Institute of Physiotherapy and the founder of FIMT as well, as editor-in-chief of Rajiv Gandhi Journal of Physiotherapy, Bangalore, Karnataka. Sir, I heartily welcome you and request you to brighten up this show with your magnificent personality and share some wisdom afterwards. Sir, Dr. K. Ferguson, may we have you on this stage?
Madam, actually, I think sir is in a meeting right now,
okay.
An emergency meeting just now. Please, you can proceed.
Okay. Can we call upon the next guest in such a case without wasting movement?
Yes, madam. Thank you. Now, the team, SpaceCon, would like to call upon stage our special guest, Dr. Ajit Saharan. He is a Dean, Maharaj Vinayak Global University, Jaipur, and Director, Physio Healing, General Secretary, Rajasthan Physiotherapy Association. Sir, kindly share a few words with us, please.
Thank you, Dr. Chandramohan. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, very much.
Thank you so much. First of all, the name itself is very unique, 0G space con. And after that, I would like to wish happy Independence Day to all. It's the 75th Independence Day, and we are lucky because of our martyrs. I congratulate entire team, 0G Space, for working day and night to collect precious gems from entire countries, managing programs smoothly. And I congratulate Dr. Shilpi, Dr. Dhruv, Dr. Ashish Mittal, Dr. Virendra Singh, Dr. Arun Maya, who was my external examiner in 2007. I can't forget that, my bio. And Dr. Sai Kumar, Dr. Praveen, who was my principal in the same division, in the PG. And Dr. Ravi Khatri, Dr. Suresh Babu Reddy, and Dr. Paulson, all of them for gathering under E-roof. I should say E-roof now. And I'm very happy to see precious keynote speaker also, who are the fulcrum of this conference, on the unique subject on the zero gravity. Hope in the coming years, all the guests and the keynote speaker will gather in the Jaipur to share their knowledge. And definitely, me, myself, and Dr. Dhruv will invite them. I hope they will join us. And with this, I would like to conclude. And once again, and thank you all. Thank you, Dr. Dhruv, Dr. Chandramohan, for providing me space on Zero Z space. Thank you so much. And all the best for such a wonderful conference.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your words. And I think we have to move towards scientific session. If Dr. Turu Taneja permits us, then we will have a break, short break, then we can join with us. How many minutes?
We are absolutely on time, sir. We are not delayed at all. I think we are delayed by only 2 minutes, which is permissible in this space conference.
Yes,
anyhow, 2 minutes make a great difference among the space. So still, we are giving you a break of 11 minutes right now, and sharp at 11, Dr. Animesh Hazari from Gulf Medical University, Assistant Professor, previously Dean from NIMS Medical University, Jaipur, is going to charge on with the first session, Effect of Zero Gravity on Musculoskeletal System. So stay tuned, guys. Dr. Animesh Hazari has already joined the session. So we'll be starting again on 11 o'clock.
Yes, sir. Thank you, dear participants, dignitaries, and guests. Just take a break and join with us by 11 a.m.
Please stand away from the doors.
कुछ उल्टा पुल्टा है ना अपने फोन दे बड़ा ही लिखना पे
ਹੁਣ ਮੈਂ ਕੀ ਕਰਾਂ ਦੱਸ ਆਵਾਜ਼
Hello.
Hello. Break is going on, sir. Who's this, please?
Can we start, madam? Kindly check with Dr. Taneja.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, you can go ahead.
Yes, sir. Can you please check Mallikarjuna sir has joined?
Yes, I am in.
Thank you, sir. Yes. Welcome back to all our guests and participants, dignitaries. And here we are moving on to scientific session now. The opening topic of the world's first E0G Space Con 2021 is effect of 0G on musculoskeletal system. Team Space Con would like to invite Dr. Mallika Arjuna, HS, Dean, Acharyas, NR Institute of Physiotherapy, founder, Ingram Rehabilitation Center, Rohit PT Clinic, Bengaluru, to take over the duty of chairperson for this topic of the scientific session of this e-conference. Sir, take the chair, please, and introduce the respected speaker for this topic.
Thank you, Dr. Chandramohan, and thank you, the team of Zero G Conference. At this outset, I would like to thank the team from the Royal Orthopedic Hospital and Sports Injuries Center and Jagannath University, Jaipur, for coming up with an innovative idea. The brain behind this idea, Dr. Taneja, who is always, as rightly mentioned by many of the professors who are the teachers and many of them whom I have worked with. He is always very creative, innovative, who takes up the challenges. And I know him personally for many years. He's always creative. And coming up to the topic, the zero G, as rightly pointed out, the zero gravity, which is the point of discussion, where it is untouched area, where many of the physiotherapists are not aware about what happens there in the microgravity. To talk on that, we have a speaker, Dr. Animesh Hazari from Gulf Medical University, who works as an assistant professor in Gulf Medical University, Ajman, UAE, who did his bachelor's of physiotherapy from Manipal and master's for sports and clinical biomechanics from Robert Gordon University, Scotland, UK, and who did his PhD from Manipal. And we are privileged to have you on this platform on an E0G SpaceCon 2021. And we welcome Dr. Animesh Hazare to talk on the topic effects of zero gravity on MSK, musculoskeletal system. Over to you, Dr. Animesh Hazare.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you so much. Am I audible to all?
Yes, very much. You can go ahead.
Yes. Before I start, good morning and happy Independence Day to all of you. So I take this. Yeah. I take this opportunity to welcome the organizers for selecting a very valuable topic where till now, all the astronauts, engineers, and the technologists were having a role to play. Now it is the role of the health professionals and us where we can partake. So please allow me to share my screen for the start of the session. I hope the screen is visible to all.
Yes, sir.
Yes, visible.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you for the introduction, Professor. My name is Dr. Animesh Hazari, and I have been working as an assistant professor at Gulf Medical University. It's my pleasure that I'm starting this session, and the session would be divided into the majorly content such as importance of Earth's gravity on human body, and then we are going to speak about the effect of microgravity or zero gravity on bones, muscles, articular cartilage, and ligaments. What I like to wish to tell you all is this is an area of upcoming research. So day by day, the research is going on. These are the aspects of the musculoskeletal system, such as bones, muscles, and articular cartilage, which have been studied in detail till now. And there are areas which has to be explored in future. And then in the last session, we'll go talk about the research and scientific evidence which is available on these areas. Now, before I jump on to talking about the effects of gravity or zero gravity on the musculoskeletal system, it is important for us to understand the difference between the microgravity and the zero gravity. Now, ideally, the term microgravity and zero gravity is interchangeably used nowadays. But in ideal situations, zero gravity would not exist. There is some sort of gravity in space. And in this presentation, I would rather use the term microgravity unless we are totally in a vacuum sort of environment such as the space. So mostly we'll talk about the microgravity, and then interchangeably we can use the word zero gravity. And once we are talking about the microgravity, it is important for us to know how the gravity has helped us to evolve our musculoskeletal system. Because my area is musculoskeletal system, I will stick to my area. Now, it is very inevitable for us to live without gravity on Earth. And it is the gravity that has given us the opportunity to evolve our muscular systems, whether we are standing, whether we are jumping, whether we are running. And this is the anti-gravity musculoskeletal systems, including the bones and the muscles, which have adapted in such a way that it gives us facilities such as to walk, jump, and do the activities in upright position. Without these sort of adaptation, we would not be able to perform our activities of daily living. And that is why gravity is playing a very much important role for us on Earth. However, from the very beginning and from the higher school, we were talking about the laws of gravitation or Newton's laws of gravitation, where we were applying all those laws on the earth. Now we are into a situation in this focus area. We are going to be away from that focus and then see when that laws may not be truly applicable and how we are going to adapt on that. So this is the area of focus for us. The most important thing for us to understand is that how has the gravity role in playing in mastering our musculoskeletal system. So we know that we have the senses and the motor components that integrate into the brain and then sends an input so that we are able to perform our activities of daily living without losing the balance. So this is the major role in gravitational input to the brain. Now we will move on to the major topic or the focus area, which is the effect of microgravity or zero gravity on the musculoskeletal. So till now we understood how the gravity has a role to play. Now we are moving into a condition where the gravity will not be applicable as it is applicable on Earth, and we will be into space where the microgravity or zero gravity situation will exist. So when we say about microgravity, it is a condition which is when the body is unweighted or unloaded, and the soft tissues, including the bones, muscle, and ligaments, do not play an important role in supporting the body as we have on Earth. The body does not require any extra support or strength from the musculoskeletal system to make it in the upright position or in a state of a static or dynamic equilibrium. Rather, we are in a floating position at the space or in the space flight craft. That is why, consequently, there would be some changes in the morphology and the physiological functions, which we are going to see right now. And then we say that the muscular system undergoes remodeling as an adaptation to spaceflight. Let us see what are the effects on the bones. Now, I have divided these effects on two segments. One is the bone metabolism, and then one is the structure and function. So in the bone metabolism, the research says that the major loss is the formation of the calcium. So bone loses its calcium significantly, and it is due to hormonal regulations of being affected for calcitonin, parathyroid hormone, and vitamin D. So this is the major reason that the bone is losing calcium, because the gravity, because gravity on Earth is responsible for exerting a pressure on the larger bones such as our femur, tibia in the anti-gravity position. And since in the microgravity situation or in the zero gravity, the loading is not happening, and that is why the loss of calcium is very inevitable. Because of the mechanical constraints I told you, these specifically I'm stressing on these bones such as femur, tibia, because these are calcaneum and vertebra, because these are the anti-gravity bones and the weight-bearing bones. And since they do not have weight-bearing position in the microgravity or the zero gravity, it is most evidently lost. The calcium loss is most evidently seen in these bones. However, there are researchers which says that not only the long bones, the other bones also lose their calcium content. But significantly, research says in these long bones on the weight-bearing bones. So there definitely there is a chance of decalcification, which will also lead to decrease in the bone mineral density, and consequently the bone becomes fragile and susceptible to fracture as well as osteoporosis. Moving on to the bone development and restructuring, we understand that the gravity helps us on the long bones to support the body in the upright position. And if we look at the bones microscopically, we have two cells, osteoblast and osteoclast. So osteoblasts are bone forming cells and osteoclasts are bone destruction cells, and there is a balance between the osteoblast and the osteoclast. But in case of microgravity, this balance is lost between the bone formation and bone resorption, and therefore there is insufficient bone formation compared to the bone resorption, and this which reduces the bone strength, and again the body is or the bones are susceptible to fracture. So these two major effects that we can see, which has been reported in literature on bones, is one is the bone mineral density loss and the calcium loss, and the second one is your imbalance between the osteoblast and the osteoclast formation and destruction, which leads to the fracture. Now, these are the research and evidence which has been recently published, and which says that there were studies done in the Apollo 7 and Apollo 8 flight programs or the project, and where they used the X-rays to determine the bone mineral density. And the calcium loss was about 3.2%, which is very significant in comparison to the normal human body at the Earth. So apart from the calcium, we also found, the authors also found that the weight-bearing bones were most affected, such as the pelvis, the trochanter of the femur, neck of the femur, tibia, and calcaneus. So these bones are very much susceptible to fracture when we are talking about astronauts due to microgravity or the zero gravity positions or environment. However, there is one important thing to understand is decalcification only is occurring is, decalcification is occurring only in the weight-bearing bones, but demineralization is occurring throughout, and it also depends upon the space flight duration. Now, there are studies from the NASA which has documented a bone mineral density reduction rate per month of 1 to 2% during the space flight, and bone density loss of 5 to 6%, which is very much significant and has been published recently in this literature. Let us now move on to the effects on the muscles. So I think I have clarified on the effect on the bones. Let us now understand how the microgravity or the zero gravity affect the muscles. Now, the first thing that is very much significantly observed is the muscle mass loss. And research says that there are two major group of muscles. One is the calf muscles, including the gastrosoleus component, and the other one is the quadriceps femoris. These muscles have to be very much shown to be affected by the microgravity or zero gravity position, where the muscle mass or the volume of the muscle has been lost. And these muscles are also very susceptible to atrophy or volume loss even at the Earth when it is in the sort of a disused position, or you can say it is very similar to disuse atrophy. However, there is an atropic response in this space, which is causing a remodeling of the muscle, and the volume of the muscle is lost in comparison to Earth. Now, this is the image that has been released by NASA, and this is the normal muscle, which has got very much thickness, you can see, and this is the loss of the volume, which was seen in the astronauts after the experiment of the NASA. The second thing that affects the muscle is the muscle strength. Now, the muscle strength, when you are talking about, the strength of the muscle reduces very significantly, and study says that there is about 20% of reduction in the muscle strength after 53 days of microgravity exposure. Now, this study was very much important in the area of EMG studies, which showed that not only the number of microfibrils, but the quality of the muscle fibers also were very much affected. That ultimately affected the electromyography amplitude, and the muscles were very susceptible to fatigue even at a lower resistance of strength. So when we talk about muscles, there are two things. One is the muscle strength loss and the volume loss, which is very much significant in the microgravity or the zero gravity. The other thing is the structural morphological changes. There are controversies on these aspects, whether there is a change of type 1 red fibers to the type 2 red white fibers. We understand that there are two types of major fibers in the human body. Type 1 is the slow twitch fibers, which have less resistance to fatigability. Type 2 fibers are fast fibers, which are actually working on a very high rate of contraction, and they get fatigued easily. Now, study says that the volume or the number of type 1 red fibers are reducing on exposure to the microgravity or zero gravity and gets converted into the type 2 fibers. And these changes are confirmed due to the increase in protein breakdown and decrease in synthesis. Let us now move on to the research and evidence that is published in these areas. And the first muscular measurement was performed in the Skylab and Space Shuttle missions. And fortunately, we have got a lot of data from that. The more notable thing was that there is an inter-individual variation, but maximum loss which has been reported is around 10%. So we can say that yes, if volume is reduced by 10%, it is actually very significant. And these are the area for all of us, the health professionals and the physical therapist, where they need to look on and prepare the astronauts accordingly, identify the areas more seriously, and then try to rehabilitate accordingly so that there is minimal chances lost. Although there have been studies which have shown that even with a very high intensity of rehabilitation on Earth, there have been a significant loss in the volume of the muscle in the space. So these are the area which we need to identify. We come up with more sound intervention strategies, and then we need to work on. The muscle atrophy, which is the disuse atrophy, which occurs very rapidly, and study says that between 8 and 11 days of the flight, it is most significant. But some studies have also reported that it can start by 5th day. So this is one point that we need to consider. If there is a flight duration of the mission is for longer, we need to understand that the atrophy would be more compared if it is for a shorter duration of 2 to 3 days. The muscle fiber diameter, as the number of capillaries, have reported to be decreased significantly. When we come to the strength, a research was done, and they found that the two group of muscles where the strength was significantly reduced was, one was the quadriceps muscles, which was about 12%, and the trunk flexors, which was about 23%. Maybe because of the trunk flexors, we can say because of the recombinant position that the astronauts usually deploy in the space, that is also possible. The area around whatever we are revolving is only one thing, is that because there is loss of gravity or there's microgravity, there is less loading. It is just like we have learned about the specificity of training, what we have learned in the set principle or in the specific principle. When we do not give load to the muscle, it does not adapt. So definitely, if the muscle is not giving resistance in the human body at Earth is from the gravity maximum, and that is why the muscle strength is maintained. But when we are talking about microgravity and zero gravity, the resistance, which is even at the baseline, is lost. And that is why I believe that the muscles have lost their strength. And there should be any way in terms of the physical therapy rehabilitation in the spacecraft where the muscle is loaded constantly under some resistance, so that the astronauts or the space flight individuals do not lose their musculoskeletal system or deteriorate their musculoskeletal system. Now, moving on to the articular cartilage and ligaments, the studies are very controversial. Some studies says that articular loss is very significant. Some studies says that articular loss is not much. But I believe that on Earth, yes, because of loading, we say that excessive loading can lead to articular degradation or destruction. Now, but we also understand that loading is important for the synovium to move out and supply nutrients to the surrounding structures. In case of microgravity and the zero gravity, we understand that there is no loading, therefore the synovial diffusion would not take place and the articular would lose its integrity. And most importantly, hip and knee articulate have been reported to be affected maximally. So this area is still being explored and a lot of studies are being done. We'll come up with more sound conclusions. But for now, it is in the literature that hip and knee have to be, cartilage has been shown to be weakened, and there are chances of destruction and dislocations. This is just for interventions, notations to given to you. I think this area would be covered in the next, the upcoming sessions. There are techniques which we can deploy in terms of training to the spacecraft astronauts. We have specialized resistance training treadmills called BERT, ARED, TVIS, or CIVIS, IRED. So I think these will be covered in the upcoming session. I'll just put it for the information, and I hope that in detail it would be dealt by the upcoming speaker. Now, in this summary, if we speak about, so just to highlight the salient points, the effect of microgravity or zero gravity on the musculoskeletal system leads to decrease in the bone calcium and bone mineral density in the long bones of the lower limb specifically. Till date, the research says this. There is decrease in the bone strength on the weight-bearing joint, which is very evident. Decrease in the muscle volume of the calf muscles most predominantly. Decrease in the muscle strength of the quadriceps and trunk muscles predominantly. There are decrease in the muscle fiber cross-section and the diameter as well. And there is also decrease in the type 1 muscle fiber, which is area of concern for all of us. So this was in summary, and these are the reference. I hope the information was useful. And at the end, I would like to congratulate the team of the Space Conference, Zero Gravity Conference, for organizing this wonderful session and area of less focus till now. And in upcoming years, I think it will have a lot of role to play for us as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Animesh. It was a wonderful talk where you touched upon various activities, the influence of zero gravity on bone metabolism, development, and restructuring. Can you throw some lights on what are the pre-preparations which are required if somebody comes to the hospital or the clinics where the different clinicians are practicing, where they say that tomorrow you never know because of variations. They come and say that what are the preparation where an individual has to undergo when they are entering into the microgravity as a physiotherapist, where they want to concentrate on, or what are the areas to be touched upon if you want to consider coming out of microgravity. That is something to talk on pre and post preparation into the microgravity or the microgravity.
Yes, I mean, this is a very, this is the evident and this is the major role that we need to play when we are talking about pre and the post conditions of the microgravity. Truly speaking, the exact creation or simulation of microgravity on Earth may not be very ideal in this situation, because that gravity at Earth is inevitable. Now, what happens is, yes, we may need to train the areas which have been reported in literature to be affected predominantly. As I spoke, that when we talk about the bones, the calcium loading, there's one thing that we can do a lot then do a lot of impact exercises, but then we also need to understand the ill effects of impact exercises, which would increase the calcium but also may deteriorate the articular cartilage. So these things, this in terms of the bone calcium, bone mineral density may not be directly our area, but yes, strengthening of bones with good nutrients and good exercises can be one area where we can work. We have a major role in the muscles to play, where we talk about strengthening of the calf muscles and the quadriceps muscles, because those have to be shown to have maximum muscular atrophy and loss in the muscle volume. So that has to be strengthened. Now, resistance training, eccentric training has been a very much area of interest when we talk about reducing the muscle volume or the ill effects of the muscular atrophy or the disuse atrophy. That is one area. But this training has to be very specific. To be honest, till date, there have been trial errors. And the study says that even at the 5 weeks of training, high intensity training, for around 3 weeks have not been shown to be very fruitful when they go into the space and when they return. So there are areas of research. I am very sure that we will come up with a sound exercise regimen and the treatment strategy where pre and the post microgravity situations can be handled. One thing that is important for us to understand is that, yes, it is not only the pre and the post. During the space, we'll have to make some sort of arrangement for resistance training, which we are employing and which we are coming up with, so that we do not lose the strength in the muscles as well as in the bones.
Fantastic, fantastic, wonderful take-home message for all the audience who are attending this conference with the talk on musculoskeletal system. Quickly, we have 2 questions Dr. Animesh,
Yeah.
by Dr. Pankaj Naresh, who asked that how is osteoblast changed into osteoclast? He means to say that maybe if I want to add up the blast which gets trapped in the bone marrow, which becomes an osteocytes, I would say.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on this, Dr. Animesh?
Yeah, exactly what you have said. It's a microscopical and morphological changes that we need to understand. The one is it's very simple process in human body. One is anabolic process, one is catabolic process.
Exactly.
So the osteoblasts are the osteocytes, which are the bone forming cells. These are the these are the smallest cells of the bones. So these are the bone forming cells, and whenever we are loading, it is just like we are loading a fractured bone. When we load a fractured bone, we are actually increasing the loading to form the osteoclast and the osteoblasts. This is what happens. But in the microgravity situation or in the zero gravity situation, the loading is not there. Therefore, the formation of osteoclast or osteoblast is not as much as the resorption bone, that is your osteoclast. This is the major difference that is happening between the earth gravity and the microgravity situation.
Great. I think you have partially answered the next question, which was by Dr. Utkarsha, where he asked that if the balance between the blast and the class disturbs, osteopenia might occur. What are the thoughts and preventing on it?
Definitely, yes, definitely. I've already said that osteopenia and osteoporosis is very much evident in the microgravity situation. But yes, osteopenia will also be having an effect or directly correlated to the bone mineral density as well. So that also factors has to be identified. But yes, definitely what doctor has said that there are chances of osteopenia. I agree with this.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for all the questions. We have one more last question. This is an interesting physics question, I would say. What is the spacecraft duration? How do you calculate?
A difficult one for me to answer. I think not in a very good position to answer this, but I would rather not answer this rather than giving in any wrong information, because I'm not the expert of this.
I agree.
Calculating the spacecraft duration.
Typical physics question.
Yeah.
I will take up one more question from Gina MV.
I think Dr. Pankaj wants to say, if anybody else wants to throw a light on this. Yes.
We have one more question.
Yeah.
By Gina MV, who asked that, is sea level training have any beneficial effects in microgravity on reducing muscle atrophy?
I don't think so, because you are under more pressure at the sea level. So here we are talking about gravity, and when we calculate the pressure from the sea level. So under the sea level, the pressure is also high. Above the sea level, the pressure may reduce. So when we go more at the higher altitude, the situation is exactly the opposite what doctor is talking. So more in depth, I think the more would be the pressure and the effect of gravity.
Fantastic. It was very nice to hear you, Dr. Animesh. Thank you so much. On behalf of Royal Orthopedic Hospital and Sports Injury Center and Jagannath University, Jaipur, we really thank you to come up with this platform and speak valuable points on effects of zero gravity on musculoskeletal system. Thank you once again.
Thank you for all the organizers for inviting me, and I hope the day is wonderful with all the information being shared on the platform, and exponentially it rises to the level that we reach onto the sky very soon.
Fantastic. Thank you everyone. Over to you, Dr. Chandramohan.
Thank you, Dr. Mallikarjuna HS. Following the first topic of this conference is how radiation affects astronauts in space. We request Dr. Harsh M. Roysti, a senior physiotherapist with 17 years of clinical and academic experience working with Government of Rajasthan, also specialized in psychotherapy and advanced yoga. He is a resource person for training essential skills and also providing honorary physiotherapy services to sports team, health clubs, geriatric groups, defense services, NGO, and ergonomic programs for corporates. We welcome you, sir. Dr. Haas M. Rajdeep. Duna madam, am I audible? Okay.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Chandramohan, for such a nice introduction. I am humbled. Thanks a lot. And it's been a profound privilege to be here on this Zero G Space conference on this auspicious day of 75th Independence Day of our mother nation, India. So my humble greetings and wishes to all of you. It's a stupendous concept of organizing a space zero gravity conference, and I'm here to moderate or chair the session for our upcoming speaker. She's a very eminent resource person, a PhD laureate, Dr. Kavita Lalwani. She has accomplished her PhD from IIT Mumbai in experimental high energy physics, presently serving as assistant professor at Malviya National Institute of Technology, Jaipur, in the specialization of hadron physics. Madam is having a stupendous and a highly prolific profile of about 2155 citations, an H index of 22, and an I index of 33. So with an illuminary of this profile and caliber with this conference, I humbly welcome Dr. Kavita Lalwani ma'am to address and deliberate the topic of today, that is effect of cosmic radiation on the astronauts. Over to you, Dr. Kavita ma'am. Kindly unmute Dr. Kavita. I think she's muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible now.
Okay. So before I start, let me check that if everything is fine from my side. If the my voice is cracking, you can in between stop me so that I can change the network. Okay.
Yes, ma'am, it's okay, but it will be good if you are a bit more loud.
Okay.
And as per the organizing team, we have a time duration of about 20 minutes for your deliberation, and then upcoming 10 minutes for the question answer round. Over to you, ma'am.
Yes. So I hope my slides are visible.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me do a full screen. And also let me switch to new network. I think I am switching to the network. Is it still visible?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible on the system, not on full screen.
Ma'am, is it a PDF file?
Yes.
Can you please press Ctrl H?
Control Alt, right? You are saying?
No, not Alt. Control. Control plus H, both buttons together.
Okay. Just hold. Is it okay?
Buttons didn't work now. Yeah.
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
Yes, now. Please carry on.
Okay. Yeah. So can you mute yourself so that I cannot hear the echo from my voice? Yeah. Thank you very much. So myself Kavita Lalwani, and I'm faculty from MNIT Jaipur. And today I'll first I'll thank to the organizer, especially Dr. Dhruv and Dr. Sanjay, who gave me the opportunity to talk. Can you please mute? Okay. I think somebody.
Yes, it's muted now.
Yeah. Okay. So first, I would like to thank to the organizer to give me this opportunity to talk on a very interesting topic, that how space radiation affects the astronaut in space. Okay. And this presentation I have prepared with material which is available at the NASA and ISRO web portal, and the simulation work which we have been doing at MNIT Jaipur. Okay. So I'm on the slide number 2. Here is the plan of my talk. So I'll start with first by introducing you these different kind of sources of radiation which affects the astronauts. Okay. And then because they affect the astronauts, so we should know what is the energy loss and how the radiation dose is measured. And I will also show you the important highlights on the results of the radiation flux and the radiation doses. And here I would like to highlight and explain you the physics, how the exposure, the astronaut is exposed to the GCR. What are the locations at which the astronauts are exposed to radiation? And then I'll also explain you what kind of shielding material in the recent research are available for the protection from those radiation. And at the end, I will summarize my talk. So now I am on slide number 3. So let me start my presentation with the very first basic question which we should have. Okay, if we are not from the space radiation, we should have what is the radiation. So the radiation is nothing but simply a form of energy that is emitted, produced and transmitted from one place to another place. So what kind of radiation we see usually in our daily life? Electromagnetic radiation, electromagnetic wave. So you can see from the below panel the electromagnetic wave spectrum, starting from the radio waves to the gamma and X-rays. Those have a very high energy. So some radiation you can see which comes under the visible part, are the infrared, and some radiation which you cannot see but has the high energy like X-rays and gamma rays if you are in a space. Okay, so those radiation affects both on the biological level as well as the mechanical system or the electronic system which we are having in the space, getting the energy of the incoming radiation. So please remember what is radiation, and depending on the energy, they affects the astronaut and the spacecraft and the electronics. So here we know what is radiation. So now next question arises, from where radiation come from? So in our daily life, we expose the radiation from two different kind of sources. One is natural sources. The second is the man-made. What is the natural sources is the sun, which we all know. Sun emits radiation from a wide range of wavelength in terms of electromagnetic spectrum, right? All knows that. And we are having those neutrinos every time where we are on the earth, but it has a very low energy neutrinos, very low frequency neutrinos, so we are not that much harm, right? And what are the man-made radiations? The man-made radiations are you are surrounded with like your cell phone, like your transmitters, bulb, light bulb, and the heaters. Okay, so with this understanding, what is radiation and from where radiation come from, we should know. Is radiation, are all radiation harmless, or which are the radiation which are not harming or not harmful or harmful for us? So on the left hand side you can see I have categorized the radiation in two parts: non-ionizing radiation and ionizing radiation. So can you see this picture? I'm showing you over here on the right hand side. Now I'll explain what do you mean ionization first. So the radiation which is incoming has the sufficient energy which is equal or greater than the binding energy of the electron in that atom, because we all are made up of atoms, right? All materials are made up of atoms. So if the energy, incoming radiation energy, is higher or equal from the orbital energy of the binding energy of the orbital electron, then electron can be ejected out from the atoms and atom can be ionized, right? So now coming back to the left hand side, the non-ionizing radiations. The non-ionizing radiations are the radiation which do not have that energy, right? So they cannot emit that orbital electron from the material. So what are those radiations? Microwave, infrared, visible, and ultraviolet. Okay. Because of the non-interactive nature of those radiation, non-ionizing radiation doesn't harm to us. Okay. Now I'm moving to the right hand side, which are ionizing radiation. So because of the interactive nature, they have sufficient energy. So we can see what are those radiation can come because of the ionizing nature. Because they can eject the electron from the atoms. They are talking to the material, right? They are interacting to the material. So what are those kind of radiations? High speed photon, gamma rays, X-rays, and the galactic cosmic radiation, which I will explain you in my further slides. So they can harm. So what we learn from this slide? We learn that there are radiation which do not harm because they do not have the energy, sufficient energy to eject the electron from the atom. There are radiation which can interact and talk to the material, ionize the material, and they can be harmful. Okay, if we know that, then why we are protected on the earth from those radiation which are coming from the sun. So let me remind you that our life on the earth is saved because of the two important protective layers, thanks to the magnetic field that surrounds the earth, thanks to the earth atmospheric layers which we have on top of the earth. So we are safe. In addition, there are inner radiation belts. So can you see this picture? Here is the earth, and here you can see the two Van Allen radiation belts which protect us, okay, which grab those particles which is coming from either from the supernova, either from the sun, and we are protected. So what we learned from so far? We learned that there is radiation, some radiation ionizing that can damage to us, and some are non-ionizing, and on the earth we are safe. Take opportunity to take you or to give you a drive on space. So now we are all going to the space because we want to know what kind of radiations are in space, why the space has a hazard kind of radiations. So mainly this picture I am showing you over here. So you can see the earth and the solar energetic particle from the sun, due to the influence of the solar wind, is coming towards the earth. Because of the magnetic field, as I said, and Earth's protective atmospheric layer, we are safe. But we have here the Van Allen belt. You can see the two inner and outer. So what if I'm here being the astronaut? Let's say I'm here beyond the low Earth orbit. Where is the lower Earth orbit? It is here, near to the radiation belts, just beyond to the radiation belt, where we have low Earth orbit. If I'm here in some of these spacecraft, so what I can see, three components. First is the solar particle event. What are the solar particle events? Coming from the solar, due to the influence of the solar wind, we see that these radiation SPE, very high energetic particle radiation, coming towards the earth. Okay, and I can see when I am in the spacecraft. And the second component, which is the dominant component, is the galactic cosmic rays. Okay, so galactic cosmic rays are the hadron particles. What do you mean by hadron? The proton and the heavy ions. They are moving with the speed of light. and we see that they are coming from like a supernova from the many years towards the Earth. Okay, because we are protected from those magnetic fields. So when we are in a space, we feel that the galactic cosmic ray is the one of the most dominating region. Particle. The trapped particle is coming because of the trapping of those Van Allen radiation belts. Okay, so now I am moving to the next slide, which is the, let me talk more on the galactic cosmic rays. The galactic cosmic rays has the 85% of the hydrogen component, those are protons, 14% of the helium, and about 1% of the heavy ions such as carbon, nickel or iron, and many more. Okay, starting from the atomic number Z equals to 1 to 26 or 28. Okay, so then this, because of the ionizing radiation, galactic cosmic rays always harm to the spacecraft and its electronics, hence the astronaut. Okay, so now here I am showing you, I hope you are able to see all the slides, okay, very clearly, full slides. So because we know the radiation is harmful, which are ionizing radiation, so we should know what are the radiation flux, what is the behavior of the radiation flux, on which factor the radiation flux of the galactic cosmic ray particle depends. So various interesting studies, efforts have been done and continuously doing by different collaborations. So here I am showing you the very famous or this model, which is started in 2010 and it is modifying, and now CON 2020 model is there. So let me explain you briefly this model. So this model says the flux of the galactic cosmic ray particle depends on the energy and depends on the velocity of the particle which are flying in the GCR. Okay, and here these constant gamma, Z0 and the delta depends on the LIS parameter. The LIS parameter are those because we have a different component of the particle, so we have LIS parameter accordingly. Okay, now right hand side I have shown the y-axis, we have a differential flux. We usually measure the differential flux as a function of kinetic energy of the particle which are flying as in a GCR in a space. Okay, so you can see the approximate the behavior of all, whether it is a proton and heavy ions are same. At low energy it is increasing because the particle is interacting in space, more time to interact in the space medium, and when we have a high energy particle, they are just passing through the detector medium. So you can see the decreasing behavior of the plot. Okay, now coming back to, because this plot we have made in 2010 model are calculated, the flux is calculated at the fixed solar modulation potential. What is solar modulation potential? Because we know the solar cycle always changes in 11 years because of the magnetic field is changing, flipping out in 11 years of the sun. So earlier in 2010, we were knowing that, okay, the sun activity changes at solar minimum and solar maximum. But what we observe from the experimental observation, the solar activity depends on the variable solar modulation. The modulation potential is variable, so that we can precisely measure when these kind of radiation incident on some object, whether it is a spacecraft or its electronics, the dose measurement. So for the precise dose measurement, we should know the theoretical efforts has been done. They have modeled in their simulation the variable potential, variable solar modulation potential, and accordingly the flux is modified. So you can see the bottom plot, the results where the phi on y-axis, phi on x-axis, and the flux modulation on the flux integral flux on the y-axis. So you can see we have modeled and calculated the flux for all variable of solar modulation starting from 100 to 2000. Okay, which includes also the deep space mission. Okay, so now we know what this the flux behavior. We did some simulation at MNIT Jaipur, and you can see on the left side the flux as a function of kinetic energy. This flux, which is a proton galactic cosmic reflux is thrown on a sphere, which is shown in the white color over here. And this is made up of water, called as a water phantom. Why? Why we started with the water phantom? Because we know our body is made up of 70% of the water. So we want our simulation to be validated on some virtual water phantom. And this, the green line you are showing, it's a random GCR spectrum hitting incident on the sphere. Yeah, anyone want to talk? Okay, and now I'm moving to the 11th slide. So if we know there is a radiation flux which harms to our spacecraft, so we should know what are the factors that affects the flux of the space radiation. As I know, when I'm on Earth, I'm safe. We all are safe. When we are crossing the higher altitude meaning when we are moving beyond the low Earth orbit, magnetic field will not be there, will be weaker, and the protective atmospheric layer will not be there. So there you will see the GCR, which are ionizing radiation, right? So the second factor, so if in the first factor, then the GCR can harm the space. Then the solar cycle is again, as I said, the solar in 11 year of the cycle, the sun changes its magnetic field pole. The pole is changing their places. So we have sun activity at some time lesser and at some time higher. At higher sun activity, meaning higher sunspots and higher flux and higher harm to the spacecraft. If we are planning to send our astronaut in that time where the sun activity is higher, then we have a harm. The harm would be damage to the spacecraft and its electronics. And the third important point, we should know the individual susceptibility, the immunity to the towards the radiation. Okay, now moving to the next slide, which is slide number 12. Now we know space. Now, okay, can you please mute? So there is the energy loss. We know the
Ma'am, apologies.
Yeah.
Ma'am, apologies for interrupting. We are left with 7 minutes more, ma'am.
Oh, I'll do. Don't worry. Okay, I'll.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah. So the energy loss is measured by the famous Bethe-Bloch formula, and it depends on the two factors. So don't bother if I'm showing you the big formula, which is the physics formula. Just focus on those two terms: the Z square, which is the square of the incoming particle atomic number, and the beta square is the incoming particle velocity. Okay, so now I'm showing you the important business from our simulation which we have done at MNIT Jaipur. So this is the energy loss, as I have already shown you. At low energy, the energy loss is increasing. At high energy, the particle is passing. They are not interacting, so they are decreasing behavior of the deposit energy. And on the right hand side, moving to the right hand side, I have shown because of the charge has high on the heavy ions as compared to proton, so the energy loss is also higher. The behavior is same. Okay, now I'm moving to the dose, right? If we know the energy loss, we can also measure the radiation dose. There are two kinds of radiation doses being measured: the absorbed dose and the equivalent dose. Absorbed dose is differential mass, and it also measured in space joule per kilogram, which is a gray unit, or millisievert. Okay, I hope my internet is stable. And on the equivalent dose, because we know we have a different kind of radiation, so depending on the energy, the ICRP report, which is the official report, they have defined the weight factor to each radiation. So we calculate equivalent dose by multiplying that radiation factor WR to the absorbed dose. Okay, simply. And now here I'm showing you the important results of the radiation dose by galactic cosmic rays by the different particles. Okay. Here, so now we need to worry about how much space radiation are an astronaut exposed to, and what are the harms. So there can be these the diseases can happen to the astronaut if they are in the space or deep space missions, and effective doses of about 50 to I hope 50 to 2000 millisievert. The millisievert is ionizing radiation equivalent to the 3 chest ray. Okay, and you can think of that we should have a 6000 chest rays approximately if we are in the space. Okay, so this is the rough calculation. Now I'm moving to the next slide. Here I'm showing you the important, if we know we are damaged in the space when we are in a spacecraft, we should also work, and we should also know there are various shielding material and the research is being done for the space radiation protection. Here I'm showing you the important recent results. What is being, as you know, polymer is always a very good radiation protection shielding being used. So here just I'm showing you the epoxy material, a class of polymer. When we increase the hydrogen content, we see the reduction rate is also increasing, meaning we are getting more radiation resistant material. So why the polymer? Hydrogen is a good absorbing material. Now moving to the 2020 paper, which is from Japan collaboration, we have seen not only the polymer are available, but the composite material based on the lithium and hydrogen are also shielding efficiency, which is better than the 1.2 than the polymers. So here I'm just organization ISRO, and under ISRO we have many institutes available. And here international platform, we have a NASA, and in the NASA we have a very international laboratories available and the training available. In terms of at MNIT, we have our own regional academic center. We have taken the MOU with the ISRO Bangalore. And here, what we are doing at MNIT, we are doing Xeon simulation, and it's the open source software. Everyone can utilize this. It has a various application, originate from the experimental energy physics, but it has a various application in space and medical and astronomy. And here you can see, if you don't want to install, but there are available web browser simulation packages basically used by NASA, Alteris, and SpanBase is used by many, I hope, European as well as the Indian community. And here is my summary. So we discussed and learned that we have space radiation. GCR is one of the important dominant source out of all SPE and trapped. And we saw that the GCR provide the harm to the spacecraft, and we also know how to measure energy. We also came to know that there are best shielding material based on the epoxy, a class of polymer, and the composite material based on lithium and hydrogen. We also saw the national and international platform, organization, and available software tools. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot for such an informative talk. And I can very well understand, with a topic of this much depth and an expertise from an eminent resource person like you, this time is never going to be sufficient. So my humble apologies for that. But as per the team, we have to find through the timings. I would like to request any of the delegates attending our Zoom session, if they would like to come forward with any of the questions, they can write down in the chat box so that we can address them to Dr. Kavita ma'am. Ma'am, meanwhile, am I allowed to ask something?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, thanks a lot, ma'am. Ma'am, there is a question in the chat box, and which is very common from medical professionals' point of view, that what are the threats of space radiation on human body?
Yes. So what are the threats?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So I have shown in one of my slides. So the main observation is the if we are spending too much time, let's say recurring time in a space, we have a threat of the cancer. We have a threat of the radiation sickness. We have a threat of degenerative diseases, which is being observed when the astronauts come back. And yes.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. When there is one more thought which came to medical professions point of view, we have been exposed to suits in operation theater. Medical staff, they go with some operating suits, operating dresses. At the same time, the astronauts going on into the space are going with high-end space suits. So what happens if somehow the space suit is taken off or if a body part is exposed? Are there any immediate consequences if the body part is exposed?
Yes. So what we observe, can you please mute? So what if let's say in worst case we should not take out the jacket which you are saying. If in worst case some part is getting exposed, so the main high energetic radiation are the proton, because they are 98% and they damage quickly. They are like the direct coincidence that you can see a burn on the place, and in the when the time passes you can see the consequences of the cancer. Yes, the high energetic proton is a very huge impact on our body. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Because we, being in medical field, we people are very much new to this concept of space radiations. And we all are your pupil today. We are learning about space rehab and space physics. Ma'am, once again, we have always heard about, and we have seen in some of the movies also, a concept called solar storm. Solar storm. So if at all hazardous condition of solar storm happens, are there any dangers to the astronauts as well as to the spaceship also?
Yes. So depending on the where our spacecraft is, right? If you are going to the space, SP which you are talking about from the solar particle events are coming from the storm or wind only, right? If a spacecraft is in the deep space mission, then it depends on the location where you are and the activity when what the sun is doing. As I mentioned, if the sun is at the highest sunspot, then and the spacecraft is unluckily there, then there will be hazard effects of those SPE on our astronauts. Yes. It depends on the time and the sun activities and the altitude where you are. Yes.
Thanks a lot, ma'am, for enlightening us, because every piece of your talk is a great learning experience for all of us. As you mentioned in your talk also, ma'am, about the concept of NASA, that is National Aeronautics and Space Administration. I would like to again quote here before summarizing the same session, that the mission and the statement of NASA is always, we make air and space available for everyone. That is the mission of NASA. They say in their statement, we make air and space available for everyone. And what a great effort the organizing team of this conference has done. They have again made the space available for everyone. So kudos to the efforts of organizing team who have put in their wholehearted efforts. They have got luminaries like you and all the speakers on this forum on this auspicious day. So my humble gratitude first of all to you, ma'am, for taking out your time. Grateful to the whole organizing team, as well as the host, Dr. Chandramohan sir from EXRS, for hosting the session, being with all the speakers and moderators for the whole session, and Dr. Dhruv Taneja and his entire team for coming out, what we say in Three Idiots also, an out-of-the-box approach for medical professionals. So thanks a lot to whole team. Special thanks to Dr. Kavita Lalwani ma'am for sharing your precious time with us. Over to you, Dr. Chandramohan. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hash. Now I would like to hand over the mic to my friend Dr. Rupesh, but he is on another meeting with the Cricket Association of a state. So let me continue with this. That now it's time for the topic effects of zero G on cardiovascular system. I feel once again honored to invite with respect Dr. Soumya Einstein, wife of late Dr. Einstein Jerome, to whom today's program is being dedicated. Dr. Soumya Einstein is the chief of ESIC Hospital and former professor of HOS MAT Hosmet College, Bengaluru. I request Madam to take stage and chair the topic. Dr. Soumya Einstein.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Chandramohan.
Yes.
Once again, independent wishes to everyone and good morning, everyone. Today topic is effect of zero gravity in cardiovascular system. The topic itself is a wonderful topic and everyone wants to know. In zero gravity effect, we are having zero knowledge. So we want to know how this zero gravity or microgravity affects our cardiovascular system anatomically and physiologically. So if we know the effects, we can do the exercises and protocol and everything. So today, in this topic, we are having a speaker. So the speaker is Dr. Prem Venkatesan, Associate Professor in Senior Scale, HOD Department of Physiotherapy, Manipal College of Health Profession, Manipal Hospital, Bangalore. So when talk about this speaker, he is the apt for this topic, in my opinion. He completed his graduation in SRM University, Chennai, and his post-graduation and PhD in Manipal University. And he had done nearly 30 publications in various research topics. And we call him as a physioscientist because he's having more scientific achievements. Example, he's having 2 DST research grant, DST, Department of Science and Technology, 2 grants, and he is having 1 Biotechnology Industry Research Assistance Council grant, a totally worth of 80 lakhs. So he's done achieved in a grand way. So like everyone, I'm also eagerly waiting to know about the effect and his talk. And dear friends, I'm handing over this to Dr. Prem.
Good morning, all. I'm just uploading my PowerPoint. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for the introduction. Is my slide visible?
Yes, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So good morning, everyone. Once again, thanks for the introduction and thanks for the team to making this happen. So the topic is effect of zero gravity on cardiovascular system. So what we are going to see is, so brief on space travel history, how it started, and what is the need to understand the effect of zero gravity or microgravity on cardiovascular system, and the reason why people started spending more time in the space. And that's the reason we got all these effects, acute and chronic effects, and how that can be handled. And what is microgravity environment, how it is different from the environment on the Earth, and what is the effect on the cardiovascular system. And in that, we'll see specifically heart, it's called as weightless heart, and what is the effect on heart rate, mean arterial pressure, cardiac arrhythmias, total blood volume, endothelium, and the radiation. So what are the effects on the cardiovascular system? So that's what we are going to see. So can I get some response? What is the effect of zero gravity on heart rate? What do you think in the chat box? Whether the heart rate, being in the space, heart rate will increase, decrease, or no change? Can I get some response in the chat? Okay, heart rate reduces. Okay, good. Fine. Okay. So got some few responses. So reduces. Good. We'll see what happens in the presentation. What is the effect on mean arterial pressure? What do you think? It increases, decreases, or no change? Okay. So most of you are telling it's increases mean arterial pressure. Many of you. Okay. Good. So what is the effect on total blood volume in the zero gravity? Blood volume will increase, decrease, or no change? Decreases. Okay, good. So any other response? Decreases. Okay, good. Viscosity will increase or decrease? Okay, fine. So just keep these things in thoughts. We'll just see what happens. So the space travel history, it all started in 1957 with the flight of Sputnik, where the artificial satellite was placed in the orbit, and followed by the first human in space, that is Colonel Yuri Gagarin in 1961. And then the important landmark where Neil Armstrong landed in the moon in 1969. And then started your extravehicular activities where movement in the space. The picture what you see is your extravehicle activity where they go out of space and explore. And they started space stations were constructed, Skylab. So initially they started stay of 28 days, then increased to 56 days and 84 days. The people spending time slowly increased. And then you got more space stations like Salyut, Mir, and International Space Station, which was established in 1998, where people stay more than 6 months. And that's how we try to understand what are the effects it can have on various systems of the body and deconditioning, and what kind of counter measures to be taken to reduce the adverse effects of being in a zero gravity. So that's the reason the medical science and the research started in this area. So the physiological effects of being in the space, you've got psychological and physical stresses on the body, and sustained levels of radiation, which just now ma'am was talking, and circadian shifts, that's your sleep wake cycle gets affected, and the microgravity and the diet restriction, reduced physical work and confinement isolation, all have a significant effect on the cardiovascular system. And physiologically, the dominant effect is because of lack of gravitation gradient, there is a redistribution of blood, of body fluids, which happens. We'll see in detail in coming slide how it happens. What normally happens because of gravity, where is the fluid accumulation in the body, and in microgravity, how does it change? That's a major impact which we have it on our system. So characteristically, because of the shift in body fluids, so it's called as puffy face or stuffed nose and chicken leg syndrome. That's what is the effect of shifting of the fluid from peripheral to central, which causes this. This is how the syndrome is named. And normally the gravity in the earth, we have no static gravitational effect of 9.81 meter per second, and it's protective atmosphere, which makes our life amenable in the earth. And this gravity during evolution has helped us to develop developing our balance, developing our locomotion and neurovestibular system. So all because of the gravity, and with gravity only, all our cells respond. We move from one position to other position. So all this mechanical stresses when we move, it's all because of the gravity, and that's how we are, our human physiological system has been developed over the years. So what happens in the space? Gravitational forces on it are reduced to nearly zero, producing a sensation of weightlessness, which our body systems are not used to it, and which will cause the changes in the various parameters. So weightlessness on the earth, you can feel it. Suppose there is a sudden, you can feel it in the lift, and also you can feel it, the weightlessness, you can feel it when you in a giant wheel, when it goes up and when it comes down, you just feel like, you don't feel anything on your body. So you feel like a free fall. So that's the weightlessness which happens. and which we can feel it in the earth. So same weightlessness is a thing which is felt in the space, and being there in the space for shorter duration, yes, it has its effect. And you spend longer duration, then the effect is going to be more on your body systems and your autonomic nervous system, your hypothalamus. All the normal set points gets altered, and that's how the person gets a problem when they have to come back to the earth, where the gravity as a will create all the influence on the systems, and the body is unable to cope up because it gets altered when the astronauts spend more time in the space. So what all the changes happen and how that can be counteracted. So one common occurrence with space flight is space motion sickness, which is marked by nausea and vomiting, and also with the drowsiness and lethargy. So on cardiovascular system, so gravity is a crucial factor in fluid distribution and also shaping the evolution of cardiovascular system. So if we see, normally we are used to upright position, and your arterial pressure, your pressures are very high on the leg, okay, and the pressures are low on the head, okay. So approximately 200 mmHg, your systolic blood pressure in the foot, and it's 90 to 100 at the heart level, and 50 to 60 at the head level. As we go to supine lying, in supine position, these arterial pressures are almost uniform throughout head to toe. Okay, so this is not normal, and this is what the position where the astronauts most of the time spend the time in the space. So there is a uniform blood pressure in microgravity, and typically 5 liters of blood in the body, and 3 liters is located in the legs, and 2 liters in the thorax. So what happens when you lie down supine? Out of 3 liters, 2 liters gets shifted to the thoracic cavity, which is not normal, and which itself will trigger your all the endocrine, baroreceptors, and neurological changes. So this is a blood redistribution toward the head, and which causes altered response in the baroreceptors, nervous, and endocrine. So the shift of the fluid into the heart, you've got atrial stretch receptors, which gets activated, stretched, and that releases the atrionatriuretic hormone, and that has got the effect on your blood vessels, adrenal cortex, and kidney. So the heart feels there is an overload of fluid, and which leads to renin-angiotensin, and the it tries to release the fluid through the kidneys, and thereby reducing the blood volume. So normally the motion sickness, it kicks in immediately when the person is exposed to the microgravity, which with symptoms of anorexia, vomiting, nausea, headache, and malaise, but gradually gets better in 48 to 72 hours. And if the person is going to spend long time in the space, then there is a maladaptation to microgravity, which leads to orthostatic intolerance. Just now what I said, the changes which happens in the space for longer time, and the person returns to Earth. So they won't be able to come to that upright position and the effect of gravity on the system. And that's a problem which need to be addressed. So weightless heart, because the heart activity or the workload to the heart is reduced because of the reduced blood volume. And they have done MRI and also the echo, which has shown the reduced left ventricular mass by 12 to 12%, and also the right ventricular mass has been shown to be reduced because of the reduced myocardial load, and also the pressure around the heart is reduced because of lack of muscle activity or muscle contraction, and also the lack of gravity loading on it, and the lack of the visceral structures, which normally puts lots of pressure on the heart. So these pressures are reduced, and that's the reason it becomes a weightless heart, and the cardiac workload reduces, and it can go for cardiac atrophy. And coming to the heart rate, so normally gravity acts as a cardiovascular stressor. For example, if you lie down and you come to upright position, okay, so there is a shift in fluid from the heart to the periphery, and that is sensed by your carotid receptors, baroreceptors, and they immediately activate your sympathetic system, and which in turn will contract or cause peripheral vasoconstriction, and then thereby maintain the blood pressure. Otherwise, the heart, the fluid is shifting from supine to standing, so it thinks like a threat, and sympathetic system gets activated, and peripheral vasoconstriction, and try to maintain the blood pressure and the cardiac output. This is what happens normally. Okay, so in case if the person is there long time in the gravity, this hypotensive stimulus, that means because the person is in a space and there is no shift of fluid happening from the, because of the lack of gravity, shift of fluid doesn't happen from thorax to the leg. So there is no stimulus. That hypotensive stimulus is not there, it is impaired, and this leads to reduction in heart rate, and also the heart rate reduces because the body energy requirement is less and the perfusion requirements is less. That's also one of the reasons why the heart rate is less. So coming to mean arterial pressure, there are conflicting results, increased, decreased, and unaltered. But one long-term study where they have done for 2 to 6 months in International Space Station, they have shown there was no change. The astronaut went into it, and after 6 months, when they record the mean arterial pressure, no change. The reason they said the adequate countermeasures where the astronauts were undergoing exercise sessions 2.5 hours per day, okay, and also with the activities such as resistant exercise, cycling, and treadmill. So that's the reason why the person didn't get cardiovascular deconditioning, and they could maintain the mean arterial pressure without dropping. So also these astronauts are prone to premature ventricular contractions, arrhythmias such as premature ventricular contractions, ventricular tachycardias, and a prolonged QT interval, which indicates the conduction disorders. So these things happen because of electrolyte disturbance, which happens because of the loss of sodium or retention of sodium, loss of fluids, and also the alteration in autonomic nervous system and change in cardiac mass chambers, as we saw in the earlier one, where there is a loss of cardiac muscle size. So that itself can trigger your arrhythmias, and these are common. And astronauts spending long time in the space have been recorded to have these arrhythmias. And total blood volume, as we discussed, because of the shift in the fluid, there is a 10 to 15% reduction in blood plasma volume. And it is attributed that the decrease in blood volume is not to diuresis or natriuresis. It's because of astronauts drink and eat less during flight owing to space sickness, and also movement of the fluid from intravascular to interstitium, because there is no compression, mechanical compression of the body, which normally pushes the fluid in the vascular, but now it goes reverse. It moves to the interstitium, and also the muscles are not active. Again, the blood plasma volume moves to your muscles in the interstitial space in the muscles. That again reduces your plasma volume. And the decrease in plasma volume also will cause, because the plasma volume has reduced, so that will be compensated because you need to oxygenate the body. So for that reason, RBCs will increase. So again, it has a vicious cycle. When the RBCs increase, to maintain homeostasis, they will stop producing the new RBCs, that's the erythropoietin, will stop. And most often when the astronauts return to Earth, they will be anemic. They will be presenting with anemia. So to summarize, so person presents with weightlessness, there is a altered central nervous system inputs and reduced fluid and sodium intake, and shift of fluid into the heart increases urine output and reduced red blood cell volume. Just now we saw, because of the reduced amount of plasma volume, blood cells production also reduces, and relaxation of muscles. The postural muscles are not active, so the fluid moves from blood to interstitium. So all these things leads to reduced blood volume, and then altered or activation of antidiuretic, anti-natriuretic factors, and attenuated renal response to water and sodium loads. So all these changes happen because of being in the supine position, because lack of effect microgravity, and that overall reduces your blood volume. So the person, when they return to Earth, they have a problem of orthostatic intolerance. So which normally we see in medical conditions with aging. We see effect of long-term immobilization in ICU. We see, but no. So what is orthostatic intolerance? It's change in supine position to upright position. Systolic blood pressure might drop more than 20 mmHg, and more than 10 mmHg in diastolic blood pressure drop is known as orthostatic intolerance. So to compensate, when the flight return to the Earth, So astronauts are hyperhydrated with an isotonic solution prior to re-entry. And also astronauts have been provided with lower body negative pressure. This is a chute which is for the legs, which will create the negative pressure up to minus 30 mmHg to shift the fluid from the thorax to the periphery, and which will be practiced along with the aerobic exercises to maximize the cardiovascular and musculoskeletal performance, so that your orthostatic intolerance will be minimized and the body will be able to cope up with the effect of gravity when they return to Earth. And also the zero gravity or microgravity has an influence on the endothelial layer. So endothelium is cells which line your inner surface of the blood and lymphatic vessels. And because of the stresses involved, psychological and physiological stresses, there will be increase in inflammatory mediators, which will cause damage to the endothelium. Okay, that's known as endothelial dysfunction, which is the first stage of atherosclerosis. So you want to, if you are getting a myocardial ischemia, infarction, so initial stage, the first stage of the damage is the endothelial dysfunction. And you got other risk factors like hypertension, smoking, blood pressure, which initiates this process, which leads to further myocardial disease. So this is could be started when the person spends lots of time in the space, and because of the psychological and the physiological stresses, this can happen. And these endothelial dysfunction is important because microvasculatures which supply your bone and the muscles get damaged, and that again will lead to your musculoskeletal complications of atrophy and osteoporosis and cardiovascular deconditioning. And radiation effects, just now ma'am was talking about solar particle and galactic cosmic radiations, which can cause DNA damage and increase in reactive oxygen species, which can cause chronic oxidative stresses leading to chronic diseases. You can have as ma'am said, you can have a long-term cancer, you can have ischemic heart disease, and specific to the heart, you can have atherosclerosis, myocardial fibrosis, valve abnormalities, and arrhythmias, which can happen because of the radiation. And also to counter it, they suggest antioxidants and protective substances to reduce your reactive oxygen species in the body. And when you tell reactive oxygen species increases, it's nothing but it's all the free radicals, which happens because of the aging. So the people spending in the space long time, okay, they age faster, the aging is faster. So to counteract, they need to have some countermeasures which will involve intake of antioxidant to reduce the effect of aging. So these are some of the antioxidants: N-acetylcysteine, lipoic acid, vitamin E succinate, and coenzyme Q10, which has been shown to have a promising results. And apart from that, radiation effects as need to have a mechanical prevention of radiation, using a protective physical barrier. So the longer the duration the astronaut spends time in the space, the risk of radiation is quite high. And it is we see a person undergoing a radiation therapy for cancer in the treatment, as a treatment. So you can see the patients developing other complications because of the radiation. So it can be your osteoporosis, it can be your ischemic heart disease. So similarly, the space travel, the exposure of the radiation can have a deleterious effect on the cardiovascular system. To summarize, so what we have seen, what is microgravity environment? So, and we have seen the cardiovascular changes, what happens, and changes in the arterial pressure. From the, normally you got high arterial pressure in the lower limb and low arterial pressure in the head. But in supine lying on the gravity or a microgravity, there is a uniform pressure, and totally the stimulus which has to happen when we change from supine to standing disappears. So that is a autonomic disturbance, and the astronaut gets acquainted or adapted in space. But when he returns to the Earth, the gravity comes in, and the main problem becomes your orthostatic intolerance. And we have seen what happens to the heart rate, heart rate reduces, mean arterial pressure, no change, total blood volume reduces, and the chances of arrhythmias are very high. And that's what we have seen. And we have seen also the endothelial dysfunction, which is the first stage of atherosclerosis or arteriosclerosis, and which can get initiated when the person spends lots of time in the space. So with the counter effects, with the aerobic exercise program, resistance training, they have shown these effects can be minimized. And also the radiation effects, which can have a deleterious effect on the cardiovascular system. Thank you. Thanks for your time. Any questions?
Thank you, Prem sir. So anyone having any doubt on this topic can put a doubt on the chat box. So Prem sir can answer. So already one question is there.
Yes, ma'am.
When astronauts return back to Earth, they are adapted to space changes. How long does it take to return to Earth? Physiological adaptation. And
So
what strategies are taken?
Yeah, so they say almost it takes 2 weeks. So they monitor them once they return to the Earth. They monitor the parameters, and slowly they slowly they introduce to the activities, and they say up to 2 weeks it takes for them to return to kind of normal, come out of this orthostatic intolerance.
Thank you, sir. I think everyone is clear. Nobody is having doubt. Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful topic.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for everyone, and thanks Dr. Dhruv and the whole team to make this happen. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Soumya madam. And now I'm handing over the mic to Dr. Varibam Ranjita.
Sir, actually, now I think it will be the session of space quiz, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And there is a space quiz now. Now, Dr. Watts will be taking the stage.
Dr. Garvey?
Hello, sir, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So from here, we will be starting with a small space quiz. I would request everyone to kindly tell the answers in your chat box, and then we will be having the winners from there itself. Okay, so let's start with the with the space quiz. Okay. The first question we have is, the moon called Titan orbits which planet? Your options are option A, Saturn, B is Earth, C, Mars, and D is Venus.
Dr. Garvey, I would like to interrupt in between. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir, sure.
अगर आप ड्रॉप बॉक्स के आंसर लेने जाओगे तो आंसर जो है फ्लडेड हो जाएंगे. They will be completely flooded. So better you ask the audience to raise their hand, and out of the raised hand you can select one person. That's it. So that will be much more good also, so that the audience also get a chance to speak up.
Okay, okay, sure. Okay, so the first question we had is, the moon called Titan orbits which planet? Options are Saturn, Earth, Mars, and Venus.
You can select anyone. You can select and name the person so that the host can immediately unmute them.
I'm not able, sir. Actually,
Pardon
I'm not
me.
able to see.
Can I interrupt in between a little?
Yes, ma'am. Sure.
I have muted the chat box actually. No one can now post any message in chat box. And I have muted them too. They must now raise their hand. And as per Garbi ma'am will say, I will send the unmute request to the person and he or she can unmute and speak. Is that fine, sir? Dhruv sir and Garbi ma'am? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You just need to tell me whom to unmute. Okay, ma'am? You can see the participant list who have raised their hands.
No, ma'am. Actually, I'm not
Okay,
able
madam.
to see.
I will select the candidate now. I think Vijaya Mudmala.
Okay. I'm sending the unmute request.
I think she's from US. She has joined in just now.
Okay. Vijaya Mudmala, you can unmute and speak, please.
Yeah, the answer is Saturn.
Yeah, that's the
Ravi,
correct
ma'am?
answer. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
That's the correct answer.
Thank you, Mudmala madam. Vijaya Mudmala. Can we go for the next question, Garvi ma'am?
Sure, ma'am. So the next question is, which is the brightest planet in the night sky? Options are option A, Venus, B is Mars, C is Mercury, and D is none of the above.
The participants can raise their hands.
Aparna Selvam.
Okay, Aparna Selvam, I have sent you unmute request.
Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, you're audible.
Yes, we can hear you.
Ma'am, Venus is the answer.
Yeah, it's the correct one.
Thank you, Aparna Selvam. Ma'am, can we go for the next?
Yes, ma'am. The third question is, Phobos and Deimos are the moons of which planet? Options are option A, Mars, B is Mercury, C is Earth, and D is Venus. Phobos and Deimos are the moons of which planet?
Okay, we can go for Harshika Gupta.
Harshika, you can please unmute.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so for the opportunity. The answer is Mars.
Yeah, that's the correct one.
Thank you, ma'am.
Right answer. Very good. Next one.
So the fourth question is, which planet has the most moons? A is Saturn, B is Earth, C Mercury, and D Mars.
We'll go with Vaibhav.
Vaibhav, please unmute and speak. Vaibhav, can you unmute and speak? Else we can choose somebody else, sir.
Okay, we will go with Tamil Selvi, madam.
Okay. Tamil Selvi, madam, can we unmute and speak?
Is Saturn? Yes, that's the correct one.
That's the right.
Please wait before we go for the next question. They need to lower their hand actually. Then we can go for the next. Please lower your hands.
Please lower your hands.
Okay, ma'am, now we can go for the next one.
The fifth question is, which planet has no moons? Option A, Mercury, B, Venus, C, Mars, and D, both A and B. Both Mercury and Venus.
Okay, the first hand was by Joseph E.
Kindly unmute Joseph E. and speak, please.
It's Venus.
No.
It's Venus.
No, it's not
That's
Venus.
the wrong answer.
Second chance too.
Okay. Second one goes with Hani Chaudhary.
Okay. Hani Chaudhary, can you please speak?
Both A and B.
Yeah, correct.
Very good. That's A and B, Mercury and Venus both.
Kindly lower your hand.
Please lower your hands. Yes.
And we can go for the next one.
Sixth question is, which is the oldest planet in our solar system? Option A, Jupiter, B, Saturn, C, Mercury, and D is Uranus. Which is the oldest planet in our solar system?
Okay, we can select Monisha.
Monisha, you can speak, please. Unmute your mic. Monisha, if you do not respond, we will go for the other one.
Jupiter.
Yeah, please speak.
Please repeat your answer.
Jupiter.
Correct, correct.
That's the right answer. That's the right answer. Very good. Please lower your hands.
Shall I go with the next question?
Yes, sure, you can go. Dr. Vakil Swami, please lower. Dr. Rakhi, please lower your hand.
Seventh question is, which planet is known as the morning star? Saturn, Mercury, Earth, or Venus? Which planet is known as the morning star?
Dr. Vakil Swami. Dr. Vakil Swami.
Seems they are checking on the net. At least hide, sir. Hide it and find the answer. And
Hello. Can speak, please. Yes.
Hello. Sir, we can
move on to the next participant.
We can see a rising star standing next to you. Yes, just now he has gone.
सर काफी टाइम से राइज एंड कर रहा हूँ सर, पर बल्कि सर आवाज नहीं आ पा रही आपके पास.
अच्छा, सुबह के तारा किसको बोला जाता है? सुबह ऐसा कौन सा जिसे सुबह का तारा बोला जाता है?
हेलो
Sir, we can move on to the next participants. Kindly give other.
Dr. Hafiz Wani. Please unmute Dr. Hafiz Wani. Please unmute. Please unmute. No. I think the question has gone waste now.
Ekta.
Yes, Ekta, please unmute. There was only a horn. Ekta, please unmute.
Yes, unmuted. Please speak. Ekta.
Okay, we'll go to the next question. Please go to the next question, Dr. Garvi.
So Harshika, we can take one.
Okay, so next question is, in what year did Pluto become reclassified as a dwarf planet? Sorry?
I requested the participants to lower their hands first.
Okay, ma'am.
It's okay. They can raise their hands for this one.
I shall just repeat the question. In what year did Pluto become reclassified as a dwarf planet? Option A is 2007, B is 2010, C 2006, or D 2012.
Okay, Dr. Hafiz Wani again. His complaint is like he is unable to unmute himself. Dr. Hafiz Wani.
Can you unmute now?
Unmute now.
Yes, sir. Now I can unmute.
Yeah, please go ahead.
The last question answer was Mercury was my answer. Morning star.
What about this question? In which year Pluto was declared as a dwarf planet?
Next.
No problem. No problem.
Give chance to another participant.
Yeah, Dr. Purnima Tulsiya.
Purnima Tulsiya, please unmute. Yes, and speak.
Yes, sir. The answer is 2006.
Correct.
That's the right answer. Please go to the next question.
Kindly lower your hands first.
Please lower your hands.
Everyone.
I have noticed now.
Next question is, which planet spins backwards relative to the others? Option A is Venus, B Jupiter, C. Earth, and D. Saturn? Which planet spins backwards relative to the others? Venus, Jupiter, Earth, or Saturn?
Ekta?
Yes, Ekta?
Please answer.
You are unmuted. You can speak, please.
Kritika Kulkarni?
Please unmute Kritika Kulkarni.
It's Jupiter.
No.
Dr. Imran Khan? Dr. Imran Khan? Dr. Imran Khan, please unmute yourself.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, please.
Sir, Venus.
Sorry?
Venus.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, that's the right answer. I think we should keep the 10th question as a surprise. I'm going to ask a straight away question now. Out of the planets and out of the stars, this is a straight away question without any option now. And now whoever is going to give the answer for this one, definitely I'm going to give a separate certificate for that. Who was the first lady of Indian origin from Haryana, reached the space and died while climbing back to Earth while in origin? Now, what was the name of that spacecraft? Which was the spacecraft that got clashed and she succumbed? What was the name of that spacecraft? Dr. Atul Kalla, please. Dr. Atul Kalla, please. Dr. Imran Khan. Okay, the question went down. That was Columbia. The spacecraft's name was Columbia. So that stays with me. I will only give the certificate to myself. Thank you very much. So
congratulations, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Garvey. Thank you very much. So I think we can conclude the session now. We have to go with the scientific session. So Dr. Garvey, stay tuned. Another after sessions, you will be there with stars and moons and planets and everything, and nebulas also. Please. So here we go with the next session.
Thank you, sir. Now we are handing over the mic to Dr. Varivam Ranjita.
Thank you so much, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Now may I request Dr. Apuv Narayan Dwivedi. He's done his PhD. His specialty is musculoskeletal and sports, fellowship in sports sciences, member of GBS Society International. He has more than 70 years of clinical and academic experience. Presently, he is working as HOD Physiotherapy and Rehabilitation, NIIT Medicity, Mathura. Welcome you, sir. Dr. Apurva, are you there? Dr. Apurva?
Yes, he is there.
Right. Over to you, sir. Dr. Apur.
Please unmute, sir. Please unmute, sir.
Dr. Chandramohan, please unmute Dr. Apur.
Yeah. I think I'm audible now, right?
Right. You're audible, sir.
Yeah. So I would like to welcome Dr. John M. Solomon, and he is presently working as Senior Scale Associate Professor. He is also working as HOD at Department of Physiotherapy, Mahe, Manipal. He has got a great research grant of approximately 1.3 crores, a whooping 1.3 crores, with a very impressive H index of 11, with 55 international publications, and a great research scientific profile. I welcome you, sir, with very warm welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Guru, for the kind introduction. Can I share my screen now? Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
At the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Taneja and his team for giving me this opportunity in this first ever Zero G conference in India. I congratulate the team on their efforts and organizing. And first thing I would like to say, and a disclaimer, is that this is a very new area. I'm not an expert in it. Probably many of these are my theoretical knowledge and certain things that I learned while reading. And so thanks for this opportunity, it gave me more opportunity to go and read and brush up. So these are some of my disclaimers that I have put. And I would like to wish each and every one of you a very happy Independence Day. India has been making greater steps toward in space science through ISRO, and especially we have stalwarts, and as we have seen in our history, and we know that we have made a difference in compared to many other countries, despite the economical disadvantages that we have. I like Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, the legend, would say, we must be second to none in the application on advancement of technology to the real problems of man and society, and so should all physiotherapists be. So space travel has is becoming a reality, with some billionaires traveling up, having to travel up to space and come back. And probably eventually, I think in a decade's time, we may see movie stars putting up their holiday pictures, not from Maldives, but from Moon, probably. So space travel is becoming more and more a reality, and there is going to be travelers. And it's important that as physiotherapists, a health professional, understand the human physiology and be ready when we have these people to treat them or to help them to have a healthy life. So the space travel itself become a reality with the human brain, I would say. The nervous system has many functions, especially if we classify mainly the sensory motor functions, cognition, perception, and autonomic functions. And if we take actually, I would say the cognitive ability of the human is what has led to all the discoveries and what we have achieved in this area. When it comes to autonomic functions, a little bit has been covered by Dr. Prem. But our focus is going to be on sensory motor function. But generally, when we think about brain, and when a human travels to space, what happens to the brain? In the initial stages, the studies that were done looked at certain structural changes. The structural changes included certain narrowing of space in the central sulcus, the shrinking of the ventricular spaces, because even the CSF fluid generation, absorption are related to some gravitational effect. There was a reduction in the spaces in the CSF, and they also observed a upward shift in the brain within the skull. Now, these were some structural changes, but what happens further when we look at the cellular level, they found that there was a focal bilateral decrease in gray matter volume, that is the amount of cells itself have been reduced in the astronauts who had a long space travel, especially in the temporal lobe, anterior frontal cortex, and occipital cortex. So there had been some records of showing changes in the structural change. And when we look at what else the focus has been, so there has been so many functions that are affected. cognitive function, perceptual functions, autonomic dysfunctions that is affecting the cardiovascular system also. In this talk, I'm going to more focus towards sensory motor functions. As a physiotherapist, many of the problems that we deal with lies in this area, and so the focus is going to be on this. So when we look at the sensory motor disturbances, the main reason is the microgravity, that is the body weightlessness, and because of the unloading from the support, which results in reduced movement speed, that is hypokinesia, and also the vestibular sensory deprivation and its central interpretations affects the sensory motor functions. It is most pronounced changes that are seen in these astronauts takes sometimes weeks to recover after they return. Like Dr. Prem mentioned, about 2 weeks for the cardiovascular function to return. Many of the fine motor skills and high balance skills were not normal even up to 6 weeks in these astronauts. So they have even difficulty standing upright when they return back from this travel. So long space travels can significantly affect the sensory motor functions. Now we'll focus on the two major systems when it comes to the sensory motor function. We are going to look at the two major sensory systems. The first one, when we look at it, is the proprioceptive system. So when we talk about proprioceptive system, we know the main functions being joint position sense as well as movement sense. Along with this, there is something else also the proprioceptive system coordinates. That is about the force, the sense of force that has to be generated, and the sense of speed of movement, how quickly we move, how quickly we have to react. So these aspects in general are dependent on the muscle force that are generated especially against a weight or against a gravity. And the brain interprets these movement aspects. And often in a space travel in a microgravity area, this is significantly affected. So when, for example, a normal function of proprioceptive system, we will take example of two functions. One, for example, in terms of balance, when you stand on a support surface, a firm support surface, and there is a small displacement, we immediately bring our body back to normalcy using an ankle strategy, which is especially triggered through the proprioceptive network that is triggered from the calf muscle stretch, and then you see the activation at the gastrocnemius, then hamstrings and the paraspinal muscles, bringing the person back to an erect position. Now, what happens is that the proprioceptive response over time when the space travelers travel and come, this gets affected because of the there is not been enough that stretch reflex responses that comes from the support surface. Second thing is usually weight related changes. So when we start adding more weight to things that we carry, automatically the muscle spindle senses it and adjusts the position in the joints and helps us to move things. Now, especially in a gravity-less position, these force generation and muscle spindle activations are also affected, and hence that is also going to affect the upper limb control related things. So when they specifically looked at the disruption of proprioceptive system especially, it resulted in these four important functions. One, when they came back, they had an increased postural sway. That is, when they stand stable, the center of pressure is supposed to not move much, but after they come back, there is a sway. And especially with not proprioceptive system not activating, there is an excessive sway that comes in. Second thing is the alteration in the muscle activation variabilities, especially related to the force generation and the timing of force. And these are some of the aspects that were affected. So, which affected their even fine motor activity. Then modifications in the ankle and joint kinematics and head and trunk coordinations were also recorded in this patient because of the disruption in the proprioceptive system. Now, the more than proprioceptive system, the other important system that gets significantly affected is the vestibular system. So when we talk about vestibular system, as you know, we have semicircular canals and the otolith organs, that is utricle and saccule. Now, the sensations from these utricle and saccule and all are carried to the brain, and there is interpretation. Now, among them, now the semicircular canal is, the sensors are activated by the endolymphatic movement when the fluid inside moves. But that can be because of the inertia and all. Whereas when it comes to the otolith, that is utricle and saccule especially, they are very dependent on gravity. They get activated mainly because of the deflection that comes from gravity. So for example, when the head is there straight, there is usually no deflection in the hair cells or present in the otolith organ. And when you tilt the head, they get deflected because of the gravity pulling the calcium carbonate crystals, causing a deflection of the hair cell, making the brain understand that the head is tilted this much or looking upwards. So the brain interprets head's position in space based on the gravity acting on the system and the deflection that it is causing. Once you move to the microgravity area, now no more deflection happens. So the vestibular activation doesn't happen well. And that significantly affects the postural stability of the person who's traveling in space. The other aspect is related to the linear acceleration and deceleration. That is when a person moves forward or lifts up suddenly, whenever there's linear acceleration and deceleration, because of the weight of the otoconia and there is a linear inertia, that also causes a deflection issue. And then that none of this happen in space. Now, what happens if you don't sense it properly? Now, when we talk about vestibular system, it's not just about sensing the head's position, but also it's related to the output mechanism. So semicircular canal, though it is looking at angular velocities, it is mainly the otolith organs that are responsible for the sense of position of head in space, and which is activated by gravity. And so what happens is that not just the interpretation that comes to the vestibular nuclei, but there are many output mechanisms. For example, especially the control of your eye. That is, whenever your head is moving, the ability to focus depends upon the vestibular system's ability to control the focus. And many of the time, the linear accelerations, when it happens, the control of your gaze depends upon the otolithic activation. And when that doesn't happen, you cannot focus very steadily. And also the equilibrium reactions. Okay, when there is a still sudden reaction that we create that comes from the lateral and medial vestibulospinal tracts, that also get affected, and that hence affects the patient's balance and equilibrium when they return back also. It's almost like a patient who has a vestibular disease when they return back and have significant effect on maintaining upright position, and sometimes they sway while walking. All these effects are there after travel from the space. So significant deviations are seen. So to summarize, when we look at both the system getting affected, when we look at microgravity, it causes otolithic deprivation. That is, if the activation of otoliths are not there, which leads to many other symptoms, especially the postural instability, impaired coordination, and visual disturbances, and also early entry motion sickness. That is, when space travel, the motion sickness is also often because of this. Then the weightlessness affects the proprioceptive system, especially leading to manual dexterity problems, impaired complex motor tasks, and also impaired dual tasking. Everything is affected. So these two are the major issues that the space traveler will feel when they do a long flight travels. So as a whole, the deficits due to this system include disturbances in walking trajectories, postural instability, altered head position, tendency to raise arms to the sides while walking. Sometimes they put like a stamp, okay, that is because of to get the proprioceptive feedback, they stamp more. And there is irregularly spaced steps, increased reliance on vision, and also increased time for performing motor tasks. So you can see how much disturbance comes in terms of balance, motor and motor activities. And these are active aspects that has to be trained when the astronaut return back. So there are some studies that are done to understand this. Now, when we say there is loss of, so first we'll go back to generally the brain as such. When we look at loss of some gray matter, does that mean the functions is completely lost? So they wanted to do a study. This was a study done in a Russian setting where they did the study on 11 cosmonauts. When we say cosmonauts, is used for the term for Russian astronauts, so who has spent a long duration space flights. Okay, and they compared their brain compared to healthy controls. So before they go, they scanned them and did a experiment where they used a boot, okay, that is called as a Corvid system, where they can wear it when they are in a functional MRI. So it is basically on made up of materials that are not attracted by magnet, and the instrument that is here produces pressure on the forefoot first in one leg, right leg, then the behind foot, then the left foot, and then the right foot, I mean the behind foot. So making it as it look like we are walking, while walking how the pressure is felt. So this input creates a gait-like simulation for them to when they lie down in the functional MRI, and they looked at what areas in the brain are getting activated. So when they looked at the areas in both the cosmonauts and as well as those who are not space travelers, the functional area seems to be the same. It was not different between the two groups. That is, this stimulation mainly activated the post-central gyrus, okay, and also to in the lesser extent the cortex and cerebellum. So basically, you can see these areas getting activated in the post-central gyrus and these regions, especially in the medial aspect, because of the representation of the feet being more medial than lateral. You can see this activation, but also in areas in the insular cortex region. Now, when they came back, when they just looked at this aspect, the areas that got activated remained the same. But further they analyzed, and then when they looked at the pattern in which the connectivity happens, they found that there are changes in the connectivity areas. That is, for example, there are certain areas that show increased connectivity. For example, one among that is the right posterior superior supramarginal gyrus, that is on the parietal region that you can see here. And then also in the left orbitofrontal cortex, insula, and operculum. But especially this right posterior supramarginal gyrus is important, and you should remember that it has an increased connectivity than when they left from here, whereas certain regions had lesser connectivity. For example, the paracentral lobule had lesser connectivity to the prefrontal regions, and when you see it in blue color, that means the connectivity is less, has reduced connectivity. So certain areas, so there are changes compared to those who are not traveling. In space traveler, there are connectivity changes. Then they further looked at it, especially in the sensory motor cortex. They found that the blue areas are reduced activity, remember that. So that there was a reduction in connectivity in certain areas of the brain, especially, for example, in the cerebellar region, vestibular nuclei, the atria insula, posterior cerebral cortex, and temporal lobe region and all. So there were more reduced connectivity coming from regions that are responsible for vision, proprioception, and vestibular system. So there, though the functional areas did not change, but their connectivity changes, it reduces. So the question is, so what would we do about it? Can we reduce this chance of reduction in the connectivity changes? Okay, so there were, this is something that we just the summary of the same study. We just may skip that. There is a study that looked at the effect of exercise on what happens to these changes. So there is a model called model in which basically they do a head-down question, 6-degree tilt, and keep the participants for almost 70 days in that, just to simulate the space travel for long duration. So they divided 24 subjects into 3 groups, 8, 8, and 8. Control group received no exercise, but just were in that head down tilt position, 6 degrees, simulating the microgravity situation travel for 70 days. Then there was another group that had regular aerobic exercises and resistance training. And the third group just had a rowing exercise with resistance training. So they looked at whether does exercise, if at all, reduces the connectivity change, and which form of exercise. So when they returned back, what they looked at is that they mainly looked at the connectivity change in the right superior parietal gyrus. You remember that, and then the left post-central gyrus, the two major regions that we spoke about earlier. So when we look at it, you please just look at this graph on this right side. So if you see a higher graph, that means the change is more. So the first one represents the control group. That means in the control group, those who did not exercise, there were more connectivity changes compared to the exercising one. And comparatively, even compared to a flywheel, the group that did aerobic exercise in treadmill and cycling and resistance training had very, very little change in their connections. So this shows that exercising regularly, even if it is probably in the space station, can reduce the chances of reduction in this connectivity. So one is that to prevent the change in connectivity. But after you return, after the space travelers return, it is important for the space travelers to undergo a proper rehabilitation program. This rehabilitation program should focuses on balance retraining under different sensory challenging conditions. They train reactive balance and functional balance. Reactive balance, they put them on computerized dynamic posturography and do tiltings and make the patient feel that tilting and then create reactions. So the dynamic posturography is one that is used, and functional balance training across different settings is trained. Walking training across different conditions, and all these are focused towards balance and walking, and they also require a lot of motor skill training after they return back, which includes fine motor skill training, reaction time training, resistance training, and agility training. So to summarize, there are changes in functional connectivity seen in space travelers after a long space travel. And combined aerobic and resistant exercise seems to reduce the functional connectivity changes. But this is an overall connectivity change. But sensory motor deficit, though, is the most affected, predominantly affected, and it persists for many weeks even after they come back. So when they come back, they have to be put on a major training session to improve their balance and gait and also their motor skills, as we suggested earlier. So that is the main crux of it. We need more studies coming up and to study in these. So physiotherapists can also play a role in these teams to understand this and develop more programs for this patient. So with that, I end my talk. I thank again the organizers for this opportunity given to me, and before we wish you all the success for the rest of the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for such a wonderful session. And I hope everybody must have got some great insight about this wonderful topic. And definitely we need further studies and such kind of discussions in future also, so that we can get to know more about it. But it was a wonderful session, sir. Thank you so much.
Is there any questions I can take? Ms. Apurva Lakshmi has raised her hand.
Professor, if your questions there in chat box.
Pardon?
If your questions are there in chat box, can you please help this
Okay,
people?
let me see.
And there is someone raising the hand also. Yes, Apurva Lakshmi.
Apurva Lakshmi,
Yeah.
the same
She
person.
has put the question in chat box, sir.
Yeah, there was one question. What are the possible ways in which a physiotherapist can work in space science?
Okay.
We'll be very grateful if you can give some direction on the same.
Okay, so I have not seen. I'm not familiar with an Indian setup, but in we know setups in Florida, in US, around Orlando, both in Miami and Center for American Institute of Balance, for example, they have physiotherapists working in teams along with NASA. Who, when they return, so even there is a rehabilitation program in which they work with them, and also when they return back, these centers, there are physiotherapists working with them to improve their their problems or to solve their problems. But in a Indian setup, I am not sure. We probably have to approach ISRO, and we have not been in manned space yet, space travels yet. So probably there are not many therapists working here. No therapists probably working here, but probably in other countries like US. One way so is to possibly get in touch with these centers, because they have a lot of research programs. So they look for physiotherapists to join in as research assistants or take up some PhD programs. So possibly at a PhD level, trying in these tying up with these researchers possibly is one way of therapists to enter space science and do research in that.
Thank you, sir. And there was another question, but I think the same thing they have asked you. What are the is there any pathway for physios to work in space science? So it's the same question, different way. So that's what I think. Time to time, we should have certain discussions of this kind, and we should also see that in India also we should have physios working in the related to space program.
Yeah, that's true.
And
so I think it's time probably soon some of us to try for projects, at least to initiate with ISRO. ISRO are very receptive when it comes to research projects. I think I encourage young researchers to possibly look for opportunities in ISRO and probably approach them for research projects, and that's where it can start. It can't start straight away. Start with practice, but it can start with the research and finding, and then eventually, when it proves that okay, when you do physiotherapy or set of these training programs, prevents these problems and also helps the astronauts to become better. And so then eventually it becomes a practice, physiotherapist being a part of a team that it provides that program. So I think I think this is the golden hour, or the next decade is going to be the period where we can see physios working in this area. Just like how in sports physios are there, we will probably see physios for astronauts.
Sir, Dr. Apu sir, if you permit me, can I ask a question? It may sound silly, but suddenly I got a doubt.
Please go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir. Sir, John Solomon, sir, what about pilots and air hostess on the team, those who are flying frequently around some 8,000 to 10,000 feet? Do they have any changes, sir? Because they travel very regularly.
Yeah, usually because they don't go into the microgravity segment, and usually within a few hours to maximum a day they are back on the land. So though there are repeated exposure to travel, there are some activation that are related to the vestibular activation is there, but it doesn't create a major change in their postural mechanisms, because frequently their travel is interrupted and they are in land. So they don't usually, I believe, it doesn't have a major change in the brain or the system per se because of this short exposures. So I believe it, and that it's not much of a change, and we have not come across like that. But we have seen sometimes air travelers coming with certain sometimes changes in the vestibular, come up with dizziness after a sudden change in the pressure travel because of it. While traveling, there is a change in the pressure and sudden, sometimes they may develop some symptoms, especially a minor perilymphatic fistula, and then they are on bed rest. After that, they may have some vestibular hypofunction. They probably come for training, but usually otherwise in pilots and air hostess, we don't come across such problems like this.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Back to Apur Naren, sir. So there is one more question in the
And
chat box.
we have a question from Dr. Dhruv. Are there any evidences of cerebral atrophy following exposure to zero gravity or microgravity?
Yes, that's if you remember, that's one of the first slides. That was the first structural, one of the first structural change that was observed. There is cerebral atrophy, but it is very minor. It doesn't cause the atrophy is not that bad to cause a major permanent functional change. Because when you say atrophy, you're talking about loss of cells, but that is very minimal. And especially usually during the travel, to minimize that, they have a lot of activity or cognitive activity, exercises, activity that is happening that prevents it to an extent, but the atrophy is not not to a large extent. It's a very, very small amount of atrophy. That's why still the functional areas are present, and also their activations are there, but the connectivity changes because for a long time they are in a different setup. The brain, instead of relying on vestibular system, starts relying more on vision. So the connection, the strength of connectivity that happens between brain and vestibular system comes down, whereas probably there is an increase in the visual cortex in connection to the reliance on visual area. So that changes is much more rather than complete loss in the brain cells. There is a loss of brain cells. Atrophy has been demonstrated as a structural change, but still it's not a major part.
Okay, I think there was one more question in chat box. Let me check. There was question from Tamil Selvi. Is fine movements of hands are also affected? They wear a space suit, and inside that how they exercise for hand muscles.
Yeah, good question. Probably it's true. So one of the thing is, as I said, because of the proprioceptive system involvement, and it's very difficult to do fine motor activity when you do not get adequate feedback from your muscle spindles and all. And so it does get affected. But I think especially as you said, by wearing a spacesuit, probably doing regular fine motor activity might help, but it is just an assumption. We don't know. We don't have studies to say, yes, if they go on space station and keep regularly practicing fine motor activities, it will prevent that loss of fine motor activity. We don't know it. Those are questions yet to be answered. So, but we know that it gets affected when they travel for a long time and come back.
Thank you, sir.
So those are areas we have to explore.
Yes, sir. One more note from Aparna Selvam. Sir, can you give any note on cognition with relation to this topic?
Okay, so I'm not I haven't read well enough on cognitive aspect, to be honest, so I don't know much on it. But we know that there are certain processing ability sometimes in long travel comes down. That's why one of the reaction times comes down and all. But I would rather, I haven't read much on it, so I'm sorry, maybe I have to look back and verify until I don't know much on the high mental action. Yeah, the next question is probably also on that, but I don't have much, I haven't read enough to answer those questions.
Moving on to the next question. From Anamika Pradhan. Sir, is there any effect on higher mental function in zero gravity?
That's what I said. It's the same answer from my side. That it's the same question.
Right.
So.
Okay. Yeah.
So we can now move on to the next.
Yes.
Thank you all for all the questions, and as I told you, I'm not an expert. These are some understanding and logic and some science that we have read. So hope we'll have more inputs with the future to understand better and understand the role of physiotherapists. So again, thank you all. Thank you very much. Thank you,
Thank
Dr.
you, sir.
for questions.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Apurnarain and Dveti, and we will be moving on to the next moderator. I think.
Thank you.
Yes, I hand over the mic to Ms. Duna.
Thank you, Chandramohan sir. Good afternoon, all dignitaries and guests and delegates. Myself, Duna. I feel immense exaltation to wish you all a very happy 75th Indian Independence Day. The next topic of this program is effects on zero gene on respiratory system. I would like to invite with grace Dr. Sibbala Nagaraj, Professor and Vice Principal, Padma Shri Institute of Physiotherapy, Bangalore, Karnataka, to carry over the responsibility of chairing this topic. Welcome you, sir. Kindly take the charge, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation, and thank you for accepting me as a chairperson for moderating the upcoming session. So, effect of zero G space on respiratory system. First of all, I thank Royal Orthopedic Hospital and Sports Injury Center, collaborated with Jagannath University, Raipur, and the convener of the conference, Dr. Dhruv Taneja. And from the past morning, we have been seeing as a brainstorming sessions. So it is first of kind, it's conference. So where there are many inputs, where many people are learning many new concepts related to the Z0. And for the upcoming session, we have an eminent speaker with us, who is Dr. Subin Solomon, who is physiotherapist from Government Medical College, Kottayam. He is an ex-professor at Padma Shri Institute of Physiotherapy, Bangalore, and he has many publications to his credit, and he has a H index of 3 and co-authored 5 books, and he has many workshops has been undertaken in place, and it will be a nice brainstorming session for us to see the effects of zero G space on respiratory system. Over to you, Dr. Subin Solomon. We welcome you to the conference, sir.
Thank you, Nagraj sir. Thank you, Duna, and thank you, Dhruv, for giving me opportunity to speak in the conference, Zero conference. I thank the Royal Orthopedic Hospital and Jagannath University for the same. So, shall I share my screen?
Yeah, sure, sir.
Okay, so the topic for today is the effect of zero gravity on respiratory system. So we will be discussing in this order. First, we will see how to achieve a zero gravity and what is the anatomical and physiological effect of this zero gravity on the lungs. Then the effect of zero gravity on lung volume, the capacities, the expiratory flow, and the biomechanics of respiration. Then we'll move on to the effect of gravity on ventilation, perfusion, vehicular diffusion. Is there any effect of spacewalk or extravehicular activity in the space on the lung? And what could be the aerosol hazards like the dust from the moon or from the Mars? Will it have any effect on the lungs? And finally, the radiation. Move on to how to get zero gravity. So the gravity is equal to mass into acceleration as per the Newton's second law. F is equal to ma. Same way the weight is equal to mg. The g is acceleration due to gravity. So we cannot change the mass, but we can change the acceleration. The acceleration can be changed only by changing the inertia. So in the practically, we can change like the inertia while going upwards in a lift. You feel heavier. When you reach top, when deceleration, you feel lighter. Okay, so this is the same place, a very minute interval of time, you achieve zero gravity. Now, the hypergravity, how to achieve? You just move in a curved trajectory with a centrifugal force. You get hypergravity. And in microgravity, how you can achieve? One is in the earth, which is a very short-lived in elevator or a drop tower research, or whenever the aircraft accelerated towards the ground or the orbital flight in a spacecraft. Now the period of zero gravity. The parabolic flight gives the duration of microgravity of 20 to 25 seconds, whereas supersonic crafts will give little more longer time. Whereas long duration flight can give from 4 to 6 months. The orbital flights or space shuttle mission, spacewalk, interplanetary flight mission to Moon, Mars, etc. How to parabolic flight? In this flight, in this slide, if you see in the first phase, the flight goes 45 knots high. In this, you get a hypergravity. That means the double of the gravity. Then in the second phase, this phase, which lasts for 25 seconds, you get zero gravity, followed by again a hypergravity. So the zero gravity is sandwiched between the two periods of hypergravity. So we achieve the zero gravity only at this time. So for our experimental research on lungs or musculoskeletal system, they do only for this different repeated intervals of this zero gravity in parabolic flights. Okay, so this I already explained. One thing I want to tell, this parabolic flight is called as vomit comet, because the person who sit in this flight, they experience nausea and vomiting. So always these flights are always called as vomit comet. So when you compare the parabolic flight and the space flight, parabolic flight is relatively accessible compared to space flight. It is less expensive compared to space flight. The disadvantage is it is giving only for 20 to 25 seconds, and it is sandwiched between hypergravities. Whereas the space flight, you get sustained microgravity for a long period of time. The disadvantage is this opportunities for the astronaut or the people to get this opportunity is always less frequent. Now, how zero gravity is achieved in spacecraft? In our low Earth orbit, where the satellite revolves around the Earth, always you have a gravity of almost 90% of normal Earth gravity. So the zero gravity in the cabin is the result if inertial forces of the orbital motion cancels the gravitational pull of the Earth. So is it the term using the zero gravity is correct or not? No. The term microgravity is more correct compared to zero gravity. Why? Because if the object is not at the center of the mass of the space, you have less residual acceleration exists. So in this case, you call it as microgravity. Again, there is a problem of air drag and solar pressure, which cannot be removed. So microgravity terminology is better than compared to zero gravity. Next, we move on to the anatomical effect of gravity on the lung structure. There is no effect as such, because at the FRC, the lung is made up of 1 liter of tissue and 3 liters of air. So this corresponds to very less density, that is 25% compared to other organs in the body. So because of that, there will be no anatomical damages or changes occurs when gravity is removed. And when they come back, they doesn't have any degradation of function, even after if they come from 6 months after space. Now, to explain the physiological concept, you have two concepts called as slingy effect and the zone model. So when you see this slingy effect, if you see in this left side, if you have weight in this coil, the spring down, you see more spring coils compared to the upper one. So when you have gravity, you have more lower coils, you are seeing more in the lower zone. But if gravity is removed, you have coils is at E1. So same way, lung can be explained in this way, in this slingy model, you can express in 3 ways. Number one, the alveoli at the top of the lung is bigger compared to bottom. If you see here, whichever alveoli in the apex, they will be bigger compared to smaller. So whenever you take air inside, always alveoli in the lower zone will be filled first. Next, the ventilation is more greater in the dependent lung because you have already this alveoli. You have the alveoli, the size is very less. So there is more chance of opportunity of getting air inside in the lower zone. The third point is if you assume this spring as blood vessel, you have more blood vessels in the dependent zone compared to upper zone. That means in the gravity, you have more perfusion in the lower zone and more ventilation in the lower zone. But in the upper zone, you have less ventilation and less perfusion. But if gravity is removed, ventilation and perfusion is everywhere same. So V by Q ratio is maintained more better without gravity. The next model is zone model. You have 3 different zones: zone 1, zone 2, zone 3. Zone 1, there is no perfusion. Zone 2, you have perfusion, but if you have more height over here, you have less perfusion. Over here, you have more perfusion. And in zone 3, you have more perfusion because all the pulmonary capillaries are opened in the lower zone. So you have more blood supply to the lung for exchange. Now we move on to the next effect of zero gravity on lung volume. Only 2 things you have to remember. One is residual volume is reduced and expiratory reserve volume is reduced. Normally, residual volume will not change in gravity or even you immerse the person in water. But in microgravity, it is reduced because the diaphragm is gone upwards because there is no gravity. Viscera is also gone upwards, so expiratory reserve volume is reduced. Residual volume is also reduced. And normally in gravity, dependent lungs of the lung where the residual volume reaches before the lungs exhale out. Okay, so residual volume is little higher, whereas in microgravity, all the alveoli with regard to upper zone and lower zone, all air comes out at a uniform rate. So residual volume and expiratory reserve volume is reduced with regard to lung volume. Now, in this picture, if you see, in normal gravity, all the alveolus are bigger in upper zone, where all alveolus are smaller in lower zone. In microgravity, all the alveolus are exhaled equally. So this results in less residual volume compared to at gravity. Now, lung capacity, the vital capacity is reduced on day 1, but by day 4, it returns to normal, and after that, it remains unaltered. The initial translocation of the blood from the lower extremity would have resulted in less vital capacity, but as the day progresses, the plasma volume reduces. So again, the vital capacity return to normal. Now, when you come to vital capacity, again, one study has been done. It showed that the initial vital capacity is between supine and standing at normal gravity by day 2 of flight. Whereas by day 9 of the flight, it is above standing, but inspiratory vital capacity is better than expiratory vital capacity. On day 4, both vital capacities were higher than standing when compared to normal gravity. Now, the next capacity is FRC. FRC is reduced by 500 ml. It is between standing and supine. Unlike vital capacity, like day 1 it reduces, it comes back. No, FRC reduces throughout the course. The reason is because the abdominal contents weight is removed, so abdomen may move up, the diaphragm may move up. That reduces the FRC. Effect of zero gravity on expiratory flow. The forced vital capacity reduced early in the flight, but it recovered back same like the other vital capacity. It also has come back to normal. Now, peak expiratory flow rate. If you see, now we come to, initially we studied anatomy, then we discuss physiology, then we discuss lung volume, then we discuss capacities. Now we're discussing the expiratory flow. In the expiratory flow, the PEFR was reduced by 12%. Why that reduced? They have compared in parabolic flight, it was not reduced because in PEFR, they have to blow out like this. So their seating position in parabolic flight was stable. They were able to brace themselves, but in a spacecraft, they were not able to brace themselves. That's why the PEFR was less in a space flight compared to parabolic flight. Next heading is, does gravity affects the lung function? Basically on biomechanics, it has seen that it reduces the lungs and chest wall recoil pressure. It that has itself has an effect on your lung expansion or the chest expansion. But hypergravity does not affect the respiratory mechanism, but the microgravity can alter the lung and chest wall recoil pressure. To study more, they need to insert the electrodes or the pressure knobs under esophagus or stomach. So these studies were limited in the literature review. Now, it has seen that with microgravity or zero gravity, the tidal breathing, the amount of air taking into the lungs is more with abdominal breathing compared to the chest wall breathing. So it has increased to 58% from the abdominal contribution compared to the intercostal muscle contribution. And it also has been seen that abdominal wall complaints, the degree of expandability of the abdominal wall was increased, not the rib cage complaints. The rib cage was stiff, even if it is in gravity, microgravity, or hypergravity. Now, they're coming to the respiration. The respiration tidal volume was lower, but breathing frequency was higher. Why this result was the abdominal contents weight was removed. The shoulder girdle was placed, the inspiratory muscles in a different configuration, like the position of sternocleidomastoid or pectoralis minor. This position would have altered these changes that results in lower tidal volume and increased respiratory rate. As you know, the ventilation is the multiplication of tidal volume into respiratory rate. The tidal volume was reduced by 15%. The breathing rate was increased by 9%. That results in overall ventilation was reduced to 7%. Since the capillaries were increased, pulmonary capillaries were increased, this results in reduced dead space. That means the area of the alveoli with less perfusion, that has been reduced. So you have more uniform distribution of blood flow because gravity was not there. All alveolus were getting enough pulmonary capillary flow. So this results in reduced physiological dead space. Now we are going to moving on to the effect of gravity on ventilation, perfusion, and V/Q ratio. Now, if you see this both graph, you have seen the left side normal gravity, right side you have microgravity. You need to compare these three things. The phase 4, you see this terminal rise. This is because of the upper alveoli are less expanded compared to lower alveoli. Now, when you see in microgravity, the terminal rise is present, but it is less compared to normal gravity. Now, the second thing you can see, did you see here the oscillations? This is called as cardiogenic oscillations. That is basically because when the heart expands during diastole, that compresses the lung. And when the heart goes for systole, it allows the lungs to expand. So because of that, the lungs will go for some oscillation. That is called cardiac oscillations that were more prominent in normal gravity. It is less prominent in microgravity. The third thing you have to look here, the slope. See this phase 3 slope. If it is inclined like this, steep like this, that means you have a early lung damage. So this phase 3 slope was present both in normal gravity and also present in the microgravity. So I'll discuss here. The first one is phase 4. The phase 4 indicates that upper alveoli are less expanded compared to lower alveoli, but this has been reduced to 20%. That means in microgravity, upper alveoli and lower alveoli are equally ventilated. Now, cardiac oscillations, due to the expandability of the heart, that has been reduced to 50% of their size. Okay, what is this oscillation means? This oscillation means that the lungs near the heart are compressed and re-expanded again due to the systole and the diastolic activity of the heart. Now the slope is also changed very slightly. So even in microgravity or in normal gravity, all these three things were present. Now we come to perfusion. So what was ventilation is amount of air reaching to the alveoli for gas exchange is ventilation. And what is perfusion is amount of blood reaching to the lungs for the gas exchange is perfusion. So to get a perfusion, you need to get more blood to the lungs. And if you see here, the cardiac output was elevated after first day by 35%. This was due to stroke volume was increased and bradycardia was there. That is, I think already Prem sir told you why there is bradycardia due to the less postural hypotension reflex. Now, what you have to discuss here is, so what you mean by this is you have more blood supply to the supply to the lungs is available. So you have good ventilation, you have good perfusion, so definitely you have a good V/Q matching in microgravity. Now, diffusing capacity for carbon monoxide. So what is ventilation? I had told what is perfusion, or now what is diffusion is amount of oxygen transferred from the capillary to transferred from the alveoli to the capillary for gas exchange is diffusion. diffusion is always checked with the affinity of carbon monoxide to hemoglobin. So it has been shown that the diffusing capacity was increased by 28% compared to supine position in gravity. So diffusion is also increased in microgravity. Now these diffusion studies have two things. One is membrane diffusing capacity and pulmonary capillary blood volume. Both also has been in the studies, it's shown that both also has been increased. And why this diffusing capacity is increased? You have more alveoli for gas exchange, more the alveoli, more the surface area, so more carbon monoxide can take part in the study. So that's why diffusing capacity was increased. The second thing why pulmonary capillary blood volume was increased, because you have more perfusion to the lung, then you have more pulmonary capillaries are recruited, that results in more pulmonary capillary blood volume. Now, since I told you, so lung has given lot of blood to reaching to the lung, will it produce pulmonary edema? Actually, if you have more blood into the lung, there is more chance of getting pulmonary edema, but it is not happening. Why? Because the diffusion is there, so edema is less, the one possibility. Second thing, they have measured the pulmonary tissue volume, that shown that there is no extra amount of volume, blood volume situated in the lung. That indicates that whatever the blood comes, it immediately go for gas exchange and it has gone back. So because of these two evidences, it has been shown that the person who go and come back to the space will never result pulmonary edema. Why we suspect a pulmonary edema? Because you have pulmonary capillary filtration rate is higher. That means there can be a chance of edema, but it is not happening in astronauts. Now you see here the diffusion comparison, microgravity, supine, standing. This all are in normal gravity. This is in microgravity. If you see here the black thing, that means there is vasoconstriction. If you see here in microgravity, all the blood vessels are dilated. Now if you see all the alveoli are expanded, so you have more cardiac output, more pulmonary capillary volume, more diffusing capacity, more surface area for diffusion. This was one study has been shown in the literature. Now we come to the ventilation perfusion ratio. Normally, as I told you, if you see this is the lungs, upper lung, you have less alveoli ventilated, so less perfusion. Lower lung, you have more alveoli open and more perfusion in normal gravity. But in microgravity, even if it is upper zone also, lower zone also, all the alveoli are remained open at the same place. So, and there is no gravity. So you have all the alveoli are getting more perfusion. V/Q ratio matching is present. But in normal gravity, the lower perfused lung is perfused with lower ventilator, higher perfused lung is with higher ventilator. So still the V/Q matching is there. So even in microgravity or normal gravity, both V/Q matching is optimal. Now we come to aerosol hazard. I think if you people are physios, if you remember the nebulization principle, you have impaction, sedimentation, impaction, sedimentation, then electrostatic weighing, diffusion. So these are the different mechanisms of particle, the nebulous particle depositing in the lung. If you want to deposit a particle in the trachea, you need to do higher respiratory rate, or you need to do a deep breathing. Okay, that means the particles will deposit in the trachea. So if you have bronchospasm in the trachea, you need to do nebulization at a higher rate. Whereas if you want to bring a bronchospasm in the bronchioles, you need to use the principle of sedimentation. You need to give a breath hold. So if you give a breath hold, the particles will deposit to bronchus due to gravity. That is called as sedimentation. Okay, then diffusion is the colliding of one particle to the other. With a different collision, these particles reaches the parenchyma. So you have the impaction, sedimentation, and diffusion. So here during nebulization, all these three things are possible. Physiotherapists can produce deposition in trachea by means of higher respiratory rate. Sedimentation you can do by using a breath hold, and diffusion you can do by a lower respiratory rate. I have mentioned in my cardiorespiratory book. Same way in microgravity, if you see, you don't have gravity, so sedimentation will not happen. So the particles from the atmosphere will deposit mainly due to impaction and diffusion. So we discuss here what are the dust. Where is the source of the dust? The common source of the dust is the dust that stick into the spacesuit. They go for a walk outside the spacecraft. When they come back, this suit will have the particles of the planet. Like for example, the person who have gone to moon, astronaut, their shoes will be having the dust from the lunar dust. So all this dust will stick into that inside to the cabin, and that may, while removing their suit, it may enter inside the lab. Then next is there sometimes the fire may happen in the spacecraft. So that produces some airborne particles that may come inside the astronauts' lungs. Like 2 fire accidents happened, like something was happened in around 50-60 years back. So normally, if you remove these 2 circumstances, International Space Station, the chance of getting dust is very less because the environment is well filtered. Okay, the person who goes out and come back can bring the dust, or if there should be some chance of fire. Now, the countries have the plan of exploration to moons, Mars, where you have a lot of dust comes. So we should know about all these things. Now, this dusts are very toxic, especially lunar dust. Why? Because if you see the second line, they have highly reactive surface and there is no oxygen there. So what happens is their dust goes inside, which will immediately go for oxidation. It will result in parenchymal damage. Lunar dust has more property like crystalline quartz, so this will produce occupational lung disease like silicosis, like that type of restrictive disorder can happen if they are more exposed to the dust. Okay, so once this dust gets inside, it will be very difficult to clear it out by the patient's lung. Now, next on, we move on effect of spacewalk or effect of extravehicular activity on the lung. So that means they go wear the spacesuit and they go outside. What is the peculiarity of this spacesuit is this spacesuit will have the atmospheric pressure. Normally it is 760 mm. That has bring down to 220 mm. In US spacesuit, it is only 220 mm. Russian, it is of 290 mm with 100% oxygen. Why they have reduced the atmospheric pressure? To make them more mobile. If you give more pressure, they will not be able to move in the atmosphere. So this results in what happens? This results you are giving 100% oxygen. So whatever amount of nitrogen, the partial pressure of nitrogen present in the blood will get absorbed. This results in formation of venous gas emboli. When there is a venous gas emboli, that results in pulmonary embolism or it alter V/Q ratio. So the person who go for extravehicular activity, they go normally after that denitrogenation protocol to remove this gas emboli. And studies has been found that even though they go for space vehicle walk, they never get gas emboli accumulation because of 2 things. Because one, well, they were going for denitrogenation protocol for 3 to 4 hours. Second thing, there may be some protective effect of microgravity on venous bubble. So these 2 things would have saved an astronaut from getting a decompression stress like this formation of venous gas bubble. Now, long after long duration spray, the astronauts who have returned back after 6 months in their ISS, International Space Station, it has been said that their respiratory muscle strength has been reduced, but it can be picked up by giving a respiratory muscle training after once they come back. Now, radiation that of space radiation, one is particle from the sun and galactic cosmic rays. This can produce some carcinogenic effect and some degenerative effect, but effect on the lungs has not been studied yet. Now, conclusion, the results. Am I audible? Hello?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Conclusion, the results suggest that normoxic normobaric, that means with a normal FiO2 and normal pressure, lung function is not a concern compared to musculoskeletal system or a neurological system. So compared to other system, lung has minimal damage. The lung is very sensitive to gravity, but still these changes in gravity will not result in long-lasting consequences of lung function. So these are the 6 points of conclusion. Maybe changes you see in mechanics, lung volume, capacity, perfusion, diffusion, V/Q ratio with zero gravity or partial gravity. Still, the lung continues well to function well in the set of experiments. There is limited evidence to say that interstitial edema elevated with zero gravity. This does not produce impairment in any gas exchange. The current denitrization protocol in International Space Station is effective of negative consequences of lung. Exposure to dust is unavoidable, and this may produce routine challenge to lungs in future space exploration. So two hazardous effects is one, the problem of interstitial edema, and it has been found that it is not happening. Second, as per the lab experiments, it is found that you can get decompression stress, but it is not happening in microgravity. So the two negative effects like decompression sickness and the interstitial edema is not seen in microgravity. So these were the references I have taken for this review. I just want to show the once a video about the zero gravity. I want to show here that this is a parabolic flight. So the starting you will experience normally one represents 9.8 meter and 1.5 meter, one time the normal gravity, and at this level you achieve the zero gravity. So from here to this hypergravity, yes. Are you getting?
No, actually, video was not available to me earlier.
Are you able to see the screen?
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
it is visible.
Now I can.
I didn't on the video yet. I'm just explaining.
Okay, okay, okay.
Okay, so just this video, this parabolic flight, the course of the parabolic flight. So the degree means how much the tip of the nozzle of the flight tilts. And this is showing how much the gravity will experience. So 1.5 at present it is 1.5 means so 1.5 times the normal gravity. And at this level, you feel the zero gravity. The same time, the people inside the spacecraft will feel weightlessness. So 45 degree, once it reaches, you get two double gravity. Hypergravity is achieved by around 45 degree. Now it is going to decline. Now the time starts from zero gravity. Now the moment they go for weightlessness, and this phase will last only for 20 to 25 seconds. So the people who go for international space station, they should go for this trial experiment for longer time. Now it gets declined. Now the zero gravity ends, and they are coming back. The gravity will start increasing. The moment it increases, the person will go back to ground. Okay, I'll move back into the slides. Okay, any doubts?
Yes, indeed, it was a good presentation. So, effect of zero gravity on respiratory system. You have been touched it from the basics, from the anatomy, physiology, and biomechanical aspects also, and its effects on various lung capacities. And as a physiotherapist, everyone has understood how far we can explore the things. And indeed, it was a very good session. However, we'll see if there are a few queries. One second. So the one person is asking about what is the type of breathing pattern they can adapt.
Once they reach the zero gravity in the parabolic flight, in that they go for, instead of thoraco abdominal, they go for abdominal thoracic breathing. because the abdomen is more compliant compared to the chest wall.
Okay. Okay, fine. Just we'll see, sir, if there is any other queries related to effects of zero gravity on respiratory system.
Sorry to interrupt you. Somebody has raised his hand, Sudipta Ghosh. You can write your question in the chat box so that our chairperson will read the question for our speaker.
Because audio not connected for her. So,
Yes.
Dipta Ghosh, madam, you can please post your question in chat box. We will be reading it out for you.
Can you please post the question in the chat box?
Maybe it has happened by mistake also.
There is a question, sir.
Yeah, question.
So, madam,
does increase in respiratory rate can cause tachypnea? Sir, is it audible?
Yeah,
increase in respiratory rate can cause tachypnea, which can lead to diaphragm fatigue. What can be done in this situation?
No, in this case, the respiratory rate is always compensated by reduced tidal volume. The patient is having, the person who go for aeronautical in the spacecraft, they experience less tidal volume, hence the respiratory rate. The alveolar ventilation remains same. This, if the alveolar ventilation normally it should be between 5 liters to 10 liters. If it is above 10 liters only, we can call it as tachypnea or the respiratory muscle fatigue. Anything the minute ventilation between 5 to 10 liters is fine.
Okay. So have you got the answer, Mr. Sudipta? Okay, yeah, the question has been addressed. Is there any other queries related to respiratory system? You can post it in the chat box.
Dr. Pavan Parikh has raised his hand. If you have any question or doubt, please post in chat box.
Sir, can you please post it in chat box?
Dr. Pavan Parikh, audio not connected for you. You have raised your hand. Please post your doubt if you have any question.
Maybe
he has lowered his hand, sir. Yeah.
I think he has not posted the question in the chat box.
No questions. I find it.
No questions, sir, actually. Sir, one more question from Dr. Rakesh.
Yeah. Is there any link with posture in space regarding respiratory problems? Is there any link with posture in space regarding respiratory problems? He's asking about in biomechanical point of view. Is there any link with posture?
There have been no studies have been. Only the study has shown that the position of the respiratory muscles. Okay, that has an effect on the respiratory mechanics. Only one study has come out.
Okay, fine. So, Mr. Dr. Rakesh, have you got the question has been addressed? Is there any other queries? You can post it in the chat box.
No questions, sir. Then we can move on to next topic.
Thank you. Thank
yes,
you.
sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you,
I got it the point.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks for the entire team for wonderful effort. I thank Dr. Dhruv Taneja and the entire team of Royal Orthopedic and Sports Injury Center. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sibbala Nagaraj, sir, for chairing this session. And now I would like Dr. Chandra Mohan to join the stage and kindly take back the charge of the mic.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Duna. I also feel immense joy to wish Happy Independence Day to all. And I welcome our next chairperson, Dr. Atul Singh, Principal, HOD, Jaipur National University and Director, My Physio Chain of, for the topic, Preparing an Astronaut on Physical and Mental Dimensions. Dr. Atul Singh, please.
Dr. Atul Singh, sir, can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm audible?
Yes, sir, you are.
Okay, yeah. Good afternoon, all of you. And it's my honor to be here for this wonderful that conference, e-conference on SpaceCon. And first of all, thanks to Dr. Dhruv sir to provide me this opportunity to be there to chair this session. And before that, like it's very good initiative that in remembrance of our mentor, our guru, our like what to say, Godfather, Dr. Einstein Jerome sir. So it's really honor for me to be here in remembrance of our beloved sir. So thanks, Dhruv sir, for this kind of initiative. And so today we will start that topic. And I would like to welcome Dr. Bhavna Puri ma'am. Ma'am is assistant professor in College of Physiotherapy, Pandit B.D. Sharma University of Health Sciences, Rohtak. And ma'am did her MPT in musculoskeletal from Indian Spinal Cord Injury Center, New Delhi. And it's great honor to have you, ma'am, with us. And today, ma'am, guide us on the topic of very interesting topic, like preparing an astronaut on physical and mental dimension. Hello. So this is very interesting topic that, to cover all the physical and mental dimension to become a good astronaut. As today in the COVID era, like we are talking about this all the scenario, and in general population also we are facing so many problems related to mental issues. So it's very good topic. So we welcome you, ma'am, to start the topic. And we will have this session for 30 minutes, 20 minutes. Ma'am, you will have your this session, and 10 minutes we will have for the question answer round. So if anyone is having any doubts on queries, you can drop the question in chat box, and we will give you the appropriate answer with the help of ma'am.
Thank you, sir. A very good afternoon to all the participants, and a very happy Independence Day. I'll start. We are already running late, so I'll just start my presentation. My topic is preparing an astronaut on physical and mental dimensions. Space and stars have fascinated everyone since when we were a kid, and the desire to explore new things, it has fascinated so many people towards one of the most difficult jobs, I'll not say on earth, in this world, because challenges of this job are huge. If we see what it takes to become an astronaut, it is tougher than any competitive exams. In 2012, 18,000 applicants applied for posts of 12 astronauts. Only 12 were selected by NASA. There are, apart from various academic qualifications required, there are qualities like leadership skills, experience in piloting jet aircrafts, use of robotic arms, various physical and mental screening exams, exceptional communication skills, knowledge of additional languages, which are sought after in an astronaut. So today's talk, I'll cover it in 3 sections. First would be what physical and mental screening examination are done to screen out an astronaut. Second, how the astronauts are trained for their physical and mental challenges. And third will be what are the countermeasures that are used to combat these physical and mental hazards. Why physical fitness is important for an astronaut? See, an astronaut, it will not be an enjoyable trip to space. They have to carry out a lot of activities. They have to walk, run, squat, crawl, lift weights all day. Even the space suit weighs around 350 pounds. And with each extra kg, there will be mass associated with it. Even the gravity is not there, still they will require that muscle strength to perform those activities. So what physical fitness criteria which are mandatory? First is that distal and near visual acuity should be correctable to 20/20 in each eye. Lenses and laser surgeries are allowed. BP should not exceed more than 140 to 90 in sitting position. Multiple measures are taken. Standing height not more than 62 to 75 inches to fit in the spacecraft. The person has to undergo a swimming test. They have to swim 3 lengths of a 25-meter pool without stopping. In the second phase, they have to swim with their cotton dress on and tennis shoes. They can take as much time as possible, but they have to complete the 3 rounds without stopping. Also, people, they are tested in hyperbaric and hypobaric atmospheric pressure in altitude chambers. People who have experience of scuba diving, high altitude training, and adventure expeditions have a cutting edge over others here. So for astronaut physical assessment, this involves various physiotherapy assessment techniques which are done. Aerobic capacity is measured, muscle strength and power assessment, assessment of core stability, flexibility, and balance are done for the astronauts. So astronaut physical assessment test battery includes 10 tests. First, they have to undergo anthropometric assessment. The height is measured. For body mass, because each extra kg means extra load, extra fuel to be required. And body composition, their fat percentage, their metabolic rates are calculated. Then flexibility, sit and reach test and Thomas tests are basic tests are used to see whether the flexibility is good, because it is a very confined space and they have to perform a lot of activities. Flexibility is very important. Hand grip strength is measured using handheld dynamometers. Balance assessment, center of pressure displacement and the sway envelope are measured. Core strength is measured using Olympic Manual of Core Strength Assessment. Basically 3 positions like planks, side planks. The length of time they can maintain that position. 3 different positions are taken in this. Lower and upper body muscle strength using 1 RM is calculated in bench press and squats. Vertical jumps are used to determine muscle power. Counter movement jump on pressure platforms, which calculate the amount of reaction force and total power performance. And cardiovascular capacity is measured using Bruce protocol in treadmill. So this is a battery of 10 tests which is used to just for screening of an astronaut. So basic level of fitness is required just to enter the training. Then if we talk about mental dimensions in space, it will be a very different situation. There will be confinement and isolation. Few people are confined in a very narrow space and are isolated from the world. Lockdowns were very difficult for us because we were confined in our homes. The astronauts are confined in a outer space with very little communication with the world. Second most important parameter which has been seen to be disturbed is sleep, because the personal space is not there. Also, environment factors are such that most studies show that astronauts lose up to 1.5 to 2 hours of sleep in their circadian rhythms is disturbed, and sleep deprivation is one of the very most important factor in altering their behavior and mood. Various behavioral and mood changes are also studied. So Chinese space agencies have put a lot of effort in researching on what causes sleep problem in space flight and what are the countermeasures that could be done. Environment, unreasonable work arrangement, circadian rhythm disorders, and various discomfort leads to decrease in sleep time and also sleep quality. This may lead to decrease in their cognition, reduce visual alertness, reduce operational performance, emotional changes, changes in reaction, and physical health of people. So various countermeasures are also suggested to improve the sleep quality. We'll discuss that later. We are talking about screening first. So a cognitive test battery has also been used for space flights. A sustainable high level of cognitive performance is very important in success of any space mission. Why? Because scientists, each astronaut is assigned up to 100 experiments while they are on the spaceship. So they are just not there for fun. They are responsible for, each scientist is responsible for up to 100 experiments. They are responsible for repair of space station of their spacecraft and also any maintenance of equipment there. Apart from that, they get a very little leisure time for recreation. So in addition to physiological effects, they are also exposed to various environment toxicants and stressors, which include radiation, hypercapnia, hypoxia, decompression, dietary restriction, fluid shifts. They cannot have a bath. They have to sponge for 6 months to 1 year. There are many factors which may affect their psychology as well as cognition. So the cognitive test battery, basically it covers execution, episodic memory, complex cognition, social cognition, and sensory motor speed, which are covered in these tests, because they have to be exceptionally well in their cognitive abilities. So this test battery, cognitive test battery, it includes 10 tests. These are computerized tests, and the left side of the screen, you can see the screenshots of these tests. So first is motor praxis. In this test, a square, if you can see a blue square is visible on screen. The blue square will visible on screen, and they have to hit the place where the blue square is visible. It will rapidly change its position and reduce in size. So the correct number of correct responses are recorded. Visual object learning, second test. In this, specific shapes are shown and they are moved in, you can see a rectangle is in a cubical structure. So we have to identify the exact same shapes which were shown earlier and click on the correct shapes. Third is fractional two-back test. In this, the patterns are shown and the person has to respond, click on the pattern which was visible 2 screens earlier. Then fourth test is abstract matching. If you can see here, a star is visible. We have to match it to the, in which category will it go. In fifth is a line orientation test. Line orientation test, there is one line and another line. The person has to orient it parallel to this line. Number of clicks he will take and number of rotations made are recorded. Then is the emotional recognition test. The expression of a person are shown and we have to classify whether it is sad, angry, happy, and click on that. Next is digit symbolization substitution. What will appear next? A balloon analog risk. With each click, the balloon is inflated. We have to inflate it to the maximum without bursting the balloon. So number of balloons they take bursting before getting a good size of balloon. And psychomotor vigilance test is almost a reaction time. In box, whenever the number starts to appear, the person has to click on the test. So these are actually approved psychometric test battery. But cognition tests are important. Why they are important? Because they will unmask any hidden cognitive abnormalities in a person. Because people usually do not know their cognitive abilities. Because of knowledge and experience, we can mask a lot of our behavior and memory skills by learning. So these tests are important. Next, fine motor skills are tested. These are also computerized tests. The person has to drag on lines, trace, point, pinch and rotate to align to certain things, because fine motor skills are affected in space and they are required to perform very fine movements. So fine movement skills are also tested. So this was the first section, what physical and mental screening an astronaut has to undergo before being selected. So once a person who clears the physical tests, the cognitive tests, and and has good academic qualification, they are selected to train as an astronaut. So training is approximately 2 years of intensive training is done for a person to prepare for space flights. What are the components of training? They are trained for spacewalking, for operating the space station, for flying jet planes, controlling a robotic arm. Wilderness exposure is given. And basically in these 2 years, they have to become an expert on everything, on rockets, weather patterns, geology, electronic repair, medical procedures, because they are the only one there in the space. So they have to know it all, from injecting an IV to perform minor eye procedures and repairing their spacecraft. So the 2 years time is very less in learning all this. It will be like drinking from a fire hose pipe. So the amount of knowledge is too much and the time is very less. So first part of training involves vomit comet. So previous lecture has beautifully described the parabolic flight. Basically the person is made to experience the weightlessness in the parabolic flight for up to 40 times in a day. So they have to, the 22 seconds of weightlessness, they have to experience up to 40 times a day, repeated over and over again for some time to experience the effect of weightlessness. Usually after 2 to 3 days, a person starts to get some hold of as the name suggests, vomit comet. Usually everyone vomits at first, but after 3 days, the person starts to get hold of this and gradually condition to the changes. Next part of the training is in neutral buoyancy lab of NASA. So basically this is for spacewalking. What is this? This is a 45-meter deep swimming pool, which has all the equipments of space station installed in the bottom. So every astronaut is put into this water wearing a space suit 45-meter deep and left there for 6 to 8 hours every day. And they have to perform various procedures of repair and use the equipment underwater for 6 to 8 hours a day. Now, why? Because it will the space suit is very heavy for Earth. So they are transported through, if you can see the pictures, they are transported through a machinery. The entry of the cockpit of the spaceship is similar. So person enters there, they stay underwater 45-meter deep and perform various experimentation on the machinery and equipment which is present there, various fine motor skills they have to perform there, and various screwing a nut bolt, how they'll do it in space. So this training is again very difficult, staying underwater 6 to 8 hours every day. Then there are microgravity simulator lab in NASA. It suspends the person with harness, because as Sir said that microgravity would be the correct term for in space rather than zero gravity. So they are trained in microgravity to move around in space and to perform various procedures, how to buckle, how to unbuckle, and without getting hurt, how to move in microgravity. So they have to train in microgravity simulator. After that, there are simulated trainings. They have to learn the spaceships, because spaceships are complex. So an astronaut has to learn everything behind everything. So every component of the spaceship, first they train on a single system trainer. Once they learn each system, then they get into an integrated cockpit, first alone, then with the team. And then the training team starts to inject failures in the simulator, and they have to, because in space they do not have the time to think. They should be programmed to react in such situation. A astronaut has to be a very cool-headed person, because he has to perform very difficult tasks in a very stressful situation. So every possible failure is taught to them in a simulator, and the coordination with the ground team is made in these simulators. So after having the training, what are the countermeasures that are taught to the person, astronauts who are going to go in space? So one of the most important countermeasure which is used is exercise. Basically, in a spaceship, there are 3 exercise equipments. First is a treadmill. For they have to run the total exercise program for every day is around 2.5 hours. So astronaut has to exercise every day for 2.5 hours on a spaceship, which will include treadmill running. If you can see, the treadmill is tied with chains so that the person doesn't float away. So the countermeasures are also trained during the training, how to run on this treadmill, how to buckle and unbuckle. Second is cycling. The stationary cycle doesn't have a seat, and the person just buckles himself and cycle. And third is weightlifting. Now this weightlifting also, because there will be no gravity, weights won't do. It is a vacuum machine on which the person has to perform his exercises. Now these are countermeasures to reduce the loss of muscle strength and bone mass in space, because around 2% of bone mass and muscle mass is lost during space. To countermeasure that, these exercises are done in space. For their mental health, because isolation can have very deleterious effect on the mental health. They are given food is a very important countermeasure. Our astronauts do not eat just granola bars, or there are no capsules. They actually eat natural food, which is freeze dried. So the food is freeze dried, all the water is taken out, they're dried and sealed into these vacuum packets. And each vacuum packet has an expiry of around 3 years. So what they do, they re-inject the water in it, and normal looking food is ready for them to eat. So astronauts are given their favorite food items in spaceship, and they are also, when they reach space station, they also get fresh fruits and vegetables for consumption. So food is important. Also, a few mental countermeasures are, they usually get a call from their favorite celebrity. Their favorite actors call them, favorite politicians call them on their experiences, so that gives a positive feeling. They also have parties in space station. If you can see, this is a pizza party going on in the space station. They play games. Favorite pastime of most astronauts is clicking pictures of Earth from the space, or they may take their musical instruments. But these for sleep countermeasures, a proper environment is made. Also proper lighting, the effect of blue light and red light is important, because natural light is missing. The changes in circadian rhythm is also because of change in the lighting pattern. So the blue light chambers and red light chambers are made so that they can uplift their mood. And basically teamwork, the astronauts have a very strong collaboration and teamwork. We cannot end up having conflicts in the space. To study these mood changes, actually for Mars mission, a study has been conducted for 520 days. Astronauts were put into isolation, because the total Mars mission would be 520 days, and their psychology was studied. It was found that 2 of the astronauts didn't develop any mood changes or any depression, whereas those who had mood changes and depression were responsible for most of the conflicts on the space flight. So it is very important to identify people who can bear this isolation and cannot do not have negative effects on their cognition because of this isolation. as otherwise the whole purpose, all the experiments would be hampered, the teamwork would be hampered, and a lot of money would be wasted. So a lot of energy is put into countermeasuring their mental health. Then coming to post-flight reconditioning, once the physical changes that occur in space, usually the person has to retrain to acclimatize to Earth's gravity once they reach on the ground. So this area is very understudied. Usually when they come back from International Space Station, it has been studied that they have deficit in their aerobic capacity, their muscle strength is reduced, power is reduced, endurance is reduced, bone density is reduced, balance, agility, coordination, all the parameters we assess in physiotherapy are usually, including proprioception and flexibility, are reduced. So astronaut strength training rehabilitation has become compulsory, which is undertaken under specialized physiotherapists. Since 2001 it is being implemented for reconditioning all the astronauts once they return back. Usually it is a 45 days training program. 2 hours per day they spend with their physiotherapist exercising all 7 days of week, and the exercise program is tailored to the specific needs of the astronaut. First, all the parameters are assessed: aerobic capacity, strength, power, endurance, and the exercise plan is tailor made to the astronaut, and they complete a exercise program. Usually around 20 to 21 days it takes for an astronaut to regain his pre-flight physical capacity. So, but the program is 45 days so that they rehabilitate well. So for post-flight psychological health, it is very difficult because they have achieved the biggest, like walking, space walking, or putting their foot on the moon. This is such a big thing to achieve that they do not have another purpose in life once they come back. They lose their motivation levels because they have achieved the maximum. What next? What could motivate them more? So usually astronauts, once their initial career is over, they face the symptoms of anxiety, depression, and various psychosomatic reactions occur. So because of this, psychological rehabilitation and discussions with counselors and trying to reintegrate them to find various other motivations in life is important, because if the purpose in life is lost, it is very difficult for someone to feel that motivated. It usually happens with Olympic gold medalists. Once they achieve that highest point, they say, what next? What next we have to achieve? And usually we do not see many people regaining their golds in the next Olympic, because that purpose in life is lost. They've achieved that once they have achieved that highest level. So psychological rehabilitation is very, very important. Why? This is very beautiful lines which I found John F. Kennedy said those. We choose to go to the moon not because it is easy, but because it is hard, because the goals will serve to measure the best of our energies and skills. So all the space mission and all the space science is based to satisfy the inherent need for exploration and knowing more. So physiotherapy has a great role in this, because the astronauts must be trained physically very well. They should have highest capacity of flexibility, strength, endurance. They have to squat, run, move up to 16 to 18 hours a day in an environment, in an isolated environment, and perform activities out of their comfort zone. A medical person in space is also performing engineering activities. He is also doing scientific experiments. So they are working in very stressful situations, and their physical fitness level is very important also before they go in the space flight and also when they come back. So physiotherapy will has a very important role in this, and we would wish to see the ISRO space missions soon, and how the physical training is involved in that, because all the information I got here was from NASA, and This is only a literature review. I do not have any personal experience of this. So I might be sounding very shallow, but I think I'll end with this. These are the references. So any questions if anybody has?
Ma'am, I feel the questions will be definitely invited by Dr. Atul Singh. And meanwhile, I would like to regale Dr. Atul Singh also that we have got Dr. Vishnu among with us, who is the India's first space physiotherapist, who is currently training Mr. George, who is a space astronaut who will be like leaving Earth in the forthcoming month. And we have got Dr. Vishnu just below Dr. Atul Singh. So Dr. Vishnu, we welcome you. And I think the moderators can definitely like unmute sir, and he can definitely put up a question to ma'am right now. He is the first Indian space physiotherapist who is training an astronaut right now.
Welcome, Dr. Vishnu, to be here in SpaceCon, and it's our pleasure to have you in this beautiful conference. And for audience, if someone is having any question, they can raise their hand and they can drop their questions in chat or in Dropbox.
To speak little word about space physiotherapy. Myself, I am Vishnu K. Jain. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
See, actually, ma'am, I am in 2009 batch. 2000 UG is 2009 batch, and presently I am working in a national health mission in Kottayam, in Kerala only. And I got a chance to meet with Mr. Santosh George Kulangara. He's a traveler, actually planning to move to space in January or in between next year. He's planning, and his requirement is just like he need to improve his core strength, and he need to improve his lung capacity. And one more thing, the main aspect is he want to cut size, he want to reduce his weight. So I was rehabilitating him in the way of weight reduction as well as core strengthening. These are the things I am doing to that fellow, that sir.
Yes, I think it is such a good thing that we get first-hand experience from what is happening here in India. And I congratulate you, Dr. Vishnu, for performing this wonderful job.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think it would be a dream job for many those who aspire to work in space science. Reducing weight is very important because as I've talked, every extra kg means every extra fuel. In fact, researchers are studying that females would make better astronauts because of their less height, less weight. They need less energy consumption to maintain, and their basic metabolism rates are also less. So actually, they are looking towards people who weigh less, and also the core strength and flexibility components, as I've said, are very important for astronauts to carry out their daily activities. So these are actually the main part of training which physiotherapists have to impart. So Dr. Vishnu, I would like to ask you something, your first-hand experience. Do our space agencies, they have the set test protocols, the physical test batteries, are they approved for ISRO?
Ma'am, actually, he's he already get his approval just in next year. So, but they used to say to him that he want to cut size his weight up to its normal height is 173. It's normal in centimeter. So he want to just reduce his weight up to 167. It's sorry, not 167, 67 kg. So he's working out for that, and right now his weight is 74. I started within 80 kg. He's an 80 kg weight, and right now he's 74. And I'm doing commonly I'm doing him in weight reduction in the way of running, walking. Likewise, I am doing much for to then it's also help to improve his cardio also now. So I don't want to do much more things to him. So it's very easy. I'm in that way I'm planning. Actually, the here the net was little bit it's moody. Yeah? The climate is very dull, so network is very difficult. So
No,
that's why I'm
we can
not
hear
getting.
you. We can hear you.
Yeah. Okay, ma'am. Okay. Even though I'm in car because my hometown doesn't have electricity, so I just take my car and come outside. So for range and all, the Wi-Fi is because of due to rain, lines and everything gets collapsed. So that's the thing.
So I'll congratulate you again, Dr. Vishnu. You're doing very
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. And very honestly, I'm saying that you all guys are my seniors. So I really thank to get a chance to speak little bit about space. Like.
And one more question, Dr. Vishnu, I would like to ask you, how we can get more opportunity to work with astronauts especially in India, how they can get
Sir, actually,
any
he's
special training program or any courses, or how to get that kind of exposure from there.
Sir, actually, the theoretical, we only know about the theoretical knowledge about what is going on, what are the things happening. Likewise, we have only know about theory. But the astronauts who is planning to move, that they are giving so many kind of rehabilitation protocols to them. So for us, actually, they are asking their requirement is to reduce their weight, to improve their lung capacity. Likewise, the astronauts are coming and say to us. So I don't know about, but I will ask him that whether any kind of protocol is there. But he says that nothing is there, but he needs only to reduce his weight. And after a few years, something will come. That's only I know about that. I don't know much about.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. And
thanks, sir.
And for students who are listening you, what would be your message for them?
Give a passion to everything, then everything will happen in your hands. That's it.
Great. Great. So thank you, Dr. Vishnu, for your
thank you, sir. Thank you so
experience to share with us, to be here. And it's really motivating that someone who are already working in this field and sharing the experience. So it's our honor to have you in our conference. So great experience. So meanwhile, I think we are having one more question from Dr. Sneha. So ma'am, this is for you. How many months of training is necessary to get an astronaut trained?
Once astronaut clears the screening test, there's 2 years of extensive training which is done by NASA, and usually this 2 to 3 years period is required for various European and Chinese space agencies. So I think during that period they undergo all types of training, and there's a lot of knowledge and skill acquisition during that. So amount of physical training, they have to keep maintaining their fitness level because the physical fitness screening, they choose the best. So it's mainly maintenance during the training and learning the neutral buoyancy lab and microgravity simulators is mainly done during the training. The physiotherapy training exercises, it is usually the pre-part to clear that screening to be an astronaut. One has to actually, anybody aspiring to be an astronaut should undergo extensive physiotherapy. Then only he can clear the screening, physical fitness screening exam and move to the next level.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I think Dr. Sneha, you have got your this query has been resolved by ma'am. I think one more question is there. ma'am, I think one more question is there. How to guide students for this particular branch, as this is very good. This could be a good professional branch. So how to guide students to enroll themselves to be a astronaut physiotherapist?
See, basically, till now in India, this is a very untouched field. So my suggestions will be also for practicing therapists and academicians more than students, that first we have to develop a center of excellence. Like in US, I've seen 2 universities who have undertaken, the Department of Physiotherapy and Sports Science have undertaken research projects and $1 million projects from NASA on determining which basic physical are the requirements for astronaut, where they have tested actual astronauts who have qualified and the good ones on what parameters are required. To develop this as an first, our effort should be to develop this as an specialty branch. For this, we have to work, we have to take research projects on this. We can and I think government would welcome such moves if we can write research proposals for this and develop a center of excellence, because the protocols which NASA has, their extensive protocols, but they haven't shared. I had to actually dig out the information through research articles, because these are confidential materials. They are not sharing their space technologies. ISRO has developed its own. So as physiotherapists, we cannot borrow directly from NASA or European agencies. We have to develop our own set of system, because assessments are same. The way we assess a sports person. So we have to just see what are the requirements that they will have to meet, and design basic assessment protocols for which students can work. For students, basically, it is pure as in to work as an astronaut physiotherapist, you have to be very good in assessments. So mainly initial part is testing the aerobic capacity, strength, power, balance, proprioception, endurance. So you have to be very good in your assessment part of all these physical assessment and how to regain each component. Because like Dr. Vishnu was saying, to reduce weight, we want to reduce weight without losing our physical capabilities. We have to improve the core strength, which actual muscles should we work on them. So it is basically the training part for students should be acquiring very good assessment, and with each assessment test to know what to train to regain that particular component. We do not have much time to lose for an astronaut. We cannot go for hit and trial with an astronaut. He has very limited time. So the exact exercises and then these protocols has to be developed for India. I couldn't find anything with ISRO in this regard. So this is an untouched area. And I think this conference, the organizers should prepare a document and submit to Space Agency, Indian Space Agency, that this is what we can add on for national interest, and we can develop our own system while look at NASA for everything.
Okay, so thank you, ma'am. Is there any question from audience? If someone want to ask any queries there, any question related to that, although ma'am has covered all the things beautifully. And I think this conference could be a milestone in our profession to cover this new dimension, and we can do the documentation. We can do some good research work to start. I think that some kind of a specialization courses in that particular field, or some kind of research work also. So, is there any question from audience?
One from my side, Dr. Atul.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it is indeed a pleasure, ma'am, that to have you here. And again, we are very proud that you have completely touched the entire parameters, and you made us very proud. And I would also like to tell you the prime motto behind this conference was because my paper was selected to be as a research article, what I have already discussed with Dr. Chandra Mohan, and we have to select 3 peer reviewers along with us. So the paperwork is already going on in that way. And one more thing I would like to tell you all, Dr. Bhavna Puri is a very, very intelligent physiotherapist. What we have got, she is very good academically. And one more thing I would like to tell you, She is a very proud daughter of a very proud father who is a vice chancellor of Jagannath University. One of the most humble being who literally supports physiotherapy like anything. Dr. H.L. Verma sir. Unfortunately, sir is not present today, in this conference. He is busy with the meetings over there. So, ma'am is very, very devoted towards physiotherapy, even sir also. And thank you, madam. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for your
Great.
kind.
It's really great. And although I think like ma'am has covered all the things, all the dimension like physical examination, assessment, spacewalking, all those things, very brainstorming session for physios, for young buddies, youngsters to learn, to have, keep the interest in the developing field. So thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. And it's great session from you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks to Dhruv sir once again and all the organizers for this beautiful conference, so that I think like someone, if they are learning something from this new concept, so they can develop their something good for the profession, they can do some research work, they can start working to send the proposals to conquer this dimension, that field. So thanks Dhruv sir and the entire team to organize this wonderful conference, and it's my honor to be here. And once again, it's very emotional and that good to see in the remembrance of our mentor, Dr. Einstein Jerome sir. So I think sir will be happy to see wherever he will be, the good topic, and definitely very fruitful for young buddies. So thanks, sir.
Thank you very much, brother. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Atul Singh. And now we will be moving on to the next topic. I would like to greet Dr. David Arun Kumar, Principal, Hillside College of Physiotherapy, Chief of Physiotherapy at Vasavi Hospital, Bengaluru, to chair for the topic Equipments and Rehabilitation on International Space Station. I request Dr. David Arun Kumar to take over the stage. Dr. David Arun Kumar, please.
Please unmute.
Unmute.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Chandramohan, for this wonderful introduction. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, very much.
Yeah. First of all, a very hearty congratulations to the entire team that is organizing this world's first zero-G Space Con 2021. I would like to personally congratulate Dr. Dhruv Taneja, my younger brother, my close friend, whom I know for a decade, more than a decade now, for this out-of-the-box idea. I don't know from where he gets all these thoughts and ideas to come up with. And this has been a wonderful conference. I have been logged in for the last 2 hours. And so far it has gone very well. And for the successfully conducting this conference, I would like to congratulate the entire team and all the speakers who have taken extra efforts to put in their expertise in this field, in this unexplored field, I would say. And let me thank the Royal Orthopedic Hospital and Sports Injury Center, Jaipur, and also Jagannath University for the support they have given to organize this astronautical space rehabilitation science themed conference. Yeah, we had a very highly brainstorming sessions of the effect of zero-G on neurological system, respiratory system, and physical and mental dimensions, all three covered. And now we would like to have an expert talk on equipments and rehabilitation on International Space Station. So what are the equipments that we use? What is the rehabilitation protocols that goes on while a person is on board International Space Station? And without taking much time, I would like to welcome our next speaker, the highly decorated speaker, Dr. Bhaskaran Chandrasekharan, Assistant Professor, Department of Exercise and Sports Sciences, Manipal College, Manipal College of Health Professions, and it is in Manipal Academy of Higher Education. In short form, it's called as MAHE, situated in Manipal, Karnataka. And Dr. Bhaskaran Chandrasekharan has a H index of 9, I index of 10, and he has 32 international publications to his name. And without taking much time, I would like to welcome Dr. Bhaskaran Chandrasekharan. We would like to have a brainstorming session on equipments and rehabilitation protocols used in International Space Station. Welcome, Dr. Bhaskaran, to this 0G SpaceCon 2021. On behalf of the audience and on behalf of the organizing team, I would welcome you. And before Dr. Bhaskaran starts, I would like to tell the audience here, the participants, those who have any questions, any queries regarding this talk, while you are listening, please put it on the chat box so that I can take it up and get you the answers for that. Thank you once again. Welcome, Dr. Bhaskaran. Over to you.
Yes, sir. Bhaskaran sir, you can unmute.
Sorry, there was a small technical glitch. I have logged in from 2 devices. Thank you, Dr. David sir, for that great introduction. And I will try to justify. And I would like to thank, first of all, the organizers, especially Dhruv sir, for this unexplored field, as David sir rightly mentioned, that this is till now, as Bhavna ma'am also rightly mentioned, nobody shares documents now and then, especially some of the journal, especially dedicated only for this aerospace and human engineering. That is the only document which is ISRO's ISS International Space Shuttle. That is the only thing. I guess, am I audible, sir? Quite clear?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So I would like to put puzzles together. I am trying to put the puzzles together. Just in case of any doubt, please wait for 30 more years, because answers will come now and then only. So we are hypothetically saying, and we are just assuming things from 168 astronauts, those who went into the international space shuttles and only space stations especially, and only 5 or 6 studies they have taken the case reports of those persons, those who lived more than 364 days. That is almost 1 year of time. So from that only this equipment handling and rehabilitation came. So just I am sharing my screen. Okay, so today the topic is on equipments and rehabilitation in International Space Station. And what are the problems with the long stay? Why we want to learn about equipments, especially physiotherapists, which is going to be now international, now NASA, European space agencies, and JAXA, they will call Japanese aerospace agencies, and Canadian space agencies, Chinese space agencies. Now they have combined the International Space Station. It's a very small puzzle put together by combined efforts of various agencies. So each time if you learn one shuttle is going from US, they take one part of the International Space Station thing. So it will fix robotic arm or the throttle or the energizing system, especially your solar cells, all those things, any repairing arm or your whatever leftover refuge. So all those things What are the problems with the long stay in international space shuttle? People started living in international space shuttle so that they can experience for longer. Till now, man had stepped into moon, which is a very comparatively shorter thing. Now, international space agencies like NASA or JAXA or ESA, European space agencies, like rightly pointed out, they are planning for Martian missions. Now that takes years coming together. So what are the problems of how the PTs, exercise physiologists, clinical exercise specialists, so occupation therapists, they must work in harmony. Especially they must understand the equipments what are there in the international space station. What are the problems with the longer time stay? So main thing is your vertebral system loses, as they have rightly mentioned, Bhavna ma'am and all those things. So 0.9% per month. You think if 12 months, if you stay, already 12% of your bone, especially female astronauts. If you are post-menopausal, then you are gone. When you are landing back, because of the weightlessness, the fractures are very common, and you end up in spondylolisthesis, all those things. So inside the International Space Station, which is under microgravity, which is rightly pointed out by Bhavna ma'am earlier, 1G they will call this, which is little closerly arbitrarily around the Earth, and 1.5% of hip, especially the trabecular or the intercorticular nature. So of long bone fracture or trabecular fractures are very common when they are landing back to the thing. So 6.5 to 7% per month of muscle disuse atrophy, especially quadriceps, your anti-gravity muscles, because you are now the muscles are unopposed. So they will go for literally they will go for weightlessness, and they will go for you think about 12 months if they are staying in ISS. So they must they will go for almost 70 to 80% of their bone disuse atrophy will be happening. For that, you must multiply by 4 times. So consider if you are for maintaining cardiovascular health and your cancerous risk or any other well-being, general well-being, you want to walk for 30 minutes or exercise for 30 minutes, you must do 2.5 hours in space station. That is the normal routine protocol. I guess someone was asking earlier to Bhavna ma'am, if there is any protocol? Definitely a beautiful article in 2018. It is published by international space agencies. I'll just, at the end of this seminar, I'll just put forward. So what are the nature of the equipment? You are getting the equipment. So space agencies will think twice to put an equipment over there. You cannot take a treadmill or cycle just directly, because once you put the treadmill and you start running over or jogging over that, this vibration, because it is a weightlessness, and it will, there's some space stations, it will be moving from the orbit. So they will have something called the vibration isolation system. I'll be talking about this. The equipment should be small and should be working on piston mechanisms rather than a nut and bolt, which can be screwed up when the things, small screws or even a mild pins, it moves, it will damage the very delicate closed cavities of things. There are so many computers, so they will think about it should be small and lesser power source. You think International Space Station, it is run by power, which is a solar panel run, and it is like your home inverter only. It takes from the thing, it should save some energy, and this energy should be utilized for all the purposes within the shuttle system. When they are concentrating on treadmill or cycle, so it should be power also, it should be lesser, and it should mainly put a load on 1G, that is microgravity load on the bone, and it should be of shorter duration. The equipment what you are doing, it should be of minimal duration rather than winding up all those things. It should not be there. And finally, coming to here, it's the main thing. does not affect the surrounding. Mainly you are jumping, plyometric. Consider, you may think that bone mass will be get through jumping or jogging over the thing. But when you are jumping over the thing, it should not move the whole spacecraft because of the weightlessness over there. So what is the history of equipments over there? They started in 1961. MIR, they have just started with a smaller equipment like this. So it is a pulley run, and it has all the equipment, all the necessary exercises for the larger muscles. Then they thought that the aerobic exercise is also very important thing. Now it is more complicated. First thing was Mark 1 exerciser. Next went on for sophisticated vibration isolation system, treadmill vibration isolation system, or cycling vibration isolation system, or cycle ergometer vibration isolation system, which I will be demonstration through the video. Sir, is it plain? My voice is audible clearly? Chandrujan?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. So now coming to main thing, I will be talking about, this is the suspension system. And all the thing, no, because of the weightlessness, you can, like a body suspension, Guthrie's apparatus you must have seen, or body suspension mechanisms. It all, one single equipment does all the work. So because it is a compact in nature, and it concentrates mainly on the bone loading, especially the cortical and trabecular bone surface. Whenever you are in weightlessness, this osteoclast will come, and it is entirely different from the orbital exercise with the ground-based exercise thing. So in case of thing, so the astronauts, many astronauts have, this is the vibration isolation system, cycle ergometer vibration isolation system I have mentioning. This is the suspension springs. So it won't cause much of load on the spacecraft itself. So every day you must do at least 90 minutes of aerobic and 60 minutes of resistance training. Compensating for the 2.5 hours, that is what I have already mentioned. It is the suspension sling. But usually, even treadmill, if you are walking upside down, like in Ghost movie, Ghost walks upside down, but you won't feel anything in the space, because if you could see these persons, it is almost 90 degrees, but they won't feel that they are upside down because of the weightlessness. So these are the deadlifts, all the deadlifts, or your chest press, military press, back squats, all this bigger muscles which will be losing very easily with the disuse atrophy. These studies comes from the bed rest studies and the head down tilt after any injury and all, you are casting, no? The casting studies only. But now studies started coming after 2015, after the space agencies, and this is the one I was saying about. IRED, they will call. IRED means integrated resistance exercise device. This is the device which you will be doing for 1 repetition maximum. I guess as a physiotherapist, I don't want to explain more about because there is not much of time. 1 RM determination is very important for how much load you must transfer to the muscles for proper muscle, preventing muscle atrophy or building up hypertrophy. The main thing, you don't want to go for like Arnold Schwarzenegger or something, but you must maintain the fitness when they are coming back. Because when they are coming back and they have so much of muscle atrophy, the person will be falling frequently like a clumsy 90-year-old fellow. He will be falling and he will be breaking, going for long bone fractures. So that it should not happen. That is why equipments in these things causes. This is the usually the front squats. If you are doing, this is the IRED mechanism. So I hope you got from the video that thing. So need for the equipment's knowledge in space, complete many experiments in short span of time. I have already told you they doesn't have much of time in the space. They want to finish the thing and they must leave. So if any repairs and all, short lunar missiles or in the extravehicular thing, they have very, very short span of time. For that, you need a cognition, body and mind, both it should be working together. For that, the efficient way is to maintain a proper body fitness, visual, operational, cognitive, and strength are different. So strength, you're different for many persons. So every individual differs. So only periodization for each and every plan. I will show you the plans. Somebody was asking plans. What are the proper planning for the persons, those who are going into space or in the International Space Shuttle? Because pre-flight is entirely different, or in International Space Station. Because I'm going to concentrate only on International Space Station. And limited transportability, I have already told you, it costs in millions or billions when you are transporting equipment. So you must be, so to ensure personal safety, short task time, increase task completion rate, and reduce maintenance costs. These and all very important. Physiotherapists have a backup knowledge on this, all the equipments which are working. So what are the things, what are the equipments mainly you must see is under exercise physiology, exercise testing equipments are there, exercise training equipments are there, and the proper ergonomics. You know that D-suit or the spacesuit, it works in, it weighs somewhere around 3000 kgs or something, because it acts as a mini shuttle, but because of the outside the extravehicular activity, because of the outside space movement, because of the weightlessness, they doesn't feel. But still, the working with the hands and all, smaller muscle, the BP regulations, or the ergonomic activity, small muscle fatigue, and ulnar radiculopathies, which are very, very commonly reported after these things. Problems with the exercise in International Space Stations, buoyancy and weightlessness of the equipment. I already told you, it will be frequently moving. You cannot fix by screws, because one ride if you are doing, the whole shuttle will be vibrating. So that because of that only they have devised new equipments called vibration isolation system, because it will feel like you are floating in that cycle. So that your loading is not transmitted to the completely towards the shuttle. So next is limited space and high cost of the launch. If you could see, this is the actual shuttle workspace station along with the cycle ergometries. It is a Japanese center. If you could see, it is the every part has its own. The International Space Station, it has 7 countries collaboration, and each have its own part. This is a Japanese part. So next main important thing is, whenever you are doing exercise, because of gravity or heat dissipation, when you are working out, your muscle generate heat, and this heat should be coming out as a sweat pose, because evaporation causes cooling. Everyone knows it. Sweat will fall down because of the gravity. But in case of in space, when you are exercising, the sweat won't fall, so it will block the pores, or it will damage the nearby computers. You must be very, very careful in rubbing out frequently the thing. So what are the exercise testing aims? So cardiovascular capacity and the pulmonary respiratory capacity. I think Subin sir covered very well with the respiratory mechanisms. Cardiovascular I missed, I'm sorry. So next one is musculoskeletal system. That also I think Animesh sir must have covered very well with that. So exercise testing, you have a particular cycle ergometry protocols or YMCA protocols, specially made for they called ESA protocol, and NASA's protocols are available. You can just go through NASA's website and ESA's website. They have a particular exercise testing protocol and VO2 max testing. Anaerobic threshold, VO2 max, or ventilatory equivalence of oxygen and carbon dioxide, and the lactate threshold, everything they will be checking every 3 months once of their stay, whether they are capable. And before they are landing back again to the thing from the International Space Station, they will be doing every 15 days. Remember that. So Catherine Coleman, Expedition 26, recently, 2018, she had released the photographs of performing. This is a turbine. Anyone who knows the spirometry, PFT, you know that what is that spirometry level over there, and she's doing the calibration over there, if you could see. Very important. So next one is isokinetic testing. I guess again, I don't want to talk much about isokinetic testing. Isokinetic dynamometer. It is a thing. It checks on the torque level. How much is the rotation force of the knee, and it works on the muscle atrophy. Again, the quadriceps lag after ACL tear or meniscal tear you are working, the same mechanism only, but it is more convenient and more sophisticated with the vibration isolation system. It is with the muscle atrophy research and exercise system MARS equipment in Columbus module, which is the Canadian American module, which is in the part of thing. So next is, what are the exercise testing models so far renowned is, one is body suspension system, wall suspension system. Second one is negative pressure. This one is the negative pressure suspension systems. I will show you what is this is the wall suspension system. Second one is negative pressure lower body. I guess, sir, am I audible still?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Yeah.
Please go.
So next one is the thing is like an aqua treadmill. You have something called the negative pressure, lower body negative pressure thing, and this is the tilting suspension models, which you work in several ways. This before you are landing into ISS, or every 3 months once, you will be checking for all the suspension systems. These are pre-flight models, but it will work very well with the International Space Station equipment. So every PT should be aware about this thing. This is a centrifuge. Anybody who is vomiting, all those things with the muscle atrophy every day for 8 weeks, when you are doing, they will go for muscle atrophy because of the dehydration. They will be checking with that. And next is you are doing with the stroke patients and all, the hydrostatic pressure. You are checking, no, tilting, or these are famously called cardio table. So anybody is having, and ma'am had nicely explained about parabolic flights. Subin sir also had explained about the parabolic flights. I don't know that. These are the exercise testing models which are integrated into ISS thing. So what are the exercise training and equipments? You got this is the chief trainer of NASA, and look at the I'm sorry. She is the strength and conditioning specialist, Jaisal Parisik. So look at the training they are doing. But this is a parabolic flights, and they are looking at zero gravity. What will the biomechanics? He's doing a rowing machine, or lattice training mechanisms he's doing with the markers. I think everyone knows about 3D modeling. They are doing the muscle, how the muscles work, and based on that only. So next is deadlifts, how they are, everything will be checked with the zero flights before they are landing into the thing. This is what I have been saying, and they will have a suspension systems, and this is where the suspension systems will work. This is the IRED mechanism. Look at the closed cavity of the NASA's module. So they must have a proper accurate pinpoint system. This is IRED. So integrated resistance exercise modeling. This is inside the space shuttle. So you must be knowing about the ONRM. You could see the cycle ergometer suspension over there. Vibration, isolation, suspension system. This model they will call. And this is the thing they are in the treadmill, a person on the treadmill with the suspension. Because if the suspension is not there, he will be thrown into the space. So it is like that. They will be doing for 90 minutes, 1.5 hours of aerobic training, and 60 minutes of resistance training. 8 muscles, and they will be going for circuit training, similar to your strength training modules in the gym and all. It is the proper protocol is there. I will be showing the protocols over there. This is the treadmill they are talking about. Treadmill, vibration, isolation systems. And this is the body support mechanisms which is there in the NASA. If ISRO, any person's lunar missions, if they are attempting in 2032, as they have mentioned rightly, they will be recruiting PTs or exercise physiologists for this specially. And I guess everyone can see the video. Is the video is visible? Hello? Chandru sir? Okay. Any one of the participants can, my video is visible? Hello?
Yes, sir. Visible. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thanks, sir. Thanks, sir. Okay. And this is about the suspension systems over there, both the cycle ergometry and because you should not be thrown out in the space because of the vehicles. So treadmill and exercise, treadmill, cycle ergometry and rowing machine, cross trainers and all, it is there. Nowadays they have in IRAD mechanisms itself. So they have a suspension mechanism. She is putting the suspension mechanisms, and they will be, if you could see, then they will be starting to the, and they must be adequately hydrated, because in outer space there will be both climate, because because of the sleep wake cycle will be missing, and their body will be cooled because of the hypobaric mechanisms, and they will be dehydrated navanda because of the space anemia or space micturition frequently, because of the renin central, I guess Prem sir might have explained, there is a central loading of the baroreceptors and chemoreceptors, which will frequently, because there is no venous pooling over there, they will cause frequent micturition over there. So that is why, to compensate for that, they will be frequently, they must be hydrating. Remember that. This is the machine that will give the watts. Cycle ergometry, it is measured on watts per minute. WPM they will call, or kilogram meter per minute, kilopounds per minute, or kilogram meter per minute they will call. So cycle ergometry, there are different stations are there. This is lunges she is doing, single leg squat, and this is the deadlift in IRAD mechanisms. I guess these are the things you must know about before you must have a small knowledge over. And next is the timing of the exercise training. Pre-flight, you must do every 15 days, you must do the exercise testing. And ISS every 10 days, acclimatization before a month, and every 3 months if you are going for a longer stay, and post-flight every 5 days until a month. So this is the testing. And regarding training, you have a cycle ergometer, arm ergometer. So you must start with a window period of 52. Don't go behind 80% of treadmill, because it will cause running, higher intensity like jogging or running, which will cause the whole International Space Station to wobble here and there. So that is why they have limited their exercise training to a low to moderate intensity exercise. That is why their exercise duration is longer, 90%. So this is the VO2, somebody is performing VO2 in the portable pulmonary function systems. Moderate intensity for longer period, only 4 to 6 supramaximal cycling sprints are allowed, and 3 times per week for 2 weeks, for total for less than 18 minutes. Even if you want to go for a higher intensity, so they will be going for. Now coming to the interim resistance exercise device, I have already talked about IRED they will call, and this is the dynamic exercise counter. This is they are going to launch in 2025. Another 4 years they are going to launch this device. Courtesy, it is from the thing. So courtesy, it is from NASA. So you could see the resistance, absolute 1 RM like a similar thing, and 3 to 5 sets of 10 to 12 isotonic knee extension twice a week. They will do that, and they will determine appropriate 1 RM testing. So they will be doing this ARED test, advanced resistance exercise or interim resistance exercise device. So this is the protocol. Somebody was asking to Bhavna ma'am regarding protocols are available. There are protocols. There are beautiful protocols available. I'll be showing the thing over there. But I don't know whether this can be extrapolated to Indians, because VO2 max differs between the thing, but still we are using the VO2 of Carnon's formula, all those things. So still it can be extrapolated. You got Greenleaf protocol, simple rate protocol, arm ergometry protocol for aerobic. For resistance or IRAD protocol, you got the first week, second week until the 6th week training. How to be, we will call this as a periodization schedule. Like sports, macrocycle, mesocycle, and microcycle. You'll be planning for every 3 days once to the participant based on the calorie intake, because energy expenditure it will be higher. You may think in space the energy expenditure won't be there because of smaller musculature usage more, because they have to maneuver with the hands only. So this is the thing. So what are the other equipments? You got a bracelet M. It's a thigh cornicut. You must have seen blood flow restriction training in sports and all. Similar to that, you got a thigh training. So where you will prevent venous pooling. You will reduce venous uptake to the center because of the weightlessness. So next is a penguin suit. Penguin suit is the one that will give weighted, like you are running with a backpack. No, it is similar to that. It will give load, extra load, so that your bones won't go for bone loss. It won't be there. Next is a lower body negative pressure suits are available. It is to avoid it will prevent the drying of venous pooling. And Kentaur G suit, again it will prevent G suit is nothing but it will prevent from weighted loading. So weight it will cause more extra loading to the spine and the suit. So this is the G suit. And functional electrical stimulation, like your stroke patients that you will be doing along with the training. So they will be doing along with the any extravehicular activity also they will be doing this functional electrical stimulation. 50 hertz, 300 milliampere. It is for nearly 3 to 4 hours a day they will be doing pulse duration. Hamstring, calf, and back. Usually in weightlessness, plantar flexors, normally gravity usually pulls. No, here usually it will be sleeping. Also, it will be in the flexed position, plantar flexion. So you must have a good calf muscles, back muscles, anti-gravity muscles. And this is the device which they are going to launch in 2032, and it is devised precisely by the aeronautical engineers with the help of physiotherapists. So resistive overload combined with kinetic yo-yo device. So it can do deadlift, chest press, all those things along with the jumping mechanisms. So it is a step up aerobics and all you can do. So it occupies 850 pounds rather than 8,000 pounds of IRAD devices. So virtual reality training, also some of the new forthcoming equipments that are coming for reducing energy expenditure. So space suits, again, it is difficult to maneuver. You must have a strong finger flexors, arm range, wrist flexion range should be good, and adequate forearm flexors strengthening or arm ergometers for adequate shoulder strengthening. All those things it should be important for loading the sheets. So there are some studies which keeps on telling they must follow proper ergonomic posture also. So I will be showing the thing. And there are ergonomics. What are the ergonomic equipments? Force plates, how much is the loading they are doing inside the pressure chambers. Vicon for 3D modeling. EMG, Naraxon EMG model. Recently they have launched in 2019. Goniometer or inclinometer for head range because of how the neck position, eye positions, and foot scanners. Usually foot scanner for how much pressure, like a diabetes foot pulses and all scanning, no, similar to the stroke patients, how much load they are keeping. So the photogrammetry or spectrophotometers are available for these things. Last is a negative pressure suit. I have already told you about this. They have every day 2 hours of negative pressure suits in order to avoid flooding into the cardiac overload because of the central pooling and causing cardiac damage. So this is about. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bhaskaran, for this extensive insight on equipments and rehabilitation in International Space Station, right from history to equipment selection, the different types of equipments, the treadmills and the integrated machines, and you spoke on the rehabilitation, the exercise testing, training, the problems with exercises, and aims of exercise testing, different protocols, different suits, the Rocky device, and not last but not the least, the ergonomics part also. Thank you so much for this wonderful talk. And dear participants, if you have any questions, you can put it on the chat box. I can take it up. Meanwhile, without wasting our time, I have two questions.
Yes, sir.
Will the astronauts who are on board the International Space Stations experience fatigue when they are doing exercises?
Yes, sir. So I forgot to mention that the workload with the ground level workload, they will be reaching anaerobic threshold very fast. Their soreness is very, very high, it seems, because the sweat causes cooling. Our evaporation causes cooling. That's why you will dissipate the heat in the form of the sweat. But the bigger problem with the thing is, bigger problem with the microgravity or International Space Stations, you will be continuously doing, and you are, because of failure to heat dissipation, closure of the sweat pores, all those things, you will be building up heat where you cannot dissipate, and the muscle will get tired very faster. And sometimes muscle tears also, it had been reported in 2 or 3 case reports. You must, that is why low to moderate exercise training they will be doing.
Okay. Since you explained about the protocols and the exercise testing and exercise prescription for all the astronauts, what do we have any protocols or some mechanism in place on board stations if the astronauts experience any kind of injuries?
So far they have not gone to that level, sir. But flight surgeons are there. They have said that permanently they will be boarding 2 or 3 flight surgeons on the board, and they will be treating with regular rehabilitation protocols only. But the bigger issue is, till now they have not reported any case failures or any injuries like that. How they have like a return to sports, a return to space flight, or return to work, they have not come across this. But I could share you for the delegates also, I could share this is the wonderful article on sir, I can, this, my PDF is visible, sir?
Yes, it is.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So you got, this is the one I have said, the NASA's, what are the protocols at different countries. This is the National Aeronautical Space of America and Canadian space agencies, Japan, I think, Japan, and this ESA, European Space Agency. If you could see, everyone have their own thing, but they have commonly arrived. How many sets you must do, pre-flight, during flight, or in International Space Station. This I have projected in my PowerPoint, and how many repetitions. Each treadmill, cycle, even step up, incremental. We have submaximal, maximal protocols, and they have, each one of them, they have steady state warm-up protocol, 2-minute interval, incremental protocols. It's a very beautifully written article. If anyone wants to train up their session, look at the macro cycle. European space agencies, they come up with the air, that is the main beautiful thing with the thing. So they have planned and they have executed this for 12 weeks, and they have found the mitigating risks of space flight. So what are the exercises they have said, no? And I think the earlier physiotherapist who was training an astronaut, he was telling about core training. So what are the multi-planar core training, mobility, agility? So this is the beautiful component over there. A dynamic stretch and warm up. How a 2.5 hours should be planned for aeronautics. It is beautifully explained for every day. Look at the R1 and R45. At 45th minute and 1st minute, how will you plan? So it's a thing. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Thanks for the for answering the questions. And Thanks for this wonderful brainstorming session. Thank you once again, Dr. Bhaskaran. And I want to thank the entire organizing team, the hosts that are those who are sitting from morning continuously and hosting the entire conference is completely a new experience for all of us, hosting a e-conference. We have been hosting the actual conferences the entire day, but this is a new thing. Thank you once again, Dr. Dhruv and the entire team. It was my pleasure to be a chairperson to this wonderful talk by Dr. Bhaskaran Chandrasekharan. And I would like to express my gratitude to all of them. And most importantly, I was willing to be an associated with this conference because of my loving brother, Einstein Jerome, who left us. And it was really a heartfelt moment when I heard about this conference, which is conducted in memory of Einstein Jerome and conducted by none other than one of his close associate, Dr. Dhruv. Thank you once again. And we move on to the next talk by another friend of mine, Padmanabhan Sekar. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And we request Dr. Kapila Jain to take the stage now.
Dr. Chandrasekhar, Dr. Chandramohan, I think you can take over the session.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm glad to invite Dr. Prabhu Chinnakaundar, Principal, MEM College of Physiotherapy, Founder, Digital Teachings, Consultant for Steadfast Neuro Super Specialty Rehab, Bengaluru, to kindly chair for the topic Gravity and Importance of Physical Therapy in Space. Dr. Prabhu Chinnakaundar.
Sir, he is reconnecting. I think there is an issue with the internet. Just a moment. Just a moment, sir.
Okay, sir. Dear participants, kindly wait.
Dr. Naveen, can you please unmute yourself, sir? Dr. Naveen KS from Bangalore. Dr. Naveen.
No one wants to chair the session.
Because, sir, I don't think so. Anybody will be eligible to chair your session. That's why. So, sir, it's my pleasure now. I think there is a network glitch in between.
Yeah.
So, please spare me a moment.
Absolutely no problem.
So, it's a great privilege to introduce the maestro in the field of movement and kinetic control sciences in the field of physiotherapy rehabilitation. The greatest maestro, Dr. Padmanabhan sir from Bangalore. He has completed his MSc Physiotherapy from United Kingdom Chief of Physiotherapy and Rehabilitation Services at Sparsh Group of Hospitals, Bangalore. He is also a Chief Scientific Officer at Ashwa Weartech, founder, the Movementology Academy. He has got a great H index with 7 and citations of 204, which takes a lifetime to generate. Definitely. So we welcome you, sir. And sir is going to regale the session, the gravity and importance of physical therapy and rehabilitation in International Space Station. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Dhruv. Thanks for having me here. Can you all see my screen? Is it up there?
Yes, sir. Definitely, sir.
I just put an anti-gravity treadmill. Okay, I'm sure I'm not going to talk about that. Okay, thank you, guys. And Dhruv confirmed that I'm not going to talk about gravity either. So it's mostly with relation to how do we do, what is the relevance and role of physical therapy in space. Thanks for having me. And it's a pleasure to be part of this program. Let's get going. Now, this is a disclaimer. Okay, this is a disclaimer. Now, when I speak on a subject, it's almost and always that I've either practiced, published on the subject. This is first time that I'm doing something which I have not done anything about, other than I can claim that I've been part of the research group of Emma Stokes and Julie Heights, and then shared a conference stage with them. But then that doesn't make me eligible or a subject matter expert. What I do really is I watch a lot of space movies. Okay, so one of the best space movies, of course, is your Apollo 13. If you guys know about the moon mission, and Apollo 13 was a failed, moon mission. They could not put a man on the moon, and because of a very small glitch. Okay, if you guys ever want to know how or experience a space, what goes on in an astronaut and a mission control during a space mission, I really recommend that you guys watch this movie. Okay, last week I did a program on ACL rehab. I said, if you don't watch football, you don't learn anything about ACL rehab. Same rule, at least watch the movies. And there goes the recommendation. The whole theme will be set on movies. Now, this is an iconic line. Okay, if you are talking about space, if you don't know this line, then you're not eligible to be here. Okay, so this is a famous line from the Apollo 13 movie. I'm not sure if it was from the mission as well. It's called Houston, we have a problem. So we do have a problem here. Let's see what we do about it. What is the problem? Problem is simple. I want you guys to use the chat box and then just tell me, type, what can humans do in space? We are having a space conference and we are talking about humans doing things in space. I really want you guys to type, what can humans do in space? I'll move ahead after I see at least 2 to 3 responses. There are about 90 people here. What can humans do in space? No? Something, possibility is unlimited. Okay, good. I will explore the space from deep into the horizons. Good. Okay, I think that probably got you guys going. So let us see what can humans, because what the problems that humans face in space would be limited by their ability to do things in space. Now let us compare. How many of you know what this organism is? What this organism?
Tardigrades.
Okay. So this tardigrades is supposed to be the toughest,
yes,
microorganism, whatever organism living on Earth, and it has already made a couple of flights to the outer space, and this is supposed to survive an apocalypse in any universe. But if a human who's capable of doing multiple things in Earth, okay, infinite possibilities, that's what a human can do in Earth. But then if he has to go outside the gravity of Earth, then he has to at least wear something like this. Can you see that? He has to wear a spacesuit, even to sit on a, space shuttle. Forget about getting out and then moving in space. So if you compare a microorganism, humans can actually do nothing in space. Okay, so with that we will start. So all problems, but we are definitely trying to fix that problem. So what are we talking about? What is this space, and then what essentially is the relevance of this? Now, what we are trying to do essentially is understand what we call as the microgravity exposure. That's what happens in space. Is it not? In Earth there is gravity, and then in space there is no gravity, but then in a space station we have what we call as a microgravity. So microgravity exposure. It is defined by how much your mission takes. Okay, the mission everybody spoke about the International Space Station. So the mission time, the overall mission time to an International Space Station is about 6 months. It includes travel time, which will be about 4 hours, I think, based on the mode you take. Activity time, most of the thing that we see in social media for general public is how the astronauts eat ice creams. I think that was the last picture. I think how do they, because the space guys actually sent ice creams. Ice creams, what happens to the sweat, what happens to the fruit juice, what happened to the fruits. Okay, that's not essentially what they do. They obviously are on a mission, and then they do multiple stuff, mostly inside the station and very rarely outside, maybe to fix up, equipments and all that stuff. So your overall mission time includes your travel time, your activity time, and then your exercise time. The speaker before me kind of covered that part. Exercise time right now, the prescription, including the preparation time, is 2.5 hours. So out of a 24 hours, you're doing about 2.5 hours. And then you are exposed to microgravity if it is an International Space Station for at least 6 months. So that's essentially what we are trying to understand here. Because of these, there are physiological adaptations. I'm sure the conference has covered extensively on this. I'm not going to go into detail. I'll say a couple of things which are very relevant. Cardiovascular, I'll use colloquial language so that it's easy for you to remember and then recollect. Cardiovascular, basically the volume, overall water volume in your body increases and your blood volume decreases because of the production, which is less at your spleen. Sensory motor, there are multiple things that happens at your cognitive level, but one thing when I say sensory motor is essentially about in absence of your gravity, in absence of weight bearing, in absence of what we call as the joint position sense, your proprioception and kinesthetic awareness comes down, which is relevant to the rehab. Musculoskeletal, again, wide range of things, wide range of adaptations happen. One, of course, you lose muscle mass, you lose bone mineral, and you also lose your overall strength. Okay. So these are the adaptations that happens. So what do we do? What do we do about this? Before we go about what we do about it, I had an interesting, thought about just listen to ergonomics, okay, ergonomics and all that stuff. Now, this is something which physiotherapists would love to do, is it not? When you look at the posture and physiotherapists, every single assessment of posture and everything with relation to the muscle imbalances are all in relation to what we call as the line of gravity, is it not? That's how we assess. So now, if in space, I want to understand where is the line. If you call it as a microgravity or a zero gravity environment, so where is the line? The human body is the same. It's going to sit, stand, walk, but there is no line. Because there is no line, obviously the muscles are not going to work in the way they are going to work for the same kind of activity that is performed in Earth. Coupled with the fact that there is increased fluid, and because of that disk is a fluid based on the age, because of the increased fluid in the disk, enhanced disk hydration, and because of the change in line of gravity and generalized atrophy due to disuse of the muscle, there is demand on the posterior muscle which is excessive. And because there is no of the sensory motor adaptations and sensory motor challenges, there is altered kinesthetic awareness, is it not? Because kinesthetic awareness is how your body is in relation to space. And that is defined in the space in Earth. And then when you are going into real space, what is space? Nobody knows. Okay. So coupled with this fact that there is no line, your disc is hydrated, the demands on your postural muscles are high, and you have altered kinesthetic awareness. Are you at a risk of a spine problem? Are you? Yes, no. So physiotherapy role is not necessarily addressing the spine. I'm sure you've heard the terminologies. I'm going to briefly say about things that we can do. Of course, I've not done them, but there are protocols. It's an overview what we can do. Physiotherapy role is broadly divided into what you can do pre-flight, in-flight, and post-flight. Pre-flight, essentially prepare an astronaut, or cosmonaut, or whatever Indian guys are called. I'm really not sure. In-flight, maintain, and that's what the previous speaker covered, maintain. And post-flight is about restore, basically all the effects, all the physiological adaptations which has happened because of a 6 months exposure to microgravity environment. So that's essentially what. So what we can do and what literature says. Pre-flight, I think the speaker definitely spoke before. A preparation or building an astronaut is an investment. Okay, it's an investment at least for 2 years. But then there is something which has to happen. This is launch minus 52 weeks. That's when the test happens. So there are certain things. There is a bias towards certain training to them. So strength training, mandatory. Triathlon training, a triathlon where you have, adaptation, cardiorespiratory endurance, adaptations in the cardiorespiratory system and your muscle endurance system, aerobic adaptations, but then happens in varied stimulus because water can simulate a, weightlessness environment. That's why a triathlon form of training is adapted. In addition to that, motor control, because there is not going to be, your activation of the muscles are going to be different because the activation is dependent on your gravity line and there is no gravity. So activation exercises. Now pre-flight is all about challenging them on the sensory motor. Okay, you have to watch this closely, but because when we do post-flight rehab, it changes. Pre-flight, you challenge them by depriving them of proprioceptive stimulus or a weight-bearing stimulus because they have to get what you call acclimatized or adapted to the stimulus. So the pre-flight is all about sensory motor challenge. And how do you perform with an altered muscle activation, which is induced due to the various or different postures that you will encounter in flight. In flight was covered in detail. Okay, I'm not going to go into, it's a 6 months, 2.5 hours per day. It consists of your resistance training and your cardio training and predominantly restricted to your treadmill and ergometer because that's a design that you can adapt. So that's essentially your in-flight. Now in-flight training is actually called as countermeasures. Okay, that's the word that is used because these are measures by which you can counteract the effects of the zero gravity or microgravity environment. They're not necessarily adequate to cover up for all the exposure. We are still understanding. I think we may have some interesting solutions. We'll have a look at it later. If you ask me the question, I'll tell you. So that's what happens in flight, covered in detail. Post-flight, I learned this terminology in preparation to this talk. So it's called terrestrial rehabilitation. That's the term that they have coined. Okay, post-flight, that's your return. The testing happens between 5 days and 21 days. So the program is at least for 21 days, but now I think they've extended it to 45 days. But then understand the training program, which the reconditioning program is for 21 days at least. Okay, so that's the post-flight. So I'll go in detail on the post-flight. What are the goals? What are the rehab goals about post-flight? There are only 3 on the incremental levels of order of preference. I've just put them on the order of preference. The first order of preference is counteract the effects of the zero gravity. That's why you have to understand the physiological adaptations. So you have to counteract the effects of it. So there is musculoskeletal where you're losing bone mass and then muscle mass and then strength. Cardiorespiratory where there is increased pooling of your blood, decreased, blood and RBCs and overall reduction in cardiac capacity. And sensory motor, you're deprived of your proprioceptive sense. So there is a reduced kinesthetic awareness. So when you design your rehab program, if you put somebody into a complex exercise program that involves coordinating movement in multiple planes, because he is not aware and the activation is changed, he is at a risk of injury. So that's why there is a science behind how you plan or progress these exercises, because there will be effects because of your exposure. Preventing injury is the second part. Because of this, you don't want them to end up. And I spoke about why injuries might happen. Injuries might happen because of the altered spine mechanics, because there is no line of gravity, and then disc is hydrated more, and your muscle activation has changed, and your kinesthetic awareness has decreased. That's your altered proprioception. And the demands in space, and in preparation to the demands in space, you don't necessarily actually talk only about the time spent in the space flight. You're also talking about the time which was spent in preparation for the space flight, which essentially also deprived you of sensory motor, and it was a sensory motor challenge. So you've adapted to that, you've acclimatized to that. Now you come on the ground, terrestrial, the demands are changed. So you have to understand that there is a risk of injuries if you don't plan your program according to the change in demands. Somebody mentioned that there are only very few astronauts or people who can go to space. You don't want somebody getting a serious injury and then not able to return to the next mission, because the missions will increase, and the training, the investment in training an astronaut, and then the experience you have gained by going there. You don't want to lose out all of that because you have not recovered very well from the last flight, is it not? So that's essentially is your rehab goal. So that's, please understand. Now the rehab, or what we call as the reconditioning program, which is a 3-week reconditioning program. These are the components. It's all there in the list. I have references. I'll share the references. So basically the program variables are essentially, you put them in water, aquatherapy. There is cardiovascular retraining, resistance training component, and neuromuscular training component. These are widely the components that are part of your European Space Agency programs. I'll just explain each one. Your reconditioning program will, the aquatherapy will focus on using water as a medium, and then enhance mobility, enhance balance, enhance strength by using props, and enhance coordination. Okay. This is a good shift from a zero gravity on ground, but still the buoyancy and the movement will still be familiar, so that adaptations and all your mobility and everything can be built in underwater before you get them over ground. So that's a good place to start. The neuromuscular program will focus on re-establishing proprioception, because there was very minimal proprioceptive demand, re-establishing balance to the changing task and the change in posture, and coordination. And last is the plyometrics. So you're not going to, in a neuromuscular program in a sports field, if plyometrics is very much part of it, and then if the unstable base is a challenge that you will start off with, here it comes last. So that's essentially your aqua and neuromuscular. The reconditioning program for cardiovascular, I have actually put in as an order of hierarchy based on the challenges that a body can encounter when they come back. So if the cardiovascular training, the best cardiovascular, you don't start straight away on running. As you can say, running can cause, I told you about the demands on the spine, interlimb coordination, and the surface is different. So the best way to start is with the swimming, where it recreates your zero gravity or microgravity environment. You're prepared and you're familiar. And then a rowing also you're doing predominantly in your countermeasures. Your body is adapted, and the demands on your lower limb and the spine are less in rowing. Then comes your cycling, where the demands you are in an erect posture. Eventually you integrate it into running. Okay. The program doesn't essentially say that you follow this cycle, but this is my inference of how it should be done. If you're doing a reconditioning program for resistance training, it's good to start with body weight exercises. Go on functional training, which is essentially your large movements with very minimal resistance. Then do compound lifts like your deadlifts and squat. Then go on for isolation and combination in terms of your throw, kicks, and all that. Okay, so that is one of the logical progression of your exercise program for resistance training. Your rehabilitation program as such, if they do have pain and then they do, and specific to the effects of your flight, the rehabilitation program, which has been shown and which, because Julie Hides is involved in these studies mostly, there is definite role for what we call as motor control exercises, basically the deep muscle activation, because again and again, it is shown that in astronauts, there is definitely a loss of muscle across all muscle group, but then the loss of muscle in the spinal muscle group, the deep muscle group, seem to be associated with the back pain. So that's why the motor control exercises and the kinesthetic repositioning exercises, you have lost your kinesthetic awareness or you're not necessarily, it is minimized. So kinesthetic repositioning is your ability to notice where your spine or your knee in relation to the segment above, segment below, or in relation to your space or an equipment. So kinesthetic repositioning exercises. Posture definitely has changed, so you can put them on a posture correction exercise, but more than posture correction exercise, it's about giving the postural muscles, because of the change in your line of gravity, the ability to control the posture, whatever it is. Okay, the neck posture, spine posture, or your thoracic spine, or your hip posture. Then comes your movement coordination, which will include all the components of your strength, functional training, and kinesthetic training, where you coordinate your movement. And then comes into movement integration. Movement integration is how you do the movement coordination at a high demand activities, such as lifting a free weight or doing a plyometrics for distance or for depth. Okay, so that's essentially what are the components of the rehab program. One example is for your spine, which I gave you. Take home message is essentially this from this talk. Physiological adaptations are inevitable. Okay, there is absolutely no way that you can stop these adaptations from happening. They are inevitable. What research has shown is that the functional abilities can be restored by 3 weeks of exercise program, which I shared with you right now. They can be restored. And when you say about physiotherapy, your rehab and reconditioning is predominantly through movement and exercise. And if you guys recognize the picture, then your space rehab or terrestrial rehab has started. Now, my take-home message is, if you want to be future ready, at least watch the space movies. And please type the name of the movie that you see here. And of course, there are people who plan to go on space mission in the future, and they start off with anti-gravity exercises. Thank you. And these are the references. I'm done.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. It was really brainstorming, and definitely you have promoted the Hollywood on a very great case. Even I am a big fan of Hollywood movies like Armageddon. You must have seen that. Even NASA astronauts have been shown these movies in the forthcoming future. But who knows? Any comment arise like approaches us. So what has to be done?
We don't think that.
Please switch off. Who is that? Disha ji, please. And Apollo 13, definitely the title one. It's a great movie. The Failure, why it was unable to launch. Tom Hanks, definitely, sir. So the prime question is from my side, first of all, is we have heard a lot that astronauts face many difficulties post return to Earth. What are the causes and how to train them?
Difficulties, physical difficulties?
In standing.
Okay, I told you there is a change of, there are two things. One, of course, it's not necessarily the long mission, it's also the preparation for the mission. So you are immersed in this training for 2 years at least, but then at least launch minus 52, which is about 7-8 weeks, you're completely immersed. So that also you have to, and then the body is prepared to adapt to this varying stimulus. And then after you come back, there is no acclimatization, is it not? So you come back and then you are given about from day one, it's starting day one, and now it's 21. Now the understanding is 45 days. You have to counteract these effects. And what research says is you can actually counteract these effects. But then, as I told you, there is a progression by which it's a common sense. There is a progression at which you take through them. You don't come and ask them to do, for someone who has never done a compound movement such as, deadlift, he may be fit, he is prepared, he is fit. And even compound movements like a squat or an activity such as running, okay, because of the exposure to the microgravity and the changes within your body system, I explained your increase in your disk space and then reduce proprioception. You do some activity which is familiar and as easy as running, but still there is an increased risk of your injury because you have been exposed to a microgravity environment for a very, very long time, both during mission and also in preparation. Okay, so physiological adaptations, they're all very well established, very well studied. The why they are happening is also studied. Okay, but then this all happens, you have to understand, this is all happening in some of the fittest guy in the universe. In a sense, the guy who makes a cut as an astronaut is usually fitter than a special forces, military guy. You understood? So these are already fit guys, and even in them, if these changes happens, you can understand what happens to physiotherapists when they go to space.
So there is one more question by YouTube. Dr. Aparna Selvam, is there a fit principle for these rehab programs, sir? And can a person with any lifestyle disease can be trained to go to space?
You're asking about recent trip of Jeff Bezos to space. He didn't go to space. Okay, he just went in and touched the space and came. It depends on what is your definition of space. So we are talking about mission. So when we say mission, it's essentially it has a specific duration. So if you just want to have a space flight, which all the commercial space flight like what Virgin Galactic and what Amazon and SpaceX is planning, it's essentially for everyone. There won't be any restrictions on who can go and all that, but I'm pretty sure there will be, even if you want to go on a basic exercise or an activity or a weekend run, you need to go through a screening. So there will be a screening, okay? And you should pass the test before they clear because they don't want bad names. But I don't think anyone, meaning at present, I can definitely say that people who have pre-existing comorbidities definitely cannot go on a space mission. They can go and touch this outer space and come for a fun ride.
So there is one more question from one YouTube viewer. The ID's name is TUTTU. I can pronounce that as Q2. So the question is, why the bone density is reducing once you are on a space mission? What is the reason behind it?
Bones adapt to loading, okay, different form of loading. So axial loading, torsional loading, okay, compressive loading, that's how the bones adapt. And there is absolutely no way you can create any of these loading to the extent where the bones can adapt, okay, meaning you have to load beyond what is called a supraphysiological load for the adaptations to happen. So while we will be able to do a minimum dosage of loading by various measures, okay, this is essentially to minimize the loss, but you cannot definitely cause any adaptation. That's why you lose, okay, because of absence of loading. Okay, bones adapt to loading. Bone mineral forms in response to loading, different form of loading. You cannot create all these loading in a zero gravity environment. You can only prevent the loss. And despite this, there is a loss which happens.
There is one more question by Dr. Kritika Singh. She wants to inquire about how can we study space physiotherapy subjects in India and what topics?
I have no idea. I think they probably should contact you. Contact Dhruv Taneja.
Like what exactly she wants to ask is, how can you develop the knowledge like what you have shared today, sir?
Now read the papers. I think that would be a starting point. See if it interests. And no, I'm not joking when I say watch movies. I'll tell you, nobody asked me this question. Everybody today is talking about zero gravity and then the effects of zero gravity. And 30 years down the line, we'll have an equipment which will allow you to actually, exercise well in a zero gravity environment to reduce. What if we created gravity generated in space? Okay, that's why you have to watch movies. Okay, what if you start walking and exercising like normal individuals in space? You think 30 years down the line that is possible? I feel it is possible.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So if we create a gravity generated field generator, okay, so that's why you have to watch movies. Okay, in movies everybody walks and there is a science behind it, and you can create.
Sir, literally, I mean to say it. I was very much confused while understanding the concept of black holes. But once I watched the movie Interstellar, I literally got to know what exactly it is.
Yeah.
What is event horizons, and even if you watch Prometheus,
yeah,
there are so many beautiful movies, and definitely you are telling it right. Once we go into it, then only we'll be able to understand so many things.
Yeah.
So the last question is, where do we see profession of physiotherapy in the forthcoming 10 years?
Okay. Is it a question, specific question? General question. Okay, I'll say what.
A general question.
Where do I see? Physiotherapy is a specialist. Physiotherapy is a specialist field. Okay. Now it's a niche area. According to me, it's a niche area, and it will be 10 years down the line. It will be it will, irrespective of what you do or not do, it will be a primary first contact access where the customer will want to come to you directly. In that case, there will be at least 10 physiotherapists next to your house in a lane. Okay. Now it's all customer driven. The customer has to choose who's the specialist. Okay. So how do you communicate that you are a specialist? Okay. Do you communicate that you have skills, or you have knowledge, or you have a reputation? How do you communicate? Because the customer will decide. Okay. Whom do they want to? Okay. If it is a specialist driven, and if it is going to be a niche area, then you have to communicate that you are it is underpinned by a science, okay, and then you represent something which is very, very unique to physiotherapy. And we are very well positioned between what you call as the healthy living and human longevity era. That's essentially what it is. So all your passive kind of treatments are going to go away, and exercises, movement is going to be the predominant way by which patients will come to you. And if you communicate yourself as someone who's the master in this, then they will identify you as the specialist. Okay, because a person who runs a 5 kilometer over a weekend also wants the same kind of expertise of an Olympic physiotherapist who has handled Olympic athletes. Both are running, because according to me, he's also a sportsman. Okay, 5K is also a sportsman, and Olympic runner is also a sportsman. So he wants an access to the Olympic physiotherapist. You understood? So everybody has to be an Olympic physiotherapist. The knowledge has to be at that level.
Done, sir. And I think they have pushed me to go for another question actually. So 2 questions I will conclude in one. One by Dr. Aparna Selvam and one by Dr. Tamil Selvi Jayapandian. Can you speak on the injury that occurs when an astronauts are in space? What can be done in space during the flight or after the flight? And are dislocations of joint also a threat in space?
Possible. Okay, they're not called injuries, they are called accidents. They can happen anywhere. Okay, they can happen here. Now, a space flight and a space mission is an extremely controlled environment where they don't look for any kind of accidents. Okay, they're not allowing. Somebody mentioned they don't even allow a screw. Okay, so it was extremely controlled. If at all there was some incident, I'm pretty sure, I'm not aware, but then they don't happen. They are controlled. Okay, and I'm sure if they happen, like even in your bus, you have a first aid and a treatment mechanism. So all these guys, each one of them are trained to handle. I'm pretty sure it will be long before a physiotherapist go on a space mission for treatment. Okay, and these are accidents, and there are traumatic injuries, and there are countermeasures to anticipate and treat them. I don't think you need a physiotherapist to treat them in space, at least for now.
So definitely, sir, you are absolutely right in your way. As you have mentioned, a screw can definitely spoil a life. If you remember the incident of Kalpana Chawla while returning on Earth, there was a screw. She was traveling in Colombia, and the entire astronauts were collapsed on the way itself. So with that, we end up with the session, and definitely it was a great session by Dr. Padmanabhan sir from Bangalore, Chief of Physical Therapy Department, Spurs Group of Hospitals, Founder, Momentology, Bangalore. We thank you very much, sir, and thank you for joining us. It was a great session.
Thank you, Dhruv.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. With that, we'll move to the last session of this Zero Gravity Space Conference 2021 by a renowned research astrophysicist scientist, Dr. Subhayan Mandal, who is currently serving at Malviya National Institute of Technology, who has done his research work from IIT Kanpur. Over to you, Dr. Chandramohan, please.
Thank you, Dr. Dhaneja sir. And I take this opportunity once again to wish all a very happy Independence Day. And we are together. We are here at the last episode of this conference, and I'm happy. And also, I would like to invite Dr. Subhayan Mandal. He did his PhD in astroparticle physics in IIT Kanpur and MSc physics in IIT Kanpur and postdoctoral assistant in astroparticle physics from University the League. And he is a research scientist and assistant professor in astrophysics department MNIT. And he's having 4 H index, 25 publications and 2 I index. And his topic is concept of gravity on and off cosmos. I welcome Dr. Subhayan Mandal.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are very much audible.
Okay, so I think I'm also visible now. Actually, sorry,
yes.
This is a holiday and I am presenting from the comfort of my home. So I hope you people don't mind work from home. So let me share the screen.
Yes, sir.
So I think this is it. Okay, so can you see it?
Yes, sir.
So let us start without much further ado. So this is about concept of gravity and its important on and off cosmos. So last 2 sessions I was auditing, and I hear this is mostly dealing with the profession of medicine, or rather physiotherapy. So probably you might be, and thankfully it is the last session, and some of you might feel bored because this is a little bit related with physics and all that. So please bear with me, kindly bear with me. So now let us start. So let me see. So what is gravity, from which I will start my talk. And this is the outline of my talk. I will introduce gravity briefly. And then I will go on to speak about some effects of gravity, terrestrial effects and celestial effects, probably since on and off cosmos. So that is keeping in that line, I will try to present this presentation actually. So how did it all start? You probably have heard the story that Newton was sleeping below an apple tree and all that, but that is actually probably not correct. So let us see. So first note that I think in 1600, that means early 17th century, Kepler had actually published the first 2 laws about planetary motion. And actually he has found them empirically by studying and analyzing the astronomical observations made by Tycho Brahe. Tycho Brahe was an astronomer and he collected some planetary motion data around the sun, and Kepler was his assistant for the last 2 years of his life. And Tycho Brahe also collected some of the motion of the Jupiter's moons also. So by analyzing the motion of planets and satellites about Jupiter, he actually found out some laws. Except for the 3rd law, first 2 law was published really early in the 17th century. So let us see what are those laws. So laws of planetary motions due to Kepler is, the first law is the orbit of a planet about the sun is an ellipse, with sun staying at one of its focus. There are 2 foci, one of its focus. So these are basically, I think you people know it, but let us remind once more. So the next thing is, a line joining a planet and the sun sweeps out equal areas in equal intervals of time. Okay, there is one extra line Please ignore the complete one full. That thing is extraneous actually. The last law is the square of the sidereal periods of planets are proportional to the cubes of their semi-major axis. Now these are the three laws, and progressively they have become too much complex, I think, especially for the audience, what I perceive, because when you people talk, I also find the jargon kind of formidable. So let us see. As they say, a picture is worth 1,000 words. So let us start with Kepler's first law, a pictorial depiction. So an ellipse is also known as a conic section, but let us not go into conic section. But an ellipse can be very easily drawn. Just that you have to, on your sketchboard, you have to fix two pins, and you have to take a wire loop or a thread loop. And just like you draw a circle with a compass, here there will be two centers, and you have a pencil that is attached to the point P, and two pins are at F1 and F2. If you make a traversal locus with respect to F1 and F2, and if you run around P as far as you could, then it will be an ellipse. And some of the ellipses parameters are given there, like major axis, minor axis, and etc. So let us not go into that, but probably you all know that. And let us go to the second law. Second law is mostly about equal area in equal time, is mostly about it's kind of a windshield wiper law. So let us see. So in an ellipse, since the star can be at one of the foci, thus planet can be farther at the aphelion or at the epiapsis location, and it can be at the perihelion or the periapsis location. So as it happens that when it is farther from the star, its own star, its velocity is actually smaller, but its windshield wiper or the radius vector is larger. So even if its velocity is smaller, the area swept out by the sectorial area swept out by the windshield wiper, assumed to be the radius vector, is equal to what the area when it is close by. So the area of C sun D is actually equal to the area of A sun B, assuming that the time taken to traverse or cover these sectorial areas are the same. So this is the second law. But these two, while of course true, but there is a third law that actually concerns us. Why the third law concerns us? Because of the fact that it is given to be that the period of orbitation of a planet around its own star, or let's say sun, if you square it, it will be directly proportional to the cube of the semi-major axis. Actually, this was not given by Kepler. It was found out later. What is given in the bracket was the law written down by Kepler. So these three laws were actually revolutionized astronomy because of the fact that Copernicus's view was right. Copernican view was right that is we live in a heliocentric universe, heliocentric solar system, that is, but circular orbits or epicycles to explain planets' retrograde motion was wrong, and Kepler's laws of motion was more correct and had empirical, or rather data-based underpinnings. Now let us come to the laws of gravity. How did these three laws were actually connected to the laws of gravity, or rather the inverse square law that we have been fed in school? Now let us see. So one thing is that the elliptical orbit is maintained by gravity. Why? Because when you are moving, if you are going in a circle, you know that there is a center and you are going around, and your direction is changing every moment. And if in case there is no centripetal acceleration, you will just veer off course. That means you will just be pushed away from the orbit. So that centripetal acceleration is basically provided by the gravity. And you should must note that this Apple story is just a cock and bull story. You must not believe it. So the next is how the centripetal force actually provides the centripetal acceleration, and this centripetal force is basically the gravity. Now let us see. So as you know, here we are just about to do that. So as you know that this centripetal force is basically given by this formula. I am not hoping that you people will remember that the centripetal force is mv square by r. But let us assume that you remember it, or just trust me that this is this. So if you remove this v in terms of angular velocity, the linear velocity in terms of angular velocity, then it will come out to be m omega square r. So there is a relation between angular velocity and linear velocity, where linear velocity being the radius vector multiplied by the angular velocity. Some of you, some bright minds might remember this from your school days, +2 or even +10 also. So what we can do here is that we can just replace the angular acceleration, and angular acceleration omega is, you know, this is a very famous relation, 2 pi by t, where t is the period to orbit. So if you do that, and next you remember the Kepler's third law, which is where t is proportional to r raised to the power 3/2, and where k is just a factor of proportionality, then you can substitute for t and you can find out the centripetal force. This centripetal force, as you can correctly see, has a inverse square behavior with the radius vector. And the constant of proportionality being this 4 pi square m divided by k, where mp is the planet mass. And now I am saying that this 4 pi square by k is proportional to gm sun or gm star. Now how do I know that g is an universal constant, k is also assumed to be a constant? Now why this mass of the sun is there, and how do I know that in this constant k another variable quantity, mass of the star or mass of the sun, is there? Because you know that Kepler has deduced his formulas by looking at the motion of the planets around the sun or that of the satellites of Jupiter around Jupiter itself. So those motions were independent of the Jupiter mass, were independent of the solar mass. However, in the constant of proportionality were always there. So Kepler's law says t square is proportional to r cube, fine. But if you look at the Tycho Brahe's table, it is very easy to figure out the value of the constant. Now, looking at the different constants for the Jupiter's satellite motions of Jupiter and planet motions of the solar system, you can easily find out that these two are different, and Newton was a bright mind. So he could figure out that the mass of the sun or the centroid should also be there somewhere. So he did that, and that is why the gravity was discovered. It was discovered this way, rather than one fine day apple falling on his head and he just saw in his dream that this should be an inverse square law. It is not like that. So now once gravity has been, the law of gravity, especially the classical one at least, has been written down, let us look at some applications. Now, what about the applications? There are many applications actually. You know, without gravity we are dead. So anything we do, like as a physiotherapist, you know what is bipedal locomotion. So even for that bipedal locomotion, you need friction, and the friction is dependent on the normal reaction to gravity, and that is everywhere. If you move a car or a bike, if you run a train, you need adhesion on the tracks, and that adhesion comes due to gravity. Without that, we are dead on our tracks. So let us, since my topic is on and off cosmos, so let us talk about some terrestrial applications of gravity and celestial applications of gravity. But since you know that gravity requires a large mass, and without which you cannot otherwise the force of gravity will be too much smaller to be perceptible in your instrument. So actually the terrestrial applications will also depend on the celestial masses. That is true. So let us look at the terrestrial effects of gravity. And if you are looking my slides very carefully, you can see overhead that we are talking about tides and ebbs, high tides and low tides, that is. So let us talk about the schematics. So tides, in a sense, dependent on the masses, celestial masses. So primarily the moon and secondarily the sun. These two celestial bodies are primarily responsible for the tides. However, there are other planets also, but their effects are negligible. So we will not incorporate them here. So visually, what is tide? As you probably know, the tides are actually the results of the bulges in the Earth's ocean caused by the gravitational attraction of the moon and the sun. As the Earth rotates, people on the Earth's surface move past these bulges and experiences a rising of the sea, rising and falling of the sea levels. It turns out that most important contributor to this effect is the moon. We will calculate to that effect. And to simplify our discussion, we shall first assume the sun is not present, and we shall also assume that the Earth's surface is completely covered with water. That actually helps you, what do I say, calculations and all that. So there are two views. Since the moon is pulling the water of the Earth, the A side is wrong. Why? Because if the A side is true, then every 24 hours there will be a high tide. But that is not the case. Actually, every 12 hours there is a high tide on Earth. So the explanation is slightly involved than just saying that moon is pulling our water bodies. So it is slightly deeper than that. So let us go to that. So let us see the system, moon and sun and the planets. Let's see Earth. So the fact is the moon, sun and the Earth create a non-inertial system. Now what do we mean by non-inertial system? Non-inertial system is a system where the observer or the system, that means where you're doing your experiment, are basically moving with non-constant velocity. Non-constant means it might be changing direction, might be changing velocity, or maybe changing both. So in an accelerated frame of reference, Newton's law actually fails. Yes, Newton's law actually fails. You might wonder if I am out of my mind, but that is not right. Actually, Newton's law fails in a non-inertial system. Newton's law is only valid for inertial frames of references, where one frame is either at standby or it is moving at a constant velocity with respect to other frames which is at a constant velocity. So let us simplify things, because rotational frames are difficult to understand even more. Let us talk about constant linear accelerations. So let us talk about non-inertial frames in as simple manner as we can. So we shall all assume that everybody in this audience must be familiar with Galilean transformation. Now I have dropped the jargon and there might be pin drop silence or maybe you are feeling it a very, you're seeing it a formidable jargon, but it is not like that. Unlike its Italian name, it is actually the elementary velocity addition formula taught in secondary schools. Just like, let's say, a person is staying at the platform, another person is at the rail car, another person is on his or her light motor vehicle, etc. So in a mathematical jargon, when you put a dot overhead of a vector, it actually denotes ordinary time derivative. It is just like dr naught dt. But as a shorthand, we are writing r naught vector dot. So it is just a ordinary time derivative of r naught. So since you know the velocity addition formula, without remembering the name, it has a formal name known as Galilean transformation, but forget it. So you know what is your velocity transformation formula, and you know the velocity of the train with respect to the observer at platform is equal to the velocity of the train with respect to the observer in his or her motor car, plus the velocity of the motor car with respect to the observer staying static at the platform. There is no magic in there. This is very simple formula. Everybody, I think, remembers that. But now if you differentiate, now assume velocity addition formula, everybody knows that. Even number 6 is not a problem. Even at number 6, everything is fine and Newton's law holds there. But the problem arises if these velocities are basically changing with time. So if even the double dots are non-zero for these radius vectors, all hell then breaks loose. So it means that r double dot is equal to r naught double dot minus the acceleration of the light motor car with respect to the person staying at the platform statically. Now this is a non-inertial frame that is accelerating linearly, and in these kind of frames that follows equation number 7, the Newton's law has to be changed. There will be an extra term that is given in equation number 8. Now once I have derived the Newton's law, not derived, okay, let's say derived the Newton's law in non-inertial frame, which is linearly accelerating, you are now well equipped to talk about tidal forces. Now what about tidal forces? Just let's say there is a droplet m on the surface of the earth. Everywhere there is water on the surface of the earth, that is our assumption. But let us just assume that you are considering a particular elementary droplet of mass m at a distance r from the center of the earth, and the moon center to earth center distance is d naught, which is a constant. And since the m is an arbitrary point, the distance d is a variable because the location of m is variable, but d naught is a constant. So now let us go ahead. So the force applied to the mass m or the droplet m due to the Earth's own gravity is, given by equation number 9, which is very simple. And using the Newton's law, you can also apply the force applied on the droplet m due to moon, and that where mm is the mass of the moon and d is the direction, unit vector in the direction of the moon from the location of m. Now meanwhile, since our earth, since moon also exerts some forces of gravity on earth, so the center of earth is actually accelerating towards the moon. Or you might say that actually we are attracting the moon is accelerating, but there are just a viewpoint. Whether you are standing on moon or whether you are standing on the earth, they are just perception differences. The acceleration value does not change, but it might change signature at most, depending on your reference frame. This is physics. So neglecting the buoyant forces, you can now calculate this quantity right from equation number 8, and you can see that this tidal force, the tidal force will be given by this quantity, and this quantity is basically the difference between the actual force of the moon on the water element M, and had it been at the center of the earth, there will be an just imagine that there is a real force due to gravitational pull of the moon on this water element M, and had this been at the center of the earth, it would be something different, and the difference of these two pulls are basically known as the tidal pulls. So now let us go a little bit forward. Now calculating the magnitude of the tidal force is not enough. You have to calculate actually how much tide, how high your tides will be, because if you navigate in open seas, that will be important, or if you are a town planner, that will be important. So let us see. So gravitation, as you know, you have read it in school, that it is a central force, and central force can always be written as a derivative of a potential. Just forget this inverted triangular signs. These are basically a kind of a derivative known as a gradient or whatever. Let us forget that. So central forces can be written as a derivative of a potential. Potential is a scalar function. So a simple calculation from I'm not interested actually going into the mathematics. So a simple calculation going from equation 13, you can find out what your potential will be. And next is that the tidal or the lunar gravitation, the tidal and gravitational forces, one is the lunar gravitational forces and one is terrestrial gravitational forces, shall be acting normal to the surface of the ocean. And in other words, the ocean surface must be an equipotential of these two potential involved. One is the Earth's gravitational potential, another one is the tidal potential. Both of them should arrange in such a manner that their gradient should be perpendicular to the surface of the oceans, and in so doing, the total potential at P will be equal to the total potential at Q. Just look at this Q position and P position. If total potentials are the same, and you know that total potential is the sum of Earth's gravitational potential plus the tidal potential, so you can take the differences in two sides and the equation 17 emerges, and from equation 17 the LHS can be written simply as mgh. The Earth's gravitational potential difference is basically the height of the water column, and there is since this is a kind of a hypotenuse of this from M to Q is a hypotenuse of this right angle triangle, you need to do some Taylor expansion and all that. Again, I am not going into the mathematics part, but I am saying that U tidal at Q can be approximated as such, U tidal P can be approximated as such, and hence the water column mgh, which is the weight of the water column actually, is equated to this much with courtesy equation number 17. And you know what is g, which is the acceleration due to gravity of the earth, and if you replace g by this, you have an expression for the tidal height. Now let us see what we can do about it. Once we have derived this formula, what we can do about it, you can just plug in the values, and if you plug in the values, that you can find the height of the tide for the moon alone, which is 54 centimeters. The next is, what about the sun? The height of the tides caused by the sun alone can also be given by the same formula, but you need to change something. Now what you have to change? You have to change that the mass of the moon will be replaced by the mass of the sun, which is this much, and also the d naught, which is the distance from the moon center to the earth center, should be replaced by the Earth-Sun distance, which is one astronomical unit, approximately around 15 crores of kilometers. So by plugging in these values, you will find the height of the tide due to the sun is 25 centimeters. And chances are that once in every month or once in every few months, there are situations where the sun and moon can be aligned or anti-aligned, creating some overtly vociferous tides known as spring tides and overtly docile tides known as nip tides. Their values can be found out just by summing 22 with 23 or taking the difference between 22 and 23, which are 79 centimeter and 29 centimeter. Here I must remind you that we have applied this kind of approximations. Circular velocities has not been taken into account, other planets has not been taken into account, which are of course negligible. And so you should remember that tides can be a meter high also, because not all effects in this simplistic calculation, all effects are given to be perturbative. If it is not perturbative, that it can be at least a meter high. Tides can be a meter high, and that comes out to be a few pages of, maybe 2 pages of simple calculations of gravity. At least you get an idea. Now let us go ahead, move forward. Let us do about celestial applications of gravity. Let us talk about artificial satellite. You know what is MOM? So MOM is Mars Orbiter Mission, popularly in India known as Mangaljan. And around the same time when MOM was released in space, another Mars orbiter known as MAVEN was also released into space by NASA. And MOM was released around, I think, September 2013, and 15 days, 13 days before the MAVEN blast off. And it reached, however, on 24th September in the Mars orbit. MAVEN reached there 2 days earlier, 22nd of September 2014. So how did this thing happen? आप नवंबर को एक मिशन छोड़ रहे हो, एंड देन आफ्टर यू स्टार्टेड ऑफ नवंबर 5th reach 24th September next year, and in Maven you started off around, let's say, 18th 18th November 2013 and reached 22nd September. How did this miracle happen? So I will give you some time to think about it. But before that, let us do some quick calculation using the Kepler's third law. So we using this, you can actually find out the period of a low Earth satellite or low Earth orbit is also known as LEO, low Earth orbit. So just like ISS is also a low Earth orbit, in a polar orbit actually. Now what do you mean by low Earth orbit? Low Earth orbit is basically if a satellite has a time period of 128 minutes or lesser, they are known to be a low Earth orbit. That means they cannot, their apogee cannot be much higher than 2000 kilometers from the surface of the Earth. That is what they are meant by this. So, but we will ignore this height. We will assume that they are basically moving very close to the surface of the Earth. So let's see how we can apply Kepler's third law to calculate the period. So using Kepler's third law to estimate the period of a satellite in a circular orbit, which is let's say a few tens of miles above the Earth's surface, very close to Earth's surface. So the period is given by equation number 5. So let's see where is our equation number 5. Let me find it out for you. So this is equation number 5, where t square is this much multiplied by r cube. So this is our equation number 5. Now let us go forward. So where where ms is replaced by me. Why? Because we are not talking about the star, but we are talking about the earth now, because we are talking about the artificial satellite called of a low earth orbit that is orbiting the earth. So the central mass should be that of the earth's mass. So since the orbit is circular, we are assuming no ellipticity there. We can replace a, the semi-major axis, by r. And since the orbit is very close to Earth's surface, you can replace r with the radius of the Earth. We are neglecting the height of the satellite from the surface of the Earth. So applying this formula, you can actually find out that that the period should be 5070 seconds, which is approximately 85 minutes. This actually closely corresponds to the observational data of 90 minutes or so. Just like in the last couple of two talks that I have heard, you people were talking mostly about, I think, this International Space Station, where your knowledge of study is actually applied in situ. So this is also a low Earth orbit satellite, and it has a, I think, orbital period of 92 minutes 40 seconds or something like that. So once we have done this, let us go to the primary question. Why MAVEN, despite being late in starting off, reached earlier than that of MOM? Why MAVEN is faster than MOM? That is a question that we need to answer. So let us now do away with highbrow calculations, because calculation is too much involved. I think at this level I should not present that. Let us now see how a orbit transfer. So MOM and MAVEN both has to reach Mars. Remember that. So they are not in the orbit, or though they are not in the orbit of the Earth anymore. So orbit of the Earth means they are within the Earth's gravitational field. But if they go away from the Earth's gravitational field, there are basically many ways to do that. First of all, remember how you can change your orbit. Even if you are in a let's say low Earth orbit, but you want to change your height. That means you want to change your apiapsis or apogee position or aphelion position. How do you do that? So one way to do that, see, there are two concurrent, not concurrent, I would say, two elliptical orbits. They are touching at the perigee or perihelion position. So if you give a tangential velocity thrust with your, let's say, liquid apogee motor or whatever, what will happen? Your velocity will force the radius or the semi-major axis to be larger. Because as you can see, if your central mass is fixed and your satellite mass is fixed, the centripetal acceleration or the centripetal force, which is basically the force of the gravity, cannot change. Howsoever, if you change your velocity, it must be such that your semi-major axis must also change. How can I claim that? I claim that directly because this is a fallout of this equation. Where is it? Let me find out. This is it. The centripetal force, equation number 2, you can see if you change your velocity, which is the tangential velocity, if you change it by twofold, your radius must also increase, or the semi-major axis must also increase fourfold. Otherwise, this centripetal force will not be a constant. But you know, this centripetal force is basically is supplied by gravity, and gravitational pull cannot change unless the masses change, because G is a constant, universal constant. So that is how you basically change your elliptical orbits. So what happens if you want to downgrade your orbit? you can give a backward thrust. If you are moving in this direction, you give a backward thrust such that your velocity, tangential velocity, is lower. Then you fall into a smaller semi-major axis elliptical orbit. So that is how you can actually change your orbit very nicely. But this is just talking about revolving around one planet. What about transfer orbits? Just like let's say, what did MAVEN do? MAVEN just transferred from the Earth orbit. I'm not showing the elliptical orbits of around the Earth here. Neither I'm showing the elliptical orbits around the Mars here. What it actually used a, as you can see, Hohemann transfer orbit. It is a kind of named after a German scientist who actually found out a path between two circular orbits by using a ellipse, or you can do it by a double ellipse or whatever known as a bielliptical transfer. This is a Hohemann transfer orbit, where what you do here, you leave the Earth's orbit by boosting your rocket, and you go into another planet's orbit, and you just insert it there. So since MAVEN blasted off with Atlas 5 rocket motor, and MAVEN itself weighs around 4,000 kilos. No, sorry, 2,500 kilos. And apart from that, it also carries a 4-ton Centaur rocket. So once it is in the orbit, that secondary rocket motor has actually given its around 1 lakh Newton of thrust, and it followed this Hohemann transfer orbit. Once you are at interplanetary distance, there are no forces acting, so your initial thrust will carry you through all the way along the Mars. Just at the initial point, you have to calculate how much thrust is required. So since NASA was having a stronger rocket motor, even at the orbit they can thrust it with 99,000 newtons. They can achieve it, and that means the Hohemann transfer orbit. But in the case of MOM or the Mangalyaan, it was not so easy, because we did not have a secondary rocket motor propulsion. We just had our MOM probe, and we had a liquid apogee motor there, LAM, and that had a very small thrust and very small fuel reserve. So we had around, I think, 440 Newton thrust or something like that. It is a very negligible compared to the Centaur secondary rocket motor that thrusted the MAVEN towards the Mars. That is why it reached earlier. So what we did, we actually did something kind of out of patience. We did it like this. So we started off on, let's say, 5th November, and with our liquid apogee motor, we just tried to go into higher eccentricity orbits, or that means very elongated ellipse we have made. Once we have reached the green line, what we did, we made a thrust such that we entered into a heliocentric orbit. That means in the interplanetary region, we are not following this Hohemann transfer orbit. We were using our thrust in such a way, we are now orbiting the sun here. So why use a heliocentric transfer orbit? Because here the sun will act as a slingshot, and the sun will direct us towards near to the Mars. Once we near the Mars, we will decelerate to fall into the orbit of the Mars. That's all. So we had to wait nearly, let's say, about it is 30th November, we departed Earth. And we took a much longer trajectory as compared to the smaller trajectory as compared to the Marvin. So we had to wait a slightly longer period, and we had to take a longer path because we did not have enough fuel. We had to smartly use the celestial bodies, in this case the sun, as a slingshot. If you have birds in your farmland, what do? You have a string and you have a cloth. You take some pebbles and you rotate it and you throw it towards the birds just to scatter or scare them away. So this is known as a slingshot. So here the sun used as a slingshot. I think I will stop here, and I will thank you for your kind attention. I don't know, I was talking about physics and probably I am a little bit misplaced here, but let us stop here. And hello,
Dr. Chandramohan.
So I will just
please wait,
hide
sir.
my. I will just hide my camera. That's all.
Yes, sir. I was reconnected again all of a sudden.
Okay, fine.
Thank you, sir. First of all, saying that that Newton's story is wrong. Yes, it is wrong. Only for the kids they have written like that.
True.
And every formula you have shown in the slides, at first I thought it would take a week to understand. Then when slides are moving,
not like that. Just don't go by the mathematics. Just see the essence that gravity is everywhere.
Yes, sir.
Even on the Earth, outside the Earth.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let me finish it. Later, when slides are moving on, there are so many formulas. So I bring this to the board of studies members, those who are available here. When we are taking physics subject to our space rehabilitation, or whatever we can now call it as a celestial telephysiotherapy, we can treat the space traveler from here through telecommunication. So that there is a chance. We cannot travel to space to treat a traveler, but from here we can guide them. So in such case that we should understand all those physics. So once they come down for the terrestrial rehabilitation also, we need to know about those physics. So what I thought that we should not end up with a chapter of physics, that we should have a proper modules like a subject in a semester in the year. And there are some questions, sir, and I would like to take that now.
Please go ahead, please.
Yes, sir. As we know, gravity is key factor or has a major role in both physio and physics in space. So can we generate artificial gravity in space in future to overcome all relevant problems?
There are some ways, like if you rotate the spaceship around its own axis, there will be some centrifugal forces that might actually mimic the effects of gravity. But I don't know that if that is true, that is feasible. True means it can be done, but that is, but one is theory and the another one is the technicality of it. If it is really feasible, technically feasible to do that, that is another thing. So I don't think no spaceship in outer space has done that. So the effect, actually the spaceship is continuously accelerating in its low Earth orbit, your ISS, International Space Station. So since this is continuously accelerating and continuously changing its direction, the astronauts cannot feel the effects. Unless there is a reaction to gravity, you cannot feel it. Just like when you jump off a cliff, so you are in a free fall, so you don't feel gravity, you feel weightless. But just when you touch the ground, what happens? You feel an enormous amount of reactionary force. That is how you feel gravity. So the ISS people are basically continuously accelerated. So they are basically in a free fall. So they cannot feel gravity. So they are in a gravitational field, but they cannot feel because they are changing direction, they are accelerating. That is my answer actually.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Sir, hidden, sir. Do we understand gravity completely?
Well, I think yes, considerably well. Uh, whatever I have talked about, it is a preliminary or let's say 18th century view of gravity. Like there are masses and there are attractions between them. The modern view of gravity is that it's a space-time artifact. That means whenever there is a massive object, the space-time curves around it or wraps around it. Just like if you have a flannel cloth and if you put a iron ball on it, the flannel cloth will shrink towards the center. So just like that, massive objects also wraps the space-time fabric or space-time cloths around it. So masses tells space-time how to warp or how to curve, and that curvature of space-time tells the masses how to move around. So gravity is not actually a force, it is basically I would say it's a space-time artifact, and it goes back and forth, space-time and masses, etc. So that view is too much complex. Even the even the Newtonian view, I try to keep it very simple, but you can find that it is really formidable because you are not engineers, you are doctors. Had it been a this NIT or IIT student, you will be very much at ease with those formulas. It is just like child's play. But for you, it seems very formidable. So that is why I did not go into this general theory of relativity. Newtonian theory, I think it's fine enough to understand gravity. And I think whatever you will do in your life, like treating ISS patients, they will feel only Newtonian gravity. This general theory of relativity is applicable near a black hole or near a pulsar, near a very massive object actually. So we are least the space medicines should not or space doctors should not concern themselves about this general theory of relativity, which is also a theory for gravity. No, it is not required, I think. But we understand it fairly well.
And the next question is also from Dr. Dhruv Taneja. What is more tricky, gravity or speed of light?
I would say both of them are basically artifacts of nature. Just like in quantum mechanics, you say that there is a limit of measurement, like the position and momentum, simultaneous measurement of both of them has a limit. You cannot do a precise measurement below a floating. There is a constant called h cut or Dirac's constant, and etc. Below that size, you cannot actually distinguish. Your measurement precision has a limitation. That is the rule of quantum mechanics. So this is a natural limitation. Similarly, the speed of light. What is speed of light? Speed of light is the what is the fastest speed with which you can send in information. So there is a natural limitation like there. So similarly, gravity is also, there is no action at a distance. Gravitational forces also pass with the speed of light. So they are basically kind of intertwined, and they are very much natural. They are related with the permeability of space, free space, and permittivity of free space, as you know probably.
Okay, sir. The next question is from Aparna Selvam. Sir, one general question, sir. When astronauts return to Earth, they are isolated from common people or even to their families for a longer time so that they don't infect others. So can you say your view on such a situation on this kind of infection?
Well, I'm not sure. If they are in free space, then I don't think they will have some viral load on them and etc. They are quarantined because probably I think they cross this Van Allen belt and etc. They pass through some radiation belts that might affect themselves. But I am not sure if this is due to radiation dosimetry or due to some viral load unknown in Earth. If there are viruses in free space, there could be, because viruses are basically zombies. They are undead objects. So I'm not sure why they are put into quarantine. What kind of precautions are we taking by quarantining them?
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure about this.
So, Dhruv sir, can you read another one of your question? I couldn't get it here. It is
one more question, sir. What I would like to ask you is, if a person is at equator, or if a person is standing at North Pole, the weight will differ or it will be same?
I think more or less it will be the same, but Earth is a oblate spheroid kind of a thing. The polar radius of Earth is around 30 kilometers smaller than that of the this equatorial radius. So that will technically, you can say, this smaller distance might create a minute change in this quantity g, because your weight is mg. So g is acceleration due to gravity, and that depends on the Earth's radius. So this minute variation of re in the re polar and re equatorial might create some minute differences in the acceleration due to gravity. But I think that this mass difference should be imperceptible. I have not done the calculation as yet, or I don't remember. This is a very famous school days type of question, but I think the mass difference should be imperceptible, because the acceleration difference should be imperceptible.
Generally, what we have heard about it, sir, like we have heard about red dwarf, we have heard about white dwarf, we have heard about supernova, nebulas. Then we have got about black holes, neutron stars, quasars, pulsars. Everything is absolutely interrelated. But one thing is which is very tricky, in that is gravitational waves. And what they generally say
that is the new field actually.
Yeah, correct. So absolutely, the theory of relativity is absolutely belongs to that field itself. How to understand gravity, but if we want to settle on Alpha Centauri in the forthcoming 100 or 200 years, we have to understand gravity properly.
Yes, the problem is how are you going to go to Alpha Centauri, or even in Proxima Centauri? Proxima Centauri is the closest star apart from the sun.
3.2 light years.
So how are you proposing to go there? So our rocket motors, even that of what NASA has got, is too weak to go there. The distance, the tyranny of distance is so huge that you cannot reach there in a lifetime or even in a few generations with the current speed.
Correct.
So this is 3.2 light year. Even if you travel by the velocity of light, it will take 3.2 years. So this is huge distance.
Correct.
So how? So there are some suggestions that if you can go pass via some wormholes or warp holes and etc. But frankly speaking, I am not an expert of these subjects, because these are involved subjects, and concept of wormhole actually eludes me.
It's hypothetical actually. Still, it is hypothetical.
This is hypothetical, but this is a theory. But this theory requires very highbrow mathematics. So the mathematics I have shown you, this is very much understandable to me, because this is school level, +2 level, or first year level.
I know, sir, yeah.
But if you go beyond that, let's say this is PhD level actually, this wormhole concept and etc. So that understanding is gravity. Of course, people are theorizing, but I don't have that, and I would rather restrain myself from commenting how to go faster. But I can talk that there are plasma thrusters and Hall thrusters that can act quite a bit of maybe few fold or maybe few tens of folds of much faster than the ordinary rocket motors. So plasma propulsion is currently thought of by this Jet Propulsion Laboratory and all that. These are the engineering things that are going on currently. But wormhole propagation, well, that is a notch too high.
Okay. The next question is also from Dhuru sir only. Did you mix that question, sir? Can it be related to dimensions?
Yeah, like gravity falls into the category of dimensionalism or time. What is dimension actually?
What is dimension?
Like whether you can relate dimension with gravity or whether you can relate time with dimensions.
Yes, there are theories. Yes, there are theories like string theory. There is a theory called string theory that actually deals that says that things are not four-dimensional, like three spatial dimension and one temporal dimension. That is the realm of special theory of relativity. But the way string theorist, the advent of string theory was because of the fact that general theory of relativity cannot be compatible with the quantum field theory. To make them compatible, people invented string theory, where every people try to do calculations over a 26-dimensional manifold. Yes, you heard it right, 26-dimensional manifold, and you compactify these large extra dimensions, you compactify them, and you make it 10. There are other theories of similar nature like superstring theory, supergravity, and etc., motivated by the supersymmetry of particle physics. So these are kind of highbrow theories, and again, I don't think I will go into them. So, and you're coming to your question, like what is dimension? I think, even I cannot see the fourth dimension.
Okay.
What is temporal dimension? We can see only 3 dimension. Once we fourth dimension, we can. This is a mathematical construct. Up to 4 dimension, we can understand that. Okay, but after that, in large extra dimensions, I don't know actually what is dimension. We can let us focus on 3 dimensions only.
Okay.
Fourth dimension comes in special theory of relativity or general theory of relativity. But beyond that, everything becomes a mathematical construct. You have a big, larger matrix, n by n matrix, and you can talk about n dimensions also. But the physical understanding goes away.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
One final question, sir, from Dhananjay Suresh. We have just measured gravitational waves. We have a long way to go, like interstellar. Do they need data from black hole for that?
Actually, I have been a movie buff, but I apologize for not seeing this movie Interstellar. And don't be angry with me. Actually, and I have heard that there is a lot of physics stuff that has gone into this the script of the movie. So it is not actually like other Hollywood movies. It is not actually here, or they did not just bring things out of their own hat or out of the from their own sleeves. There is a lot of physics stuff that has gone into making of the movie, but somehow I have lost interest in movies and I have not seen Interstellar. So I cannot relate. I'm sorry for that actually. Maybe next time I will watch those movies and then come back prepared, more prepared.
Actually, sir, we should also, like, after watching movies, we cannot ask the question to research scientists actually.
No, that is perfectly all right, because you know there are some. So before making a movie, probably they talk to this Goddard Space Flight Center. They talk to Joint Propulsion Jet Propulsion Laboratory. They go to JPL because they have the money. Even just like if you make a movie like Top Gun, they go to Gerard Ford and they they put the carrier on a lease for 1 day or half an hour. They shoot on the F-18 Hornets. So that is why these movies are costly, like 10-fold cost. The Interstellar, I think, is 100-fold costlier than our Mars orbiter mission.
Right.
There was jokes on it on Facebook, you know. So they spend that amount of time. They buy researchers research amount of time, and they make the script that way. So they are serious about it. I'm not saying that okay, movies are bad. Some movies are very nicely made actually, and Interstellar has got some attention deservedly. So, but I'm not a movie buff. That is my personal problem actually.
Same thing what they have concluded about Titanic, sir. The Titanic real ship cost was 112 crores, whereas the movie was built for 1,200 crores.
Acha.
The largest difference. Same thing. Interstellar was a very fantastic movie, absolutely based upon physics principles only, completely theory of relativity. Like how to use gravity to settle on other planets and how to generate artificial gravity.
Yes, these two things. I don't think that any other satellite does that. ISS cannot do that. Probably it is too big. But even in small satellites, if they can generate their own gravity, I don't think so. But I don't know how, the engineering aspect of it, how far they are in this prospect, in this quest.
Okay.
So
Thank you, sir.
I hope my presentation and this questionnaire session was understandable. I'm just hoping against hope.
Very nice.
Very nice session, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Subbian Mandal, sir. And I would like to hand over the mic now to our convener, Dr. Guru Taneja, so that he can get feedbacks from our participants and resource persons or any guests who would like to come forward. Yes, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Chandramohan. And thank you very much, Dr. Subhayan Mandal. It was indeed a proud moment to have an eminent research physicist, an astrophysicist scientist from MNIT Jaipur, who has done his PhD scholarate from IIT Kanpur, even University League. That is a proud moment for us. And we are very much grateful that you spared your precious time for us even on this vacational day. So we thank you from the core of our heart, from the entire chief organizing committee, from the moderators, from the speaker side. And now it is the time for us to conclude the session. But before conclusion, we would definitely like to have a small feedback from at least 3 participants. Can you please raise your hand who are willing to give us a concept, a beautiful corrections, or whatever things are needed for the forthcoming sessions? Can you please raise your hand, at least 3 guys? We would love to.
One iPhone has a ration and may I know. And second is Harshita Gupta.
First. Unmute.
Yeah, I asked to unmute.
Hello, is I'm audible, sir?
Yes. Yes, Harshita Gupta. Yes.
A very good evening, respected all teachers. I really feeling indeed pleasure to be a participant as I learned a lot because from my state of mind, as I'm never even a thing that is there anything related to physiotherapy or medical field related to space, and we have a scope also, and I learned a lot of things, and really from bottom of my heart I would like to thanks to Dr. Guru Taneja sir and the team and Royal Orthopedic Hospital, and of course my since pandemic that started, I get to know about the EXRS team. So I my humble and from my bottom of heart and thanks and gratitude towards the team. And at last, I would like to say that I'm eagerly waiting to the upcoming sessions, and of course for the or and the scope of the in the academic also, because as I'm very waiting to know how can we learn as a student, how can we contribute to our field of profession as by this conference as 0G space. So I'm looking forward to do my contribution as from my learn from you teachers. Thank you so much for providing this opportunity, sir.
Thank you very much, Rashika. Thank you very much, Vidya Vijay Mudmala. Dr. Vijay Mudmala.
Hello, everybody.
Hello,
it has been a wonderful day. I am living at Stockholm, so I logged in at around 6:30, waiting for the conference. So my expectations were truly fulfilled. All the speakers were truly inspiring, and all the sessions were quite informative. And lastly, as said by Dr. David sir also, I don't know how Dhruv Bhaiya, I call him Bhaiya, how Dhruv sir has got this idea of conducting such a workshop or a conference about zero space. It never occurred to anybody. So he is a gem, and I congratulate everybody to make it a successful event. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Vijay. Thank you very much. God bless you. Take care.
Thank you.
Dr. Monisha.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
First, I thank all of them for this wonderful conference. Then I like to study the face physiotherapy. So this is I take my basics, and I can more interested learning space physiotherapy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So with that, we are done with the feedbacks. We know there were so many mistakes from our side. Definitely, we would like to rectify that in the forthcoming sessions. And we would like to bring upon the physical mode of this conference in the heart of Jaipur, if situation permits, in 2022, with all the eminent faculty, speakers, scientists, all the deans, principals, students, friends, colleagues, at the heart of the city, mostly at Dr. B.M. Birla Auditorium, which is one of the most respected auditorium throughout the globe, with a seating capacity of approximately 1,500 pax. So definitely we would love to host a conference in the next forthcoming year with the same theme, Zero Gravity Space Con 2022, on a physical mode. Hope for the best, hope the situation permits, hope the corona subsides and we all shall be healthy and wealthy, of course, with a proper health on our side. And with that, I would like to request Dr. Maliram Sharma and Dr. Arun Kumar Sharma, the members of the Chief Organizing Committee of Zero Gravity Space Conference 2021, to give and convey a vote of thanks.
जय हिंद, जय भारत। सबसे पहले मैं आप सभी को 75वें गणतंत्र दिवस की शुभकामनाएं देना चाहूंगा। Good afternoon to the one and all present here. Honorable Chief Guest Dr. Virendra Singh ji and respected guest of honor Dr. G. Arun sir and all the guests and participants. It is such an honor for me to get the opportunity to thank you all dignitaries and behalf of Chief Organizing Committee. I would like to express my gratitude to all the esteemed delegates of the Zero G Space Con 2021 for their presence and contribution to make this Zero G Space Con 2021 a great success. I extend my gratitude to our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Virendra Singh ji, to take out time from his busy schedule to grace the event. Thank you for inspiring and encouraging us with your words. On this successful day, a special thanks to Dr. Ashish Mittal sir He is a great orthopedic surgeon in the Jaipur for providing immense support to make this zero space con successful. I extend my gratitude to Dr. Dhruv Taneja. He is my great friend and बड़ा भाई मान लीजिए आप इधर बड़ा भाई है sir, to organize a e-conference. I must thanks the chief organizing team, Dr. Arun, Dr. Kapila, Dr. Varim Ranjita, Dr. Shilpi Khatri, and Dr. Garvi Vats, and volunteers for working hard from the past days to make this e-conference successful. एक बात कहना चाहूंगा कि आज हमारे फिजियोथेरेपी प्रोफेशन को, जो कि स्पेस को लेकर, मतलब स्पेस में फिजियोथेरेपी का क्या रोल है, उस पर एक आज कॉन्फ्रेंस हुई है, तो ये हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी बात है। और जयपुर के, राजस्थान के फिजियोथेरेपिस्ट के लिए स्पेशली बहुत बड़ी बात है कि पहली कॉन्फ्रेंस है जिसमें ये बताया गया कि स्पेस में फिजियोथेरेपी का क्या रोल है। मैं ये सोचता हूँ आने वाले 10 साल में हमारा प्रोफेशन उस ऊंचाइयों पर होगा कि जिसके बारे में हमने कभी सोचा था। तो हम लोग स्टूडेंट थे, हमने पीजी में जब हमने एडमिशन लिया, सोचा था कि फिजियोथेरेपी के वो ही ऊंचाइयां हो सकता है आज से आने वाले 10 साल के बाद हम छू सकें। थैंक यू, जय हिंद।
थैंक यू सर। सो मेरी तरफ से थैंक यू। अपने स्पीकर जो हैं डॉक्टर अनिमेश हजारी सर, डॉक्टर कविता लालवानी मैडम, और डॉक्टर जॉन एम सोलोमन सर, और डॉक्टर प्रेम वी, एंड डॉक्टर सुबिन सोलोमन सर, और डॉक्टर भावना पुरी मैडम, डॉक्टर भास्कर चंद्रशेखरन सर, डॉक्टर पद्मनाभन शेखरन सर, और डॉक्टर शुभायन मंडल सर। सो थैंक यू आप सभी स्पीकरों को मेरी तरफ से। और ये अपने आप में एक बहुत अच्छी कॉन्फ्रेंस और बहुत बड़ी उस लेवल की कॉन्फ्रेंस थी जो शायद हम लोग तो सोच भी नहीं सकते। ध्रुव सर का मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगा कि आपके दिमाग में ये आइडिया आया। शायद हम लोगों के दिमाग में ये छोटे मोटे आइडियाज जो हैं वो तो चलते रहते हैं, लेकिन इतना बड़ा सोचना हम लोगों के लिए बहुत बड़ी बात है। और जैसा कि सुरेश सर ने बताया था कि हमारा जो कोर्स था वो 1998 में 6 मंथ डिप्लोमा से स्टार्ट हुआ और आज हम 4.5 साल के डिग्री कोर्स में बैठे और उसके बाद हमने मास्टर्स और पीएचडी भी आज चालू हो गई है। तो वो दिन दूर नहीं है कि जब हम लोग उस लेवल पे बैठे हैं जहां आपको आज जो आपकी रेस्पेक्ट थी डिप्लोमा के बाद में, आज डिग्री पे हम लोग हैं और आने वाले समय में हम लोग बहुत ऊंचाइयों पे जाने वाले हैं। तो आप सभी लोगों को थैंक यू और विशेष धन्यवाद हमारी ऑर्गेनाइजिंग टीम को जिन्होंने रात दिन करके और मेहनत किया। और मैडम ने बहुत मेहनत किया, सर ने, और ध्रुव सर का तो कहना ही क्या है, 2 दिन से सर बहुत बिजी रहे हैं शेड्यूल में, इसके पूरे कॉन्फ्रेंस का बनाया पूरा। और डॉक्टर जो चंद्रशेखर सर हैं, चंद्रमोहन सर हैं, और डॉक्टर गारवी डॉक्टर संजय गर्ग सर, और डॉक्टर मिस दुना, आप सब लोगों ने बहुत ही हमारी जो है कॉन्फ्रेंस को सक्सेस बनाने में अपना तरफ से पूरा योगदान दिया है। धन्यवाद आप सभी लोग। यहाँ हम लास्ट में हम लोग राष्ट्रगान करेंगे।
विद दैट मैं भी एक मैसेज देना चाहूंगा। आवर प्राइम मॉडरेटर्स डॉक्टर चंद्रमोहन, मिस दुना एंड डॉक्टर रूपेश, who was absolutely busy in some meetings, I would definitely like to convey heartiest thanks that without you both, this conference wouldn't have been possible. Leave the question about getting successful. ये आप दोनों का ही रोल था कि we have came so far and we are able to conclude it very well. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, my dear students, my dear colleagues, my dear friends, seniors and juniors who have spared their precious time today, throughout the day, till right now you are spending your time with us, leaving all the enjoyment on the Sundays, especially on a vacation day. We are very much thankful to you कि आपने इतना जरूरी और इतना कीमती समय हमारे लिए निकाला। एंड गॉड ब्लेस यू ऑल। और आपके लिए मैंने ग्रुप के अंदर मैसेज डाला है एक चैट बॉक्स के लिए, दैट ग्रुप आप ज्वाइन कर लीजिए ताकि हम लोग बाद में वेरीफाई जरूर करेंगे योर अटेंडेंस, whether the certificate shall be given or not. That will be confirmed with all your links, because the people who are present right now with us shall confirmly join that group immediately, because that group is made for confirmed registrations only, not for the ones who just came for the namesake, attended, sent their message in the group and left. No, I will definitely, we all are going to verify that. because we work on it. We work on brands. We don't work just for deliberately delivering things to somebody. No, not at all like that. जो लोग legitimate है, definitely they are going to attend the certificate immediately. Once you are supposed to fill up one feedback form. Feedback form के बाद में आपको certificate automatically deliver हो जाएगा. And any conclusive words Dr. Chandra Mohan would like to convey?
Yes, sir. Actually, I would like to say a few words because I have registered as a participant for this conference. In this whole pandemic, yes, sir. In this whole pandemic, I have not even attended a webinar outside because I was busy in organizing my own webinars and all those things. When I thought this flyer, then I thought I should register for it. Then I have registered it, but all of a sudden everything has changed and I become a part of it. I'm very happy that I am a part of this world's first Zero-G Space Con 2021. And you gave us the freedom to do whatever we wanted. And there were slight changes that we are also made it talking to each other. No worries and no sadness. Everyone, we are all happy exchanging our views and no restrictions. That freedom you gave us made us to sit the whole day and help you without any trouble. And I thank you and all your.
मैं अपना एक एक्सपीरियंस शेयर करना चाहूंगा सर इसको लेके कि अभी जब ये जो कॉन्फ्रेंस जब लॉन्च हुई थी, जैसे ही इसको लॉन्च किया तो लोगों ने क्वेश्चन किए, अरे साहब आपने कौन सी कॉन्फ्रेंस लॉन्च कर दी, हम लोगों को तो समझ से ही बाहर है, सिलेबस से बाहर है। तो मेरा स्टूडेंट से यही कहना है कि अपने तरह के नए आइडियाज बनाइए, तभी आदमी आगे जाएगा। अगर हम सेम उसी लाइन पे चलते रहेंगे तो पूरी दुनिया ही उसी लाइन पे चल रही है। हमको कुछ अलग करना है तो अलग आइडियाज लाने पड़ेंगे। आप लोग, हो सकता है स्टूडेंट भी अपना आइडिया दे दें, जैसे ध्रुव सर ने सोचा, तो ऐसा स्टूडेंट से भी आइडियाज आ सकते हैं। फील्ड तो हमारी हर जगह है, उसे कैसे हमें अप्रोच करना है ये हम पे डिपेंड करता है।
Actually, I would like to say that Dhruv sir, it's like a war, sir. It's not organizing a webinar. It might be easy, but organizing a conference is like you are going for a war. Till the end of the topic, till the end of the conference, you have to fight with your own mind. Okay, what is next? What is going to happen? Nothing should happen bad. Everything should go in the right way. So it is like fight with yourself. Okay, you did it. That's why the success of this conference stands now.
No, I didn't did it. We all did it.
Yes. Yes.
This is never I. It will always be we only.
Yes, sir. But the thing is, if you let one people down, or if you have a little bit of dullness, it will affect everyone. That's what I came to say.
Definitely.
Yeah, we were together and we are together. Okay, we will be together.
We will be together.
Whatever the step you are taking.
And one more thank I would like to convey to the most brilliant chairpersons.
Yes, sir.
Starting from the first one was Dr. Atul Singh, Dr. David Kumar, Dr. Harsh Rajdeep, Dr. Chandra Mohan, Dr. David Kumar again, Dr. Soumya Einstein. So like that, we have got many of them. They were brilliant how to manage the sessions. Even we were not delayed actually.
Yes, sir. No, not delayed.
We were not delayed.
Yes.
So with that, now I would definitely like to conclude the session. You can please, Dr. Chandra Mohan will is we should play our national anthem once again at the conclusion.
Yes, so, sir. I will request Duna madam. Are you there?
Yes, sir. I'll be taking a minute.
Yes. Meantime, I would like to say a few words also that in fond memory of Einstein Jerome, we have started this. There were some occasions that I couldn't do anything on his name after his loss. But I'm so happy that when Dhruv sir has come up with this idea and he's doing this, I'm happy that something on his name has happened and I'm part in that one also. Yes. So thank you, Dhruv sir, for that.
Dr. Ranjita would also like to convey a message.
And I think, sir, all your team members should convey their message. That will be fine. Yes, that will be giving credit and respect for all the team members over there.
Dr. Kapila, be ready. Dr. Sanjay, be ready. Dr. Garvi, be ready.
Good evening, everyone. I just want to thank all of you for your time. And then it was a wonderful, wonderful session. Thank you for your participation, each and every one of you. It means a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. Then you can
I
invite.
am ready with the national anthem.
Please wait, madam. Duru sir, you can call your next team
Dr.
member.
Sanjay. Dr. Kapila. Sir, you can go ahead with the national.
Yes, sir. You can say bye next to national anthem. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Please. They came. Dr. Sanjay.
Yes, sir.
Please, you convey your message immediately right now. कोई मैसेज देना आपको?
सर फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल सबसे इंडिपेंडेंट डे की बहुत बहुत बधाइयाँ सर, और अमेजिंग था ये सेशन, काफी अच्छा लगा, मतलब लोगों को भी सीखने को मिला।
आपको भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू सो मच सर, थैंक यू ध्रुव सर, थैंक यू अरुण सर। योर सेशन वाज अमेजिंग सो मच, एंड स्पेशली डॉक्टर कविता मैम, डॉक्टर सुबीर मंडल जी, आपने तो प्रेशियस टाइम दिया इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए, सक्सेस रहा। आगे भी कोशिश करेंगे सर, इससे कॉन्फ्रेंस अपन ऑर्गेनाइज करते रहेंगे। थैंक यू सो मच ऑल टीम।
प्लीज मैं एक रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा सभी लोगों से, अपना स्क्रीन ऑन करें एंड प्लीज ट्राई टू स्टैंड ऑन योर प्लेस। संजय, यू कैन आल्सो हॉल्ट योर कार, नेशनल एंथम इज गोइंग टू गेट प्लेड नाउ, प्लीज।
Yes, Duna madam.
Can I play, sir?
Yes, please.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा। विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा। तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे। गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Thank you, Duna madam. Personally, I thank medical fraternity, but still you spent the whole day with us to make this event very successful.
My pleasure, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Can we close the meeting, sir? At least we can close the
Yes.
YouTube live.
Thank you, Duna madam. Thank you, Duna madam.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Indeed.
Bye bye all.
Bye bye, sir.
Bye bye, sir. Bye bye.